Chapter 51. Qin Yurong seemed to realize he had gone too far. He shifted his gaze nonchalantly. Anyway, it's still better to get certified. Of course, I'll take the exam, Shen Wang said with a sharp gaze, to avoid being seen as a swindler by certain people. Qin Yurong pretended not to hear his remark. Pitying, innocent, and conveniently deaf. Shi Yan chuckled, then asked, Mr. Shen, are you interested in joining our special department? Shen Wang was surprised. Me. As Shi Yan nodded, ready to praise and recruit him, Shen Wang continued. Your special department isn't very picky, huh? Even considering me. There was a moment of silence among everyone present. Team 1 leader looked puzzled. Your comment doesn't sound like a compliment, right? It was unclear whether to praise him for his modesty or acknowledge his self-awareness. Shen Wang, unfazed, you know me, I'm unrestrained and free-spirited like the wind, not suited for. Base salary of 10,000, 5 insurances and housing fund, 80% of the bounty from missions goes to you, no restrictions on private jobs, and still a civil servant. Shen Wang. Damn, that's tempting. After much contemplation, Shen Wang reluctantly refused, do you think I'm someone who can be corrupted by a secure job and money? The others looked at him oddly, aren't you? Shi Yan didn't take offense at Shen Wang's refusal. Instead, he remarked, it's normal for someone of Mr. Shen's noble character to be unmoved by material things. The doors of the special department will always be open for you, Mr. Shen. If you ever need our help, feel free to contact us. Within our capacity, we will do our utmost to assist. Such pleasing words, no wonder he's a young leader in the special department. Shen Wang felt flattered and wore a broad smile. Taking the opportunity, Shi Yan asked a few questions about the array, and Shen Wang, not minding the trouble, explained in detail. The rest were somewhat puzzled. Shi Yan might be just the head of the feng shui division, seemingly gentle and easy to bully, but his background was impressive, and he was extremely clever and tactful. When he was parachuted into the Sea City Special Department, few accepted him. But within just a few months, he overshadowed the Demon Exorcism Division Chief, Xie Qingming, subtly becoming the top leader in the Special Department. Such a person, seemingly, seeking to please Shen Wang. Not only Qin Yurong and Team 1 leader, but even Xie Qingming glanced over at them with curiosity. Unaffected by their gazes, Shi Yan personally escorted Shen Wang to the exit, chatting and laughing along the way, seemingly enjoying each other's company. Unaware of the internal dynamics, Shen Wang, feeling satisfied with his excellent post-sale service, confidently left with his treasures. Just then, he bumped into someone entering from outside. Both paused, surprised. Admiring that flawless face from a close social distance, Shen Wang was struck by its beauty, a poetic line flashing through his mind, a plum blossom in the snow, with a jade-like tender cloud-like charm, the purity of a goddess. He almost sensed the icy fragrance beneath that fair, snow-like skin. But snow has no scent, only a faint sweet aroma emanating from the person, contradicting their cool demeanor with an odd allure. Gu Dongting stepped back, creating some distance between them. His eyes, clear and distinct in black and white, shone brightly. It's you. It's me. Shen Wang subtly checked his pulse, feeling his heart rate quicken slightly. He couldn't help but think, indeed, it's hard for heroes to resist the charms of beauty. Shen Wang, who never considered himself easily swayed by beauty, found himself momentarily stunned. Shi Yan, Qin Yurong, and others also noticed Gu Dongting. They approached with excitement, Brother Gu. Even Xie Qingming, the coldest and coolest-looking chief of the Demon Exorcism Division, appeared visibly delighted. Shi Yan, outwardly gentle but inwardly distant and hard to read, also showed genuine happiness. Brother Gu, have you completed your mission? Are you here to rest, or? Gu Dongting pondered, then replied, if there are tasks that need me, feel free to assign them to me. Observing from the side, Shen Wang noted that Gu Dongting, seemingly cold and unapproachable like a flower on a high cliff, actually had an exceptionally good rapport with others. It seemed that people of all personalities became submissive and respectful in his presence, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Truly befitting of a leader of the righteous path. Shen Wang observed the snow-white-clad Gu Dongting. However, a speck of ink on white paper is always strikingly noticeable. People can accept the evil of a bad person but find it hard to tolerate even the slightest selfishness in a good person. After a few excited exchanges among the members of the special department, they realized Shen Wang hadn't left yet. He stood there, his gaze wandering over Gu Dongting. Xie Qingming, the typically cold Demon Exorcism Division chief, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes and asked him, why haven't you left yet? Shen Wang replied openly, I haven't seen Brother Gu for a long time. I need to take a good look, don't I? Everyone was taken aback. Team 1 leader looked from Shen Wang to Gu Dongting, naively asking, you two know each other? And seemed to be on good terms. Shi Yan's brow furrowed slightly. If not for Shen Wang's clear eyes, he almost thought another of Gu Dongting's admirers had appeared. Unexpectedly, Gu Dongting didn't get angry and simply said, yes, we know each other. Their gazes met. Gu Dongting, known for his cool demeanor, didn't speak, and Shen Wang suddenly forgot what he was about to say. After a few seconds, Shen Wang asked, we've met several times before. How about we exchange contact information? The others. They know each other, but haven't exchanged contact details yet. What kind of acquaintance is this? Just as Shi Yan was about to decline on behalf of Gu Dongting, who had already taken out his phone. The others watched in amazement as the two exchanged contact information, with Shen Wang casually adding, can I contact you if I need something in the future? As expected, Gu Dongting agreed to Shen Wang's request. Shi Yan could barely maintain his smile, feeling an illusion as if the high and mighty figure, adored by everyone, was about to be charmed by an unlikely suitor. But this thought only circled his mind briefly before being firmly suppressed. That's Gu Dongting. Not only is he naturally aloof with eyes only for cultivation, but if he were to seek a partner, it would be a woman matching his stature, not a man who is his mismatch in every way. Shi Yan thought he might be overthinking things. While Shi Yan was lost in his wild speculations, Shen Wang had already finished his pleasantries with Gu Dongting and took his leave. As he left, Shen Wang glanced back. Gu Dongting, in his flowing white robe, stood at the doorway of the old building, making even the dilapidated walls around him seem gentle, like a scene from an old photograph from the 80s. Suddenly, Shen Wang spoke up, Brother Gu, if I'm not mistaken, you are a sword cultivator, right? Gu Dongting, puzzled, nonetheless nodded slightly. I've got a fine stone. I'll make a sword for you. Would you like it? At this, Gu Dongting visibly paused, then nodded again, thank you. His stunning appearance and icy demeanor hardly connected to anything cute or doting, yet in that moment, his expression somehow struck Shen Wang as somewhat adorable. Finally, Shen Wang departed, and Gu Dongting left for his mission. The members of the special department were left standing at the entrance, exchanging puzzled glances. Qin Yurong was the first to break the silence. Chief Shi, why were you trying to ingratiate yourself with Shen Wang? Shi Yan replied, his array minimizes spiritual energy consumption without any waste, demonstrating his immense skill and ease. Such a talent is bound to make a name for himself. Establishing a good relationship now will be beneficial in the future. Shi Yan also questioned, how does he know Brother Gu? The others shook their heads in unison, we have no idea. The Demon Exorcism Division chief, not interested in idle chatter, also left, who in the mystical world doesn't know Brother Gu? Why make such a fuss about it? Team 1 leader followed him closely, that's true, but from any angle, Shen Wang and Brother Gu are worlds apart. Yet they know each other and seem to get along well. It's natural for us to be surprised, isn't it? Qin Yurong chuckled and hurried after them, actually, they've known each other for quite some time. Leaving Shi Yan alone. Apart from surprise, the others didn't seem to harbor any other emotions regarding this revelation. Shi Yan began to doubt himself, wondering if his oversensitivity and overthinking led him to find the situation odd. Always astute and adept in understanding people, this was the first time Shi Yan felt uncertain about interpersonal relationships, unable to decipher the underlying reasons. Humming a tune, Shen Wang returned home. The university students had already gone to school, and Xiao Kong was still sound asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Shen Wang placed the 3 treasures he picked from the special department's treasury on the table. Instead of dealing with them right away, he first checked his phone. Gu Dongting's profile picture was a sharply penned calligraphy character, Gu, vigorous and elegant, with the brush strokes revealing the writer's bold spirit. His nickname was the straightforward Gu Dongting, giving an impression of being rigid and serious. Gu Dongting's social media profile, like him, appeared neat and simple at first glance, but when Shen Wang scrolled through his moments, he immediately reconsidered this view. Mystical Association mission rewards, special departments wanted notices, shared posts about pet adoption, various requests for help, it was packed and numerous. Shen Wang couldn't help but send Gu Dongting a message, are you some kind of help request bot? You seem to res hair everything. It took a while before Gu Dongting replied, I res hair when I see them, trying to offer a little help. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow, imagining Gu Dongting's expressionless face while using his phone, feeling like his image of Gu Dongting was crumbling. What happened to the aloof and arrogant Gu Dongting? Shen Wang didn't send any more messages, knowing they weren't familiar enough for such exchanges. Turning his attention to the 3 treasures, he picked up the ghost cultivation technique, flipped through it, and then placed it on top of Xiao Kong. Lucky little ghost, meeting me, Shen Wang poked Xiao Kong's belly, even found a cultivation technique specially for you. Xiao Kong turned over, instinctively hugging the object in its embrace, chubby and endearing. Shen Wang chuckled and picked up the other 2 treasures, heading to the backyard. The entire backyard was enveloped in a spirit-gathering array, nourishing every living being within with its flow of spiritual energy. In the center of the yard, the dull Qinghan stone was beginning to show a different hue. Touching the Qinghan stone, Shen Wang sighed, such slow progress, when will it be fully tempered? After all, top-quality Qinghan stone is supposed to be cyan green. Moreover, Qinghan stone is delicate and can only be washed slowly with spiritual energy, not tempered with fire. In the world of cultivation, one could simply throw it into a sex-blessed spiritual spring to let it temper on its own, but in modern society, it had to be slowly refined with a spirit-gathering array. Shen Wang placed the gold stone on top of the Qinghan stone, letting both undergo spiritual tempering together. The gold stone wasn't anything special, but seeing it sparked a bold idea in Shen Wang for his destined magical weapon. The Qinghan stone is non-elemental, so using it as a base and adding materials of the 5 elements, Shen Wang envisioned creating a 5-element magical weapon for himself. The very thought of it made Shen Wang feel exhilarated. He himself possessed a mediocre spirit root with all 5 elements, containing a bit of each type of spiritual energy. Most others would focus on purifying their spirit roots to dual or single types. In his previous life, Shen Wang had wood, fire, earth, and water spirit roots. He found it convenient despite slower cultivation. For alchemy and artifact crafting, his fire spirit root was perfect for controlling flames. Living outdoors, his water spirit root ensured access to clean, safe water. And for cultivating spiritual plants, his earth and wood spirit roots were invaluable. This lifetime, he had the added benefit of the most aggressive metal spirit root, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 elements at his disposal. Imagine, whatever type of spiritual energy I channel, that's the color it shows. Others have monochrome magical weapons, mine will be multicolored. Shen Wang could almost visualize it. His destined weapon changing colors continuously, and if he input all 5 types of spiritual energy, it would become multicolored. Utterly magnificent, dazzling enough to blind others. Shen Wang patted the Qinghan stone, temper well, and will be inseparable brothers. I promise to make you look stunning. The Qinghan stone stood silently, unaware of its upcoming destiny. Others' magical weapons, high-end, elegant, classy. Brother Shen's magical weapon, colorful, vibrant, like a disco light. Brother Gu, do you still want the sword he's going to forge for you? White Gu and Black Gu have no shared memories. Currently, White Gu is oblivious to Black Gu's existence. When Black Gu emerges, he subconsciously blurs these experiences. Black Gu is aware of White Gu but lacks his memories. It's only in the later stages that their memories merge, and then Black Gu feels embarrassed about his jealousy and questioning Shen Wang's affection when their memories were separate, enough to build a 3-bedroom apartment. Chapter 52. After dealing with the stones, Shen Wang turned his attention to the spiritual plants laid out on the ground. Before he and Su Qing left, Li Pingping and Wang Kai had already tilled the small garden, ready for planting. Shen Wang didn't bother with the potted plants. He rummaged through and found the spiritual plant seeds gifted by the Mystical Association, casually scattering them on the ground. Nourished by the spirit-gathering array and benefiting from his own wood and earth spirit roots, the seeds, nearly lifeless at first, soon sprouted vigorously. If the vice-chairman of the Mystical Association saw this, he would be utterly shocked. It's well known that cultivating spiritual plants is extremely difficult, requiring specific soil, environment, water quality, and even the cultivator's aptitude. Cultivators who can grow spiritual plants, even if they are not as powerful as a village goose, hold an incredibly high status. Thus, spiritual plants are in high demand and exorbitantly priced. Yet, with Shen Wang's casual scattering, the plants took root as easily as in the wild. This is the solid foundation of my future empire, Shen Wang declared grandly after planting the spiritual plants. A small step for the mystical world, but a giant leap for Shen Wang. With the spiritual energy cleansing his mind and broadening his spirits, Shen Wang sat down cross-legged, eyes closed. The strand of spiritual energy inside him moved faster and faster, forming a small vortex, with his dantian area growing warm. Like puncturing a layer of paper, there was a pop, and all the spiritual energy rushed into his dantian, forming a mini tornado. Shen Wang's eyes snapped open, his gaze intense, a hint of a smile curling at his lips. Finally, after being stuck for so long, he had finally made a breakthrough. The surrounding spiritual plants rustled without wind, their leaves swaying. Bathed in the drifting spiritual energy, they appeared even more lush and lovely, their quality seemingly enhanced a grade. Shen Wang stood up, stretching leisurely. His joints crackled satisfyingly, leaving him feeling clear-headed and invigorated. I've been breaking through for so long, it's gotten dark. Feeling hungry, Shen Wang patted his stomach, planning to get something to eat. Turning around, Shen Wang suddenly felt something amiss. He quickly looked back, but there was no one there, nothing out of place. Strange. Shen Wang scratched his head, about to turn away, when his eyes sharpened. Where the heck are my plants? My herbs. The lively dancing spiritual plants from just moments ago were gone without a trace, leaving behind only empty pots, lonely and forlorn. Cursing inwardly, Shen Wang tightened his grip on the talismans he carried, scanning the surroundings warily. Who stole my spiritual plants? Damn it. In the dim night, there was no response from anyone. Although Shen Wang's cultivation wasn't top-notch, this was within his array, his territory. People several levels higher than him couldn't possibly steal his herbs without leaving a trace. If it really was such an expert. Shen Wang only wanted to ask, what would such an impressive person gain from stealing his 2 pots of very common spiritual herbs? Tensely poised for action, an ethereal voice suddenly spoke. It's just eating a couple of your weeds. Shen Wang. You steal my herbs and call them weeds. Such arrogance. Absolutely unbearable. This was intolerable. Shen Wang swore to catch this herb thief and teach them a harsh lesson. The voice fell silent for a moment, sounding somewhat aggrieved. These are just low quality, ambiguous in effect, and weak in spiritual energy herbs. Aren't they just weeds? In the past, I wouldn't have even glanced at them. At this point, Shen Wang sensed something amiss. This voice wasn't conversing with him but echoing directly in his mind. A cultivator's spiritual palace and dantian are more critical than their heart. This voice was inside his spiritual palace. Shen Wang's heart sank. He delved into his spiritual palace, meticulously inspecting every corner several times, but found no abnormalities. Except for a book emitting a faint golden light. Wait a minute. Shen Wang's eyes widened, the Xian Jade Immortal Book. The voice hummed softly, clearly dissatisfied. I've been asleep so long to save you, and now I'm starving. You won't even let me eat weeds. As the voice spoke, the pages of the Immortal Book quivered slightly, ending with a huff and closing abruptly. Shen Wang looked bewildered. You are the Xian Yu Celestial Book. Back in the cultivation world, when he was still in the qi refining stage, he accidentally bound himself to the Xian Yu Celestial Book. Initially, he thought it was some extraordinary cultivation technique, only to find out it was essentially an encyclopedia. Pill recipes, spiritual plants, rare minerals, it had everything. The only flaw was that he could only unlock the recipes of a certain level once he reached that level himself. With this golden finger, Shen Wang became a somewhat famous pill concoctor. Eventually, tasked by someone, he created an extraordinary pill, which also led to his own demise. The Xian Yu Celestial Book shone brightly. Yes, I am the Xian Yu Celestial Book. Shen Wang was dumbfounded. Wait, you never used to talk before. The Xian Yu Celestial Book seemed a bit shy. I was asleep back then. It wasn't until you were about to die that I woke up. I used all my spiritual energy to send you back to this world. Shen Wang understood. So, you're the spirit of the book. I can ask you directly if I want to know something, but you were lazily sleeping, forcing me to hold the book and memorize it day and night. Memorizing until his eyes blurred and his head swelled, he had learned by heart all the information unlocked in the book. Now to be told that it wasn't necessary, that he had a personal AI for searching. Shen Wang. Sensing Shen Wang's fluctuating emotions, the Xian Yu Celestial Book shifted from being confidently assertive to somewhat guilty. Knowledge, it's definitely better for you to remember it yourself. And I did save your life. The Xian Yu Celestial Book emphasized this point. Shen Wang took a deep breath, reminding himself, this is your golden finger, the one you're bound to, you can't discard it, it saved your life, you can't be ungrateful. After several repetitions, the red in his eyes finally subsided, and he asked as calmly as possible, what's your situation now? I'm hungry, I want to eat something, the Xian Yu Celestial Book said. Splitting open a small world is no easy feat, even if it's a lower world. If it weren't for Shen Wang originating from this world and possessing the aura of this world, it would have been impossible to split open with the spiritual energy stored in the Xian Yu Celestial Book. Now, it had exhausted all its spiritual energy. Rather than saying it slept, it's more like it had fainted. It had only just managed to wake up. Shen Wang tried to restrain himself but couldn't help asking, can you find me a recently deceased body to possess, or protect my soul and let me directly become a ghost cultivator? Either method would be much simpler than splitting open a small world. The pages of the Xian Yu Celestial Book froze, and silently, it closed its cover again. This Xian Yu Celestial Book really didn't seem very intelligent. After all, having been saved, Shen Wang sighed heavily and asked helplessly, what can you eat? The Xian Yu Celestial Book shyly said, I can eat spiritual stones, natural spiritual objects, or spiritual plants. Shen Wang understood that it was picky, either wanting something high quality or vegetarian. Skipping the first two options, Shen Wang looked at the ungerminated spiritual plants in the ground and said painfully, once they grow, you can eat them. But I'm really hungry right now, the Xianyu spirit book lamented. Shen Wang slowly closed his eyes. Such a misdeed. Early the next morning, Shen Wang visited the special department. With the still cold 5 million given to him by the ghost-controlling sect, he bought some spiritual plants. On the way home, the Xianyu fairy book drooled over those plants. By the time Shen Wang entered the house, all that was left in his hands were the pots. Holding the empty pots, a thought flashed through Shen Wang's eyes, hundreds of thousands, just gone like that. The same happened with the other pots, they disappeared from the car to the house in a blink, leaving only the pots behind. Shen Wang, expressionless, held the empty pots and went to the garden. Are you full now? The Xianyu fairy book honestly replied, no, these few weeds aren't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Do you know how much these weeds cost? The Xianyu fairy book questioned with a soulful wonder, how much? Tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Shen Wang remained silent. Obviously, that wasn't the case. If modern society really had spiritual stones, beautiful, unbreakable, and containing immense power, a small piece would probably cost millions. By that calculation, those pots of spiritual plants were indeed no different from weeds. This is the age of Dharma decline, having weeds is already fortunate, Shen Wang could only say. The Xianyu fairy book also sighed, yes, the spiritual energy in this world is too thin. A man and a book, looking at each other, wordless. After some struggle, the Xianyu celestial book spat out a bag of seeds from its pages. I have some seeds here, you can try planting one. Even in the cultivation world, these seeds were precious and delicate. It was uncertain whether they would grow in this world with its scarce spiritual energy. Shen Wang picked up the small storage bag and looked inside, his pupils dilating in shock. It was packed with a dense mass of seeds, large and small, piled up like a small mountain, including both familiar and unfamiliar ones. Preserved inside by the Xianyu celestial book, the bag was brimming with spiritual energy, and these seeds were all bursting with vitality. Seeing these seeds, Shen Wang's first thought was, if he could grow all of them, he would become rich overnight. These weren't the ordinary spiritual grasses dismissed by the Xianyu celestial book, but genuine spiritual plants. Shen Wang clenched the storage bag tightly. Xiaoyu, I swear, even if I have to pawn everything, I will grow these and give you a full meal. Xianyu celestial book. Xianyu celestial book, I'm not called Xiaoyu. Shen Wang, perhaps you prefer I call you Xian Xian. Xianyu celestial book, let's stick with Xiaoyu. At least it felt less weird. Shen Wang, with a heart of steel, shoveled aside the recently planted spiritual grass seeds, leaving only a small corner of the garden for them. Then, he carefully and meticulously planted the spiritual plant seeds, turning the soil with earth's spiritual energy and massaging the seeds with spiritual energy, attentively nurturing them. Compared to the spiritual grass, the treatment was worlds apart. After finishing the planting, Shen Wang straightened up, fantasizing about the spiritual plants growing, using them at will for pill concoction, consuming pills like sunflower seeds daily, and improving his cultivation rapidly. Shen Wang chuckled to himself. After laughing, he suddenly realized a problem. Now, once again, he was completely broke. Damn it. Money really doesn't last. Shen Wang began to ponder how he could make money. After some thought, he had a flash of inspiration and posted a message on social media. Your daddy's here, tonight at 8, cyber fortune telling, willing fish bite the bait, come quickly if your heart flutters. The old profession still has its charm. Chapter 53. Shen Wang was just mimicking other streamers, warming up before the live stream to hype up the audience. Unbeknownst to him, his handsome face, his intricate and unusual background, and the mystical rumors about his fortune-telling had left a deep impression on everyone. Even though the hype around the real and fake young masters had died down, many still followed him. After he posted that status, those who had been keeping tabs on him immediately erupted into excitement. His adoring fans cheered and leapt for joy. Finally, we can see that face again, I can eat more just by watching. I'm ready to record the stream, I won't miss a single bit of his beauty. I hope Brother Shen talks less today, don't ruin the beauty of that face. Maybe, we can watch his live stream on mute. As long as we don't hear him speak, he'll always be that melancholic and handsome hunk. Those waiting for his fortune-telling rubbed their hands together in excitement. Brother Shen finally remembered us. All this waiting wasn't in vain. Already prepared, just waiting for the time to send gifts and then start the fortune-telling. What's everyone planning to ask? I want to know about my financial fortune, but I heard it's bad luck to ask about that. I want to know about my marriage prospects. I've been single for nearly 30 years, never even held a girl's hand. Can it be true that I'm destined to be alone forever? To the person above, there's a survey that says if you're still single after 26, there's a high chance you'll remain single forever. I burst into tears. Besides the excited fans waiting for the live stream, some others were also paying attention to him. Tata, a tarot blogger, had been running her account for many years and had tens of thousands of followers. She thought her achievements were quite good, but then Shen Wang appeared and in just a short time, his followers exceeded 1 million. Just a teaser post from him got more likes and comments than her regular updates. Tata felt sour and complained in a small group, what cyber fortune telling, isn't it just using his face to scam money from fans? This group consisted of similar bloggers, tarot, astrology, witches, all industry insiders, including employees from the same company, all familiar with each other. Everyone was somewhat discontented with Shen Wang, the newcomer who rose suddenly. It's just some naive girls who would go to him for fortune-telling. We run our business earnestly, yet we can't compete with others who just show their faces. This world really values appearances too much. A live broadcast at 8 o'clock. I have to see for myself what skills he has, besides his looks. Even his own parents don't want him, who knows what he's really like. Over the internet, who can tell if the person on the other side is human or a dog? After posting a notice about the live stream, Shen Wang began his meditation practice. He had just made a breakthrough and needed to consolidate his cultivation. During this period, he mostly practiced in the spirit gathering array in the garden. When the alarm rang, Shen Wang opened his eyes, a flicker of joy in his gaze. Practicing in the spirit-gathering array is indeed much faster than outside. The spiritual energy in this world is really too scarce. After getting ready and even changing his clothes, Shen Wang was startled by the number of viewers when he started the live stream. The broadcast just started, and it already surpassed 1 million viewers. Shen Wang couldn't help scratching his head. Why are there so many people? He thought having tens of thousands of viewers would be quite impressive. Shen, you're really underestimating your looks. I mean, your popularity. Ha ha ha, the handsome guy is puzzled. All sorts of marketing accounts are sharing this, and even Feng Xiaomian is mobilizing friends to promote you. Of course, there are a lot of people. Shen Wang finally realized what was happening and saw that the topic Shen Wang cyber fortune telling had climbed up the trending searches. Clicking into the topic, the first post was his own, and the second was Feng Xiaomian vigorously promoting him. He curled his lips, looking at the camera. Thanks. Who he was thanking was naturally self-evident. After giving thanks, he looked down at his phone again, unaware that his casual smile had sent the live chat into a frenzy. I can. Sob, with that face, doesn't Shen want to join the entertainment industry and save our eyes? The current industry's handsome men are one uglier than the next. Firstly, I'm not gay, forgot to mention in the middle, and lastly, I'm really not gay. After a brief glance, Shen Wang put down his phone. The insults are so unimaginative, the same old thing over and over. You guys aren't tired of it, but I am. Under his topic, besides those who liked him, naturally, there were also those who disliked him. Their comments were nothing more than buying trending searches, wanting to debut, faking it, the same few things over and over. At first, he found it novel, but after seeing it a few times, even Shen Wang found it dull. He didn't even feel like responding to the insults. His indifferent attitude only infuriated those who couldn't stand him even more. What did we say wrong? Buying trending searches every day, do you own them? Aren't you tired of it? Shen Wang, trending searches belong to neither my house nor yours. If you don't want to see it, just don't click. Since you've clicked, does it mean you begrudgingly admire me, or do you actually want to see me? Wasting public resources, aren't you ashamed? Shen Wang, I've hardly ever been on trending searches. How is that wasting resources? If you're so afraid of wasting resources, why don't you watch the news instead of looking at me? Relying on looks to please people, but once your beauty fades, your love will wane. You can please those young girls now, but I wonder how you'll live when you're old and ugly. Shen Wang, at least I've been good looking. Even when I'm old, I'll still be a handsome old man, unlike you, who's been ugly from young to old, from youth to age. The fans, who were just about to roll up their sleeves to defend him. The filter of little poor self-importance is so thick, people forget that this is the man who single-handedly shut down all his haters with his sharp words. Today, all the haters are reminded of the fear of being dominated by Brother Shen. Saying they hate him but still watching him. It's hard not to suspect that these people are closeted fans using strange methods to attract Brother Shen's attention. After casually dismissing all the insults, Shen Wang tapped the table and lazily said, all right, back to the main topic. Cyber fortune telling, whoever's willing can take the bait. Who wants to go first? Me. Brother Shen, pick me. Brother Shen, look at me, I'm your die-hard fan. Shen Wang randomly selected one and opened the voice chat. The camera was blurry for a moment, then quickly a haggard middle-aged man appeared. The man was quite overweight, with a large head and a thick neck, but under his eyes hung heavy dark circles, his gaze lackluster, exuding an air of decay. Even upon seeing Shen Wang, it took him a few seconds to react, then he excitedly exclaimed, Master, please save me. Shen Wang tilted his head slightly. What's the situation? Chapter 54. The man's cry was so earnest and piercing it startled everyone, even causing a few minutes of silence in the barrage of comments. He gasped for breath, his lips trembling and his face faintly turning pale, the live stream's beautifying effect unable to hide his exhaustion. Master, I beg you, save me. I haven't had a good night's sleep in so long, I can't sleep at all, and if I do fall asleep, nightmares quickly awaken me. The comments rapidly began speculating. Is he haunted by nightmares? Suffering from insomnia and frequent dreams, he should see a doctor, or at least a psychologist. Haven't you heard? A fortune teller is the best psychologist. But his condition seems quite severe. He might need medical intervention, mere psychological counseling might not be enough anymore. While the comments were discussing, the man, in his confused speech, had already recounted his ordeal. His name was Tang Yukong, a minor manager at a company, with an easy job and little stress. He never had sleep issues before, usually falling asleep within minutes and snoring loudly. But recently, for some unknown reason, he just couldn't sleep. Turning off the lights and closing his eyes, lying stiffly on the bed for hours, he was unable to fall asleep, feeling more awake the longer he lay. When he finally managed to sleep, the quality was extremely poor, plagued with all sorts of chaotic dreams, waking up quickly, tormented to the point of misery over several days. He had tried insomnia medication, seen doctors, and consulted psychologists, but nothing worked. Having run out of options, he even went to temples and Taoist monasteries to burn incense. After burning incense, his insomnia improved slightly, but within a couple of days, it relapsed. After enduring for so long, he was completely exhausted, which even began to affect his work. After hearing his story, the comment section was full of sympathy. Not being able to sleep was a form of torture in ancient times, that's just too harsh. If burning incense at temples helps, why not do it more often? Whether it's a placebo effect or not, it's at least somewhat relieving. Right, if nothing else works, maybe staying in a temple or monastery for a while could help, it might bring about some improvement. Shen Wang glanced over these comments and said, this is his karma, praying to any Buddha or deity won't help. One reaps what they sow, it's just the cycle of karma. Due to long-term sleep deprivation, the man's thinking was numb. It took him several minutes to grasp the meaning of Shen Wang's words. He slammed the table, angrily retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? I've always been upright and never done anything to burden my conscience. Shen Wang, uninterested in arguing, simply stated, I can't help you with your situation. You should seek help elsewhere. You charlatan, pretending to be mystical and spiritual, just playing tricks. You just want money, you fraud, the man cursed wildly, using all kinds of foul language. The netizens who were initially sympathetic were stunned. What's going on? Why is he suddenly cursing? Wow, a master of changing faces in Sichuan opera. Just a moment ago, he was pleading for the master to save him, and now he's calling him a charlatan and a fraud. He looked so sickly and on the verge of death just now, but why is he so energetic when cursing? His language is too foul. Shouldn't he be muted for this? As expected, there's always something despicable about pitiable people. Shen Wang watched the man coldly until he had finished ranting, then spoke slowly. You don't think that harming others only counts when it's done in real life, do you? The man, tired from his tirade, looked down to drink some water and then heard Shen Wang's words. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold air had rushed from his feet to his head. His teeth chattered, and he feigned calmness. Nonsense. I've seen many of your kind, fake psychics, none with real skills, all frauds. Shen Wang leaned back slightly, his gaze inscrutable. You freely insult others online, hiding behind a screen, brazen and arrogant, hurling abuse, shaming, spreading rumors. The man swallowed, sweat sliding down his forehead. He lifted his chin, maintaining a facade of defiance. The people I insult, they all deserve it. Besides, what's wrong with insulting people online? I'm just an ordinary person, making a casual comment. Can it really have any impact? Seeing his stubborn and unapologetic attitude, as if a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water, the netizens were dumbfounded. Some people, following his account, saw his previous comments. They were shocked when they looked into them. 8 out of 10 of his comments were either picking fights or hurling insults, and the remaining 2 involved harassing female streamers. This level of quality dares to be a streamer. The live streaming industry really allows anyone to try their hand. Eats like a pig and claims to be a food blogger, completely kills the appetite, more like a pig food blogger. Me commenting on your streams is an honor for you. I give you traffic. I am your god, so what if I say a few words? TSK, such big breasts, must have been enhanced, right? How many men have you been with, sweetheart? Can't even speak clearly, why bother streaming? Go back to farming. I know this female celebrity. My friend's friend slept with her, said she charges 30,000 a night, very skilled. Just reading his most recent comments was enough to raise someone's blood pressure. Netizens, following his comments to check out those streamers, grew even angrier. Not everyone who live streams is a professional. Many are just sharing a slice of their life on a whim. Accumulate some good karma for once. Deserves to have insomnia, truly poetic justice. Seeing you upset makes me happy. Damn, even harassing an old lady from the countryside in her videos, utterly disgusting. Feel sorry for the grandma. Never seen an internet troll before, now that I have, it's truly revolting. The man, seeing the comments, became somewhat panicked, but still defiantly said, I didn't insult them, I was just telling the truth. They're broadcasters, putting their videos on public platforms for people to see. What's wrong with me commenting on them? The netizens were outraged, furiously typing away. Truly unrepentant. If I say you're fat and look like a pig, I'm also just stating the truth. Calling you trash isn't an insult, it's just stating the truth. It's only because of the anonymity of the internet. Would you dare say those things to people's faces in real life? Too scared to do it in person, but brave online. Poisonous and wicked, and hypocritical to boot. After being severely berated in the comments, the man's face went through several changes, becoming infuriated. What right do you have to insult me? Why are you insulting me? Shen Wang smiled lightly. You allow yourself to insult others, but when others insult you, you fall apart. The man immediately replied, how can that be the same? I'm just one person, leaving a casual comment. But so many of you are insulting me. Shen Wang, relishing the situation, so, you're reaping what you sowed. The man, taken aback and ignoring the ongoing insults in the comments, urgently asked, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm getting my just desserts? What are you trying to say? Oh, nothing much, Shen Wang said nonchalantly. It's just that you've generated too much negative karma with your words online, and now it's coming back to haunt you. From the first glance at this man, Shen Wang noticed a faint aura of dark energy entwining him. The source of this dark energy, Shen Wang recognized, it was from Jiang Lin. Originally an excellent doctor, Jiang Lin chose to end his life because of the malicious manipulation by an unscrupulous journalist. But apart from that journalist, the cyberbullies who attacked him online were also an unforgivable part of Jiang Lin's despair. He had made peace with his family, dissipating his resentment, and as he was about to enter the cycle of reincarnation, he directed a stream of dark energy towards Shen Wang's phone. This dark energy would follow the network to find those who had insulted him. Each of those netizens might have only sent one message, but millions of such messages, from millions of people, converged into an overwhelming torrent before Jiang Lin, engulfing him completely, drowning out all other voices. It was they who pushed Jiang Lin down a path of no return. Ultimately, these people did indeed owe Jiang Lin a debt of karma. Some had less karma to repay, maybe just losing some money or taking a fall would be enough to balance their debt, while others, who owed much more, had to pay a much greater price. Take this man, for instance. He needs to repay the karma he owes to Jiang Lin, and his rampant online abuse only adds to his heavy negative energy. The combination of dark energy and this malicious aura has led to his current predicament. The dark energy prevents him from sleeping, and his malicious aura brings continuous nightmares. All of this is simply the consequence he deserves to face unless he reforms himself. No expert can help him otherwise. The man glared at Shen Wang, refusing to believe that his online insults were the cause of his insomnia and nightmares. Karmic retribution for insulting people online. I think you're just spouting nonsense to scare me. You're just an unreliable charlatan. The man hastily dropped these words and disconnected. Watching the disconnected call, Shen Wang shook his head, not seizing the last chance, typical of a thoughtless keyboard warrior. You see, the dark energy entwining the man was already dense enough. If he doesn't change his ways soon, he might even risk his life. But then again, what does that have to do with me? Shen Wang, I'm no saint or martyr to chase after someone who insulted me just to save their life. Does being a keyboard warrior really bring karmic retribution? I'd rather believe that being a keyboard warrior comes at a cost, that there is retribution. Across the internet, who knows if the person on the other side is human or a dog? If everyone could communicate calmly and peacefully, the online world would surely be much more harmonious. Reading these comments, Shen Wang said indifferently, verbal karma isn't limited to spoken words. Any form of communication that harms another person counts. Isn't cyberbullying a form of verbal karma too? Do not neglect doing good deeds, however small, and do not commit evil acts, however minor. Once you go too far in anything, consequences will follow. Just like those who cyberbullied Jiang Lin, they are now facing their consequences. After logging off, the men didn't dare continue watching Shen Wang's live stream. Sitting blankly, his head throbbed painfully from lack of sleep, muddling his thoughts. His phone kept chiming with message alerts. Grabbing it to reply, he froze upon reading the content. In an online group chat, members had sent over 99 plus messages, and the chat was still actively updating. It's true, those who insulted Jiang Lin are experiencing misfortune to varying degrees. Not to mention others, just in our group, some students failed exams, some lost their jobs, others fell or lost money. There were unlucky people before, but recently, the number has increased drastically. The scariest part is, the ones with the worst luck are the most active ones in the group, those who teamed up to insult Jiang Lin. I insulted Jiang Lin too, but I really thought he was an unethical doctor, so I only said one thing. Recently, I lost my wallet. I don't know if this counts, but I had a minor car accident, got hit by an electric scooter. Let's stop talking about this, it's getting scarier. By the way, where's Tang Yukong? Wasn't he the most vicious in his insults, even leading us to troll together? The men, with trembling hands, typed back, I'm here. I've been suffering from insomnia for a long time now, and it's getting worse. I can't sleep at all now. Damn. This is terrifying. From now on, I won't insult others recklessly. Need to accumulate some positive energy. I'm leaving this group. I think I'll leave too. In just a short while, the group of over 1,000 people lost several hundred members. The man, being the group admin, felt a tingling sensation in his scalp as he watched the continuous notifications of members leaving the group. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rushed to his computer, attempting to re-enter Shen Wang's live stream, but he found himself unable to. Sorry, you have been blocked by this broadcaster and cannot view the live stream. The man blinked his dry eyes and whimpered in agony, feeling numb in his hands and feet, and hastily deleted all of his comments. As he deleted them, he also apologized to those he had insulted. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you. I'm sorry, I went too far back then. I'm sorry. At that moment, he finally felt regret, a deep and profound remorse. Shen Wang had already connected with the next caller. This time, it was a somewhat familiar-looking girl. She had delicate makeup and bright red lips, exuding the charm of a big star, radiantly captivating. The comments swiftly shifted from the greasy middle-aged man to the stunning beauty. Sister is so pretty, kisses. Such a gorgeous lady, a Hong Kong-style beauty, so beautiful. Indeed, in Brother Shen's live stream, you can meet all kinds of wonderful people. What does the beauty want to know? Not about romance, I hope. The girl waved at the camera with a beaming smile, greeting the audience. Turning her gaze toward Shen Wang, her eyes sparkled as she also greeted him. Shen Wang pondered for a moment, then remembered. This girl seemed to be one of Tang Jiu's ex-girlfriends. When he returned to City C after dealing with Lin Yin and Yang's issue, he saw Tang Jiu running a street stall. When he reported that illegal stall, it was this girl who was confronting Tang Jiu. Having remembered, Shen Wang, with an unchanged expression, asked, what would you like to know about? The girl hesitated for a long time, seemingly undecided. Shen Wang prompted, are you asking about love, career, or family and friends? The girl bit her lip, finally deciding, I want to know about my career. Since breaking up with her unreliable ex-boyfriend, she quickly found a new one. But she knew well that her current, hastily chosen partner, was unreliable and knew little about him. Having this understanding, she felt no need to ask further. What she really wanted to know about was her career. Observing the girl's facial features, Shen Wang mused, you come from a distinguished background, the only daughter in your family, cherished and pampered. In the future, you will take over the family business, becoming a wealthy lady leading the family enterprise to greater heights. The girl, After a few seconds of hesitation, she said uncertainly, Everything else is correct, but I don't plan to join my family's company. I want to pursue my passion in the industry I love. It was because of this decision that she had a minor conflict with her family, yet she remained determined to follow her dreams. Because of Tang Jiu's matter, the girl met Shen Wang and developed a fondness for this real young master who shattered the loathsome man. Unexpectedly, in her first fortune-telling session, Shen Wang made a mistake. As soon as she spoke, the girl regretted it, realizing she had just pointed out Shen Wang's mistake during the live broadcast. Shen Wang nodded, then you might not be able to do what you love. Try to accept it. The girl, trying to come up with a reason to back up Shen Wang. There's really no need to be so obstinate. With a forced laugh, the girl realized she had been foolish to believe in Shen Wang's abilities. She nodded, maybe you're right, thank you anyway. That's some palpable perfunctory response. Seems like the beauty is determined to follow her own path, pursuing her dreams. Shen Wang didn't miss the mark this time, did he? Even the person concerned thinks Shen Wang is wrong, she's just too polite to say it. Maybe he really did make a mistake. If you ask me, Shen Wang is just a charlatan who's had a bit of luck. He guessed a few things right by chance, how could he actually predict the future? When it comes to fortune-telling, tarot readings are definitely more accurate and personalized. How can you do fortune-telling over the internet with filters and beautifying effects blurring the face? A single misstep doesn't mean anything. Why are people so eager to criticize Shen Wang? Could it be vested interests? Chinese metaphysics are profound and extensive. How dare you compare it to just tarot from abroad? Seeing the comments heading towards an argument, the girl quickly sent several gifts to quell the dispute, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, Brother Shen. Shen Wang casually waved his hand, it's fine. The girl sent a few more gifts and then disconnected. Shen Wang watched as she went offline, smiling slightly. After his breakthrough, Shen Wang's skills in fortune-telling had improved. He wouldn't misread someone. This girl, she will not only take over the family business but also flourish in it. But currently, she clearly has no such intention. Who knows what might happen later to change her mind. From behind the screen, Shen Wang could only vaguely sense that this girl might soon face a significant challenge. Her taking over the family business might be related to this upcoming issue. As soon as the girl ended the call, her phone immediately rang with an incoming call. Frowning, she answered the phone. Mom, I've told you I'm not interested in the family business. I want to be a manga artist, why are you? Before she could finish, she heard her mother sobbing on the other end. Daughter, come home quickly, your father is ill, very seriously ill. The girl was stunned. Mom, you're not lying to me, are you? Your father started feeling unwell a few days ago, and today he suddenly fainted. Come home quickly. The girl stared at her phone, shocked, unable to process the news for a long time. The last time she saw her father, they had argued fiercely. How could he suddenly fall ill, suddenly faint? Panic-stricken, she hurried back home, praying incessantly, hoping her father would be all right. Shen Wang didn't pry into others' family affairs and selected another netizen to connect with. This time, the caller was another girl. The girl, dressed simply and wearing black framed glasses, looked reserved and quiet. She shyly adjusted her glasses and said directly, I want to ask about my romantic destiny. Shen Wang nodded, sure. There's a big difference between me and my boyfriend. I want to know if we have a future together. As she talked about her boyfriend, the girl's lips curved into a smile, her eyes filled with sweet anticipation. Another couple in love. She looked so in love with her boyfriend, he's really lucky. Jealous, but still sending sour lemon blessings. Seeing the comments, the girl's smile grew even wider, her eyes curving into crescents. Thank you. Shen Wang glanced at her, then looked again. You should break up with him sooner rather than later, to minimize your losses. The smile on the girl's face froze. Why break up all of a sudden? No way, not another bad boyfriend, right? There must be something in Shen Wang's live stream. Every couple that comes here ends up breaking up. Just like Feng Xiaomian and Hui Dolph last time. The girl looked down, biting her lip until it turned white. I really like him. No one in this world can love him more than I do. How could he not choose me, to choose someone else instead? Her pitiful appearance stirred up sympathy among the viewers. However, Shen Wang said, your love is one-sided. He doesn't love you at all. Despite the girl's face brimming with affection, her destiny in love remained unaffected. The worst part was that her wealth aspect was disturbed. Shen Wang felt a pang of pity. You've spent quite a bit of money on him, haven't you? The girl silently nodded. He accepted your gifts but showed no emotional attachment to you. Your relationship is at best just ordinary friends, not even close to being ambiguous. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, Shen Wang couldn't bear to continue. The girl looked dazed. Do I really stand no chance with him? Yes. Damn, what kind of man is this? Disgusting. Spending the woman's money without giving anything in return, not even a hint of romance. She's really been wronged. Just a human ATM, girl, you better find someone else, this one's not worth it. A total jerk, just like Hui Dolph from before. If I met such a disgusting man, I'd vomit out my dinner from the night before. Reading the comments condemning the guy, the girl quickly shook her head, explaining, he's really good to me. It's just that he's too busy with work, so we don't have time to meet. He's a really good person, gentle in nature, and very capable in his job. No matter how busy work is, there's always time to reply to messages, let alone for a romantic relationship. Stop deceiving yourself. From what you've said, this guy really treats you like an ATM. Better to break it off sooner rather than later. Something seems off here. This story, there's something strange about it. The girl continued, he is the most perfect man in the world. Those other women only like him for his looks. If he gains a little weight, they stop liking him, but I love him for who he is. Those women don't deserve to like him. I have a bold guess. Could this girl be, like, a delusional fan of a celebrity? Now that you mention it, it actually makes a lot of sense. I'm impressed, what a waste of my emotions. Shen Wang was also taken aback. He didn't follow celebrities and was unfamiliar with the entertainment industry. He hadn't expected to encounter such a peculiar person. He couldn't help but ask the audience, are all fans of celebrities like this, so delusional? No, not at all. We fans normally just draw inspiration from our idols and strive to be like them. We're not delusional like this. This is abnormal fan behavior. Ordinary fans rarely have such deep, delusional feelings of romance with their idols. This girl looks familiar. Isn't she that famous fan of someone? She's a major fan of Yun Fengran. The girl visibly panicked at the mention of Yun Fengran. She was indeed a fan of Yun Fengran, a notorious solo fan known for being toxic, with a certain level of notoriety in the fandom. She had adored Yun Fengran for many years, investing a lot of time and money, even affecting her real-life social circle. Whenever she found someone speaking ill of Yun Fengran, she would argue with friends and even break ties with them. Over time, her friends drifted away, and her focus became more and more concentrated on Yun Fengran. The longer she fixated on Yun Fengran, the less content she became with just being one of many fans. She spoke ill of any woman near him and fantasized about being in a relationship with Yun Fengran. Pretending to be a girlfriend and spending a few tens of yuan to hear a fortune teller say they were a match made in heaven was her small pleasure. She had entered this live stream with the same intention this time. The idea of hearing that she and Yun Fengran were a match made in heaven in front of countless viewers in a live stream with 1 million followers thrilled the girl. However, she hadn't expected Shen Wang to deviate from the script she had imagined. Even worse, her identity was exposed by others. In a fluster, the girl tried to explain, although I'm a fan of Ranyan, Yun Fengran, the boyfriend I mentioned isn't him, No need to explain, maybe you should see a psychologist first. Fantasizing about a romantic relationship with a celebrity is a serious psychological issue, dear. It's better to recognize and treat it early. I don't even know what to say, so young, never mind. Using the name mentioned in the comments, Shen Wang meticulously typed Yun Fengran into his phone and hit search. The first photo that appeared showed a young man in white traditional attire, holding a sword. Moving the phone slightly away, Shen Wang shook his head. This white attire, this sword-holding pose, it's all so unconvincing. The white costume Yun Fengran wore, billowing as it was, still couldn't hide its cheapness in the edited photos, flimsy like a curtain. His stance and the way he held the sword were slack and lacked strength. Comparing him to the person in his memory who wore white and wielded a long sword, Shen Wang couldn't help but feel the stark difference. But he was just casually commenting. After all, Gu Dongting's seemingly simple white attire was actually embroidered with exquisite patterns, made of fine materials, both substantial and light. Just one glance from afar revealed its high price. Not to mention, Gu Dongting might have learned to wield a sword even before he learned to walk. Years of practice had forged an extraordinary sword aura, a far cry from the half-hearted efforts of minor celebrities. Shen Wang hadn't expected his offhand remark to incite such a passionate reaction from the usually demure girl. Her face flushed red with indignation as she retorted, "What's wrong with our Ranyan? He's the hottest idol star right now, not only handsome but also a talented actor. Are you jealous because he's a big star and you're just a minor internet celebrity? Let me tell you, one should know their place. You can't even compare to a single hair of his." Shen Wang, who had merely made an offhand comment, was bewildered. Ha ha ha, Shen Wang's face is totally baffled. Hold on, let's not even talk about your Ranyan's acting skills. Just based on looks, big sister, have you seen Shen Wang's face? Do you really think he can't compare to that fresh-faced celebrity? If you say Shen Wang is narcissistic, I'd agree with you, but if you say he's not good-looking, I have to say, are you blind? This fan's bias is over 800 meters thick. Even Yun Fengran's best edited photos can't beat a random screenshot from Shen Wang's live streams. Shen Wang, who had never dealt with fans before, didn't realize they could be so sensitive. And since she was a girl, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He promptly disconnected the call. The audience was already in stitches. Did Shen Wang just open up a whole new world today? Shen Wang, I've never been insulted for not being handsome enough before. Shen Wang's fortune-telling live stream is really attracting some weird creatures. And she didn't even pay. I can tolerate insults, but not getting paid is unacceptable. As everyone was enjoying the jokes, a wave of strange comments suddenly flooded in. How dare this minor internet celebrity insult our Ranyan? Riding on our Ranyan's popularity, let's show this small fry a lesson. Anyone dares to touch our Ranyan now, they must have the courage of a bear and a leopard. And cyber fortune-telling. Sisters, let's report this live stream for promoting feudal superstition. Shen Wang. He realized he was too unfamiliar with this world. Even a clay Buddha has some anger, let alone Shen Wang. He laughed out of exasperation, clicking on an interview video of Yun Fengran. Eyes brimming with seduction, eyebrows like blooming peach blossoms, a face that screams flirtatiousness and insincerity. Looks like he just got out of bed. Thin lips and sunken face indicate strong desires but shallow affections. The slight white showing under his eyes suggests he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Sadly, his meteoric rise, achieved by taking shortcuts, won't last long and will exhaust his future luck. Instead of cursing me here, you little fans should advise your Ranyan to pull back from the brink, or else. In less than a week, you'll witness the complete downfall of your Ranyan, like a meteor crashing down. As Shen Wang finished speaking, the live stream exploded with reactions. Damn, Shen Wang, you're so bold. Can you really say that? Shen Wang is amazing. Yun Fengran is the top trending star lately, and you just predicted his downfall in a week. No way. He's a top celebrity, how could he crash in just a week? So far, aside from the rich second generation who didn't want to inherit his family business, Shen Wang's predictions have never been wrong. Let's wait and see. A week's time. I never cared about entertainment news before, but I'll be watching the trending topics closely these few days. Yun Fengran's fans went crazy, hurling insults at Shen Wang, some even getting automatically muted by the system for their vulgar language. The lively comments didn't last long, as Shen Wang's live stream suddenly shut down. He stared at the system notification, speechless for a long time. Due to complaints and reports, your live stream has been closed. Shen Wang had nothing to say. These crazy fans really managed to get his live stream reported and shut down. Rather than being angry or upset, Shen Wang felt more speechless and found the situation absurd. Previously, when Tang Jiu incited netizens to cyberbully him, Shen Wang handled it with ease, but this time, being cursed at, he was utterly baffled and couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just because of a single comment, so many people rushed to scold him. Shen Wang couldn't understand the logic of these fans, he only knew they cared most about Yun Fengran. So, he opened his social media account and posted a message. Your daddy's here, within a week, Yun Fengran will definitely crash and burn. This is a fortune I calculated for free for you. No need to thank me at Yun Fengran. The moment he posted it, notifications of responses appeared. Without even looking, Shen Wang knew what kind of people were commenting, and he didn't bother to check. Finally thought of earning some living expenses, and it gets messed up like this, Shen Wang shook his head. He went to his study, drawing talismans while pondering how to make money to buy some spirit herbs for the Xian Jade Immortal book in his mind. After his breakthrough, Shen Wang's talisman drawing became even more proficient, the spiritual energy within them stronger than before, yet consuming much less spiritual power. After drawing 10 talismans in one go, he began to feel a slight fatigue. He examined the talismans, the poor quality paper couldn't contain such vast spiritual energy, with faint traces of it escaping from the cinnabar lines. He shook the papers lightly, these 10 talismans were the highest grade he could currently draw. If he were to fight Lin Yinyang now, he wouldn't waste as many talismans as before, just a few would be enough to defeat Lin Yinyang. He casually placed the talismans aside. These top-quality talismans, he definitely intended to keep for his own use. Afterward, he began drawing talismans for the Metaphysical Society. When creating talismans for the Metaphysical Society, Shen Wang didn't put in as much effort, he could complete them easily and casually. After drawing a few, an idea suddenly struck him. He could sell his own talismans. Suddenly, a new opportunity seemed to open up before Shen Wang. For cultivators, I can sell more powerful 5 thunder talismans, ghost-expelling talismans. For ordinary people, there are peace talismans, evil-repelling talismans. Even whitening talismans, bug-repelling talismans, sleeping talismans. Shen Wang's eyes brightened at the thought, envisioning countless coins with wings flying into his pocket. Due to a post by Shen Wang, he found himself trending again, this time being criticized. Yunfengran's fan base, in the tens of millions, overwhelmingly condemned Shen Wang, pushing him down ruthlessly. Not just his own fans, but anyone who spoke in his defense, received a barrage of insults through private messages. Numerous fans complained to Yunfengran's studio, demanding they sue Shen Wang promptly. The incident escalated so much that Yunfengran's manager, upon hearing the news, immediately discussed a strategy with Yunfengran. The manager asked Yunfengran, "How do you want to handle this? Should we send a lawyer's letter?" Yunfengran, busy sending non-stop messages on his phone, spared a moment to reply to his manager, "Why send a lawyer's letter? Just sue him directly." Nowadays, the reputation of lawyers' letters is so tarnished that everyone knows they are just to scare people and are completely ineffective. The manager frowned. I watched the live stream and his remarks. There's no real basis to sue for defamation, is there? Yunfengran replied nonchalantly, "You handle it as you see fit." Seeing his attitude, the manager's brows furrowed deeper, and he couldn't help asking, "How are things going with Mr. Li?" At the mention of this, Yunfengran finally looked up, his eyes blazing with ambition. "Mr. Li is completely captivated by me. He's promised that for a major film production the company is doing this year, I can be the lead actor. With this opportunity, I can become a movie star." The manager's face lit up with joy, then he cautioned, "Just be careful with him. Don't let his wife find out. She's fierce. If she discovers it, you're finished." Yunfengran was dismissive, "She's just a woman. What does that matter? In his household, Mr. Li calls the shots. And as for the company affairs, what can a woman do there?" With Yunfengran having said this much, the manager had nothing more to add and left with a sigh to handle the matter with Shen Wang. That evening, Yunfengran arrived at Mr. Li's villa wearing sunglasses and a mask. However, he failed to notice a camera set up on the balcony of the neighboring villa. As Yunfengran and Mr. Li were lost in their passionate encounter, the door was suddenly kicked open. A woman walked in, followed by several men carrying cameras. "Go on, why stop now?" said the woman with a cold sneer. Chapter 55. After consulting with Qin Yurong, Shen Wang made a temporary ID and planned to open an online store to sell talismans and similar items. While naming the online store, Shen Wang pondered deeply. He initially wanted to name it Your Daddy's Shop, but this name was rejected. Regrettably, he had to choose another name and finally settled on the unremarkable Brother Shen's Shop. Li Pingping and others volunteered to work as customer service for the online store, saving him the expense of salaries. But upon learning the name Shen Wang had initially wanted, Li Pingping was speechless. Who would want to buy something from a store with such a terrible name? Shen Wang defended himself confidently, "I'm selling products, not the store name. Besides, I didn't end up using it." Li Pingping. "It's not that you didn't want to use it, it was rejected by the platform." In just a few days, the online store was registered and ready, with all the products Shen Wang intended to sell. Logging into social media to announce his store to his followers, Shen Wang was surprised to find that he was trending again. Shen Wang's mystical persona stands strong. Shen Wang was confused and checked to see what had happened. Just 2 days after his live stream was reported by Yunfengran's fans, a wife of an entertainment company's CEO exposed her husband's extramarital affair and the involvement of a male celebrity. Once the news broke, it instantly skyrocketed to the top of trending topics, unable to be suppressed. At this point, the incident had nothing to do with Shen Wang. While netizens condemned the adulterer, they also tried to uncover the identity of the male celebrity involved, leading to suspicions and unease among all male celebrities. Even the rugged action movie actors came forward to clarify that they had not interfered in anyone's marriage and were not homosexual. Yunfengran was naturally among the speculated. Unable to bear this injustice, his fans directly lashed out at Mrs. Li. Initially, Mrs. Li was focused on exposing her adulterous husband and dealing with the divorce settlement, without targeting the mistress. After being attacked like this, she released a video. This video stayed on the trending list for 2 days, still ranking among the top, without losing its heat. The video showed Yunfengran and Mr. Li dating, shopping intimately, and even a scene of them in bed together, interrupted by a sudden door kick. In other segments, the two were sweet and affectionate, but upon discovering Mrs. Li catching them in the act, they instantly turned hostile. Mr. Li knelt on the ground, crying and pleading, "Wife, I was wrong. It's all the seducer's fault. I was drunk and made a mistake. I swear, there won't be a next time, never." Yunfengran, in shock, immediately shifted the blame. "Mr. Li, you pursued me first. You said you disliked your plain wife at home, preferred men, and only married to have children." The two men turned on each other, spilling all sorts of unsavory details. This shattered the worldviews of the netizens. What a dramatic spectacle. Damn, knew Mr. Li was a scumbag, but didn't expect him to be this low. I used to like Yunfengran, never thought he'd be this kind of person, so disgusting. Sister, you better get a health check. Getting involved in such a mess is just tragic. A gay man deceiving into marriage, now climbing Mount Kongtong overnight. It might not necessarily mean he's gay, could be bisexual, but definitely a cheater. Both of them are scumbags, just lock them away, don't harm our sister. While netizens were furiously condemning the scoundrels, Yunfengran's fans were in a frenzy. Impossible, our brother is not gay, the video is edited, it's a frame-up and slander. Ran Yan clearly said he's never been in a relationship, focusing on his career and not considering dating for now. I've unfollowed him, truly a case of appearances being deceiving. Thinking that I was once a fan of such a person makes me feel sick. As the internet was abuzz with all sorts of gossip, Shen Wang quietly climbed up the trending list. Yunfengran's fans are really a case of asking for it. They cursed our Shen Wang, and he predicted Yunfengran's downfall within a week. They cursed the lady, and she released the video. Truly the most self-defeating fans in history. Told you all, our Shen Wang has some metaphysical elements in him. Why mess with him for no reason? Other celebrities might fall from grace, but our Shen Wang, his metaphysical persona is unshakable. Why even bother following other celebrities? Just watch our Shen Wang do fortune-telling. Isn't his face, when he's silent, as good-looking as any celebrities? This statement immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Online store. Is Brother Shen going to sell clothes or snacks? Shen Wang posted the link to his store and said, neither, I'm selling talismans. What kind of talismans? Like, good fortune. Oh, those talismans. Can you really sell those? 200 yuan for a talisman, a bit pricey. Maybe 20 would be more reasonable. Shen Wang, ignoring the skeptics, explained, currently, there are 5 types of talismans available: peace talisman, sleeping talisman, bug-repelling talisman, focus talisman, and purifying talisman. There are a total of 100, limited quantity, first come, first served. Oh wait, actually 80. The remaining 20 are for the giveaway. Having said that, Shen Wang smiled at the camera. Staying true to his roots. These product descriptions for the talismans. Peace talisman for peace, sleeping talisman for sleep. It's like they're stating the obvious. You haven't seen the rest of the product descriptions yet. The bug-repelling talisman repels bugs, the focus talisman helps you concentrate. The last time I was this speechless was, well, the last time. Shen Wang, be honest, do you really intend to sell these products seriously? Shen Wang, genuinely puzzled, of course, I'm serious. Why would you think I'm not? As he was about to continue, Shen Wang suddenly noticed a familiar username flashing, requesting to connect via live chat. After pondering for a few seconds, Shen Wang readily accepted the request. The girl, a fan of Yunfeng, appeared on the screen, looking haggard with red, bloodshot eyes. It was you, wasn't it? Shen Wang, question mark. The girl, grinding her teeth in anger, it was you targeting our Ranyan, setting this trap to ruin him, to destroy his reputation. Shen Wang. The girl grew more agitated. You've disliked him all along, haven't you? Because I insulted you that day, you redirected your hatred towards Ranyan. Shen Wang. Shen Wang, I can't understand what you're saying. Does your accusation even make sense? Maybe you should go back and rethink it. The girl's appearance in the live stream attracted many more fans of Yunfeng. This time, however, they were not hurling abuses but rather pleading desperately. Mr. Shen, we know you have a powerful background, but Ranyan is just an ordinary actor. Please, spare him. Ranyan has done nothing wrong. He's a good actor. You can't treat him like this. Shen Wang furrowed his brows. Is there not a single sane person in my live stream? There are, but they dare not speak up. What kind of fans are these, brainwashed? The video is out there, and you still don't believe it. What kind of people are you? Scared, trembling with fear. Shen Wang, you handle it. We're getting out of here. Shen Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, almost believing that there wasn't a single rational person in his live stream. When he looked at the girl again, his gaze was icy. For your idol, you've alienated your parents, turned against your friends, and now you're alone in real life, without family, friends, or a lover. The girl, taken aback, responded, for Ranyan, it's all worth it. They shouldn't have spoken ill of him. Shen Wang shook his head slightly, delusional. Not only cultivators can become possessed, ordinary people can also become obsessed. At that moment, a wave of gifts suddenly flooded the live stream, continuously streaming in, a total of 10 gifts. Let me talk to her. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow. Unable to communicate with the girl, he readily agreed when someone volunteered to speak with her. Expecting a young person, Shen Wang was surprised to see a middle-aged woman appear on screen, her hair neatly combed, looking very stern. She first greeted Shen Wang, Master Shen. Shen Wang glanced at her, pondering. The middle-aged woman introduced herself, my last name is Lu, you might know me. Wow, isn't that Lu Jie, the one who exposed her cheating husband? What is she doing here? Has Shen Wang become that famous? She called Shen Wang Master. Really, his metaphysical persona is unshakable. Seeing Lu Jie, the girl lost in her own world slightly changed her expression, uneasily shifting her gaze. Lu Jie smiled, the wrinkles under her eyes softening her appearance. Young lady, do you know that Yunfeng has been secretly involved with my ex-husband for over a year? The girl's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Ran Yan couldn't possibly. Before the girl could finish, Lu Jie interrupted her. I and my ex-husband have been together since college. After graduation, my career was going smoothly, but for the sake of my family and him, I resigned and became a full-time housewife. It was only a few months ago that your beloved star, Yunfeng, sent me a photo to provoke me, and that's when I discovered my ex-husband had been cheating on me for a long time. All I wanted was a divorce and to reclaim what was mine. I didn't intend to involve Yunfeng. After all, even without him, there would have been someone else. Do you know why I eventually exposed the video? Overpowered by Lu Jie's presence, the girl couldn't find her words, just shaking her head blankly. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly said, because the fans insulted you. Lu Jie replied, because he secretly hired internet trolls to insult me, calling me an old woman, a yellow-faced wife, deserving to be abandoned. Lu Jie's narration was calm, as if she was telling someone else's story, but everyone could feel the pain and despair she had experienced from her few words. Damn, this guy is such a scumbag. You've gathered much evidence, aiming to reclaim what's rightfully yours, but he had already made arrangements. The property registered under both of your names is just a small part, much more has been transferred elsewhere. The man was an old hand in the workplace, far more cautious than Lu Jie. Netizens also started worrying for her. These Phoenix men are really cunning. What can she do now? That's why, sisters, never, ever become just a housewife. Putting aside financial aspects, just in terms of wits, how can a housewife compete with those experienced in the workplace? My heart aches for sister, 30 years of youth wasted, worse than feeding it to dogs. Amidst the general gloom, Shen Wang smiled, Ms. Lu, perhaps you should check the things your parents left for you. Lu Jie looked bewildered, her parents had passed away years ago. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly stood up, rushing to a safe. She placed her phone aside and began rummaging through the safe. Nothing. Lu Jie meticulously checked again and again but found nothing useful beyond the usual property deeds and jewelry. As she felt disappointed, Shen Wang's magnetic voice came through the phone, maybe, you should look for a secret compartment or something similar. Lu Jie took a deep breath, peering into the safe, carefully inspecting it. Suddenly, she felt a gap at the top of the safe, her heart leaping. She pried out a thin file from the gap. Opening the file, she found it contained 5% of the company's shares. Lu Jie stared at the contract, her eyes suddenly welling up, her throat tightening. This was the backup plan her parents had left for her. She and her scumbag ex-husband each owned 30% of the company shares, with the remaining 40% distributed among company veterans and small shareholders, none holding more than 10%. During this period of battling with her ex, they each scrambled for shares, whoever held more would have the upper hand in company decisions. But no matter how hard she tried, she was always a bit short compared to him. Now, with these 5% shares, her chances of regaining control of the company significantly increased. Before her father passed away, he had told her to keep the safe well guarded. When she discovered her ex-husband's affair, Lu Jie had cried her eyes dry, but now, tears welled up again. Her parents, until their last moments, were still worried about her, secretly setting aside these 5% shares for her. Shen Wang patiently waited for a few minutes before Lu Jie reappeared on camera, her eyes red and voice hoarse. Thank you, Master Shen. You've been a great help. If possible, could I have your private contact to express my gratitude further? No need, Shen Wang replied gently, meeting his fate, and this was our destined interaction. Oh, by the way, I see you look weary and suffer from insomnia. You might want to try the sleeping talisman from my store. It works wonders, everyone who's used it has praised its effectiveness. Lu Jie chuckled at his joke but still thanked him sincerely before opening Shen Wang's online store, intending to buy everything available. To her surprise, the store limited purchases, allowing each person to buy only up to 5 items. Holding her phone, Lu Jie sighed deeply, Master. Previously, Lu Jie didn't know Shen Wang and had only heard his name after exposing Yun Fengran, knowing him merely as a master of metaphysics. Her entry into the live stream was coincidental, and her request to connect came from a spontaneous empathetic impulse upon seeing the girl. A small act of kindness had saved her from a dire situation. Lu Jie pursed her lips and sent 100 gifts to Shen Wang's live stream in one go. Shen Wang was conducting a giveaway, selecting winners in a unique way, not through automatic drawing but by randomly picking from the comments. He had his own reason for this, I choose based on fate. If I feel a connection with a nickname, I believe it's meant to be. Isn't automatic drawing also fate? Shen Wang shook his finger, how can it be the same? One is like an arranged marriage, the other like falling in love freely. They can't be compared. Ha ha ha, goddamn arranged marriage. After saying this, Shen Wang briefly bid farewell to the netizens in the live stream room and then turned off the stream. When he opened his online shop, he saw that all 80 talismans had sold out. He smiled proudly, as expected of me, sold out so effortlessly. Just as he was about to log off, he noticed the balance in the back end and his eyes widened. How is it so much? He counted and recounted, confirming that it was indeed 5 zeros, over 500,000. Checking the income details again, his eyes flickered. He had declined private contact exchanges, but unexpectedly, Sister Lu had directly showered him with gifts in the back end. At this moment, only one thought crossed Shen Wang's mind, the platform took half of these gifts. He would have been better off agreeing to exchange contact information. Shen Wang felt as if his heart was being sliced, overwhelmed with regret and tears streaming down his face. The thought of losing hundreds of thousands made him feel completely deflated. Mindlessly opening his private messages, after reading a few, Shen Wang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am the girl who came for fortune-telling earlier. You said I would inherit the family business, but I want to do the work I love. I wonder if you remember me. My father suddenly fell ill. We've had numerous hospital checks, but they couldn't find anything abnormal. Yet, the doctors say that his internal organs are indeed gradually failing. I suspect, could my father have encountered something unspeakable and vile? Could you please come and see him? We also live in City C, not far from you. Shen Wang certainly remembered her. This ex-girlfriend of Tang Jiu, who had also argued with him. Shen Wang squinted slightly as he read these messages. It's illogical that the hospital couldn't detect the problem, yet there is organ failure. But what's more troubling is that this girl is Tang Jiu's ex-girlfriend. It was hard for Shen Wang not to make certain connections. Without thinking too long, he replied, leave your contact information, and I'll add you. Chapter 56. Not long after Shen Wang sent his message, the girl quickly replied, leaving her contact information. After adding her, before Shen Wang could speak, a flurry of messages came in. Hello Mr. Shen, my name is Song Wanqing. My father is currently in the hospital, still in a coma. Can you please come to the hospital as soon as possible and check on my father? Rest assured, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Whether you can save my father or not, I will compensate you for your trouble. Could I trouble you to make a visit? Even through the network, one could feel the other party's sorrow and panic. Shen Wang typed, which hospital are you at? I'll come over now. The girl replied instantly, sending an address share, if it's convenient for you, I can have my driver come pick you up from your home. Shen Wang, who was about to hail a taxi, thought. Damn the wealthy. The hospital wasn't far from Shen Wang's home, and soon, Song Wanqing's family driver arrived right at his doorstep. Stepping out, Shen Wang saw the driver standing by a black car, who immediately opened the backseat door for him upon his arrival. Shen Wang said, thank you. Once inside the car, the driver asked attentively, Mr. Shen, would you like some water? He offered Shen Wang a bottle of mineral water in a glass bottle. Shen Wang accepted the water, thank you. Taking a sip, he thought, no wonder this expensive glass-bottled mineral water tastes exactly the same as regular mineral water. Shen Wang set the water down and asked the driver, what's the situation with your boss? The driver furrowed his brows and sighed deeply, I don't know. In just a few days, a perfectly healthy person is now so weak they can't leave the bed, and the periods of unconsciousness are getting longer. The best hospitals and medical equipment haven't found any issues. After finishing, he shook his head and sighed, my boss is a rare good person. He always tries to help his employees with their problems and often donates to children in mountainous areas. How could he contract such a strange illness? Shen Wang thought for a moment and asked, has your boss offended anyone, or does he have any business rivals? Not at all, the driver answered. He's approachable and never shows a harsh face to anyone. As for business rivals, I'm not too sure about that. During the conversation, they arrived at the hospital. After parking the car, the driver walked ahead to lead Shen Wang, clearly showing genuine concern for his boss. Shen Wang couldn't help but comment, it seems he really is good to his employees. The driver managed a weak smile. I've been working for the Song family for over a decade, always with the boss. When my child was sick and needed surgery, it was him who helped me find a doctor and covered the high medical expenses. For our family, he is a great benefactor. They reached the ICU, where Song Wanqing was sitting outside on a bench, her face pale and drawn. On seeing Shen Wang, her eyes brightened, and she immediately stood up to greet him. Mr. Shen, you're here. Just 2 days ago, she was well-dressed and vibrant, her face innocent and naive. Now, her expression was dull, her eyes red and swollen with bloodshot veins, and dark circles under her eyes. Shen Wang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, may I go in to see him? Song Wanqing quickly replied, of course. She had already made preparations, notifying the medical staff in advance. But before entering, you'll need to wash your hands and wear a sterile suit. As Song Wanqing spoke, a man approached with a wary look. Xiao Qing, who is this? Uncle, Song Wanqing paused, then said, this is my friend, he came to see my dad. Friend? A new boyfriend, perhaps. Uncle Song looked at Shen Wang with dissatisfaction and said, what time is it now, and you're bringing outsiders to the hospital? What are you thinking, even considering letting him in? Hearing the word boyfriend, Song Wanqing's face changed. Uncle, I told you, he's my friend. Please don't malign our relationship. Seeing her expression, Uncle Song choked on his words. Song Wanqing's stern face oddly resembled her father's when he was angry. Uncle, lying in there is my father. Song Wanqing continued, I wish more than anyone for him to get better. Uncle Song's expression shifted, what do you mean by that? He's still my elder brother, don't I also wish for him to recover? Song Wanqing, such disrespect to an elder, showing no upbringing at all. As they argued, Shen Wang found it inappropriate to interject, stepping back to stand with the equally embarrassed driver. Shen Wang asked the driver in a low voice, are they not on good terms? The driver replied quietly, that's our boss's younger brother. He's idle, without a job, living off the boss. He's caused many arguments between the boss and his wife. The driver told Shen Wang that Mr. Song came from a rural background, moved to City C as a teenager, and built his company from scratch. After becoming wealthy, Mr. Song brought his parents and younger brother to the city. He initially planned to give his brother a position in the company, but Uncle Song, lacking the diligence and eagerness to learn like his brother, quit after a few days and went home. Since then, Uncle Song never worked again, always asking Mr. Song for money when needed. Mr. Song was kind-hearted, and since Uncle Song was his own brother, he continued to support him. Shen Wang glanced at Uncle Song, he doesn't seem like someone who remembers favors. The driver agreed wholeheartedly, exactly, a favor in a bag of rice, a grudge in a spoonful. The boss supports his whole family, bought him a car and a house, yet he still complains that Mr. Song, being so rich, only gives him a few tens of thousands a month, calling him stingy. Truly, greed knows no bounds. Song Wanqing, sharp-tongued, gave Uncle Song a piece of her mind, making him leave with his tail between his legs. Exhaling, Song Wanqing turned to Shen Wang with a gentle and respectful demeanor, I'm sorry you had to see that. Shen Wang touched his nose, it's fine, let's go see your father. The driver waited at the entrance as Shen Wang and Song Wanqing entered the hospital room. Surrounded by various medical devices, Song's father lay in bed, his body covered with tubes. Shen Wang carefully navigated around the wires to approach the bedside. Song's father looked pale, his breathing weak. Song Wanqing's eyes reddened, my dad, he was so healthy before, not even suffering from the common ailments of old age. Now, her father, who had always been so attentive to his health, lay unconscious in the hospital bed. The uncles from the company, previously so kind and friendly, became restless with the news of Song's father's critical condition. Even before his death, they started scheming to snatch away the benefits. All the company affairs now weighed heavily on Mrs. Song. Song Wanqing could only stay in the hospital, watching over her father. She began to regret not learning to manage the company affairs earlier, and her rebellious words about pursuing her dreams. Shen Wang, looking at Song's father, frowned deeply, can you open his clothes? Song Wanqing promptly pulled back the blanket, revealing the bare body underneath, to facilitate the placement of medical equipment, we didn't dress him. Shen Wang, caught off guard, gasped softly, observing Song's father's body closely. Song's father's skin was very pale, slightly loose, clinging to his bones, with the outlines of his skeleton faintly visible. There was a faint gray line down the center of his abdomen. Shen Wang gently touched Song's father's wrist, infusing a stream of spiritual energy. After a thorough examination, Shen Wang had a clue, Miss Song, have you ever heard of a curse? Song Wanqing appeared confused, maybe, I might have heard of it. The word curse is not unfamiliar to anyone. Shen Wang looked at her, your father has been cursed. Song Wanqing, what? Everyone has heard of it, but who has ever seen it in reality? Song Wanqing saw Shen Wang as a last resort, never expecting that after his examination, he would utter such a statement. It was as if there was a faint sound of her worldview shattering. Shen Wang covered Mr. Song with a blanket, ever heard of a voodoo doll? Like in those TV dramas, where the emperor finds a doll under a concubine's pillow, leading to accusations of witchcraft and the execution of her entire family. Your father has been cursed with a voodoo doll. This crude explanation immediately made sense to Song Wanqing, Mr. Shen, please, I beg you to save my father. I'll pay any amount. Song Wanqing couldn't believe that someone would harm her father. If not for the fortunate coincidence of finding Shen Wang, she might never have known the cause of her father's condition. Distraught and clenching her fists, Song Wanqing was upset, but Shen Wang remained calm, let's talk outside. As they left the hospital room in deep thought, Song Wanqing immediately asked, Master Shen, can you save my father? We're willing to pay any price. Facing her urgency, Shen Wang slowly took off his sterile suit and said, this matter is serious. We need to call the police. Song Wanqing. Call the police for this. She tentatively asked, call, what police? What kind of police would handle something like this? Shen Wang took out his phone and smiled at her, don't worry, I'll handle it. Song Wanqing watched as Shen Wang sent a few messages and then put down his phone, leaving her even more puzzled. Master Shen, my father. He's safe for now, said Shen Wang. To break the curse, we must first find the person who cursed him. It's not just about creating a voodoo doll, the cursed person's full name, date, and time of birth, and even a part of their body are needed, with at least 2 of these elements. The more complete, the stronger the curse. If we can't find the voodoo doll used as the medium for the curse, any treatment I provide will only be a temporary fix. Just now, I channeled a stream of spiritual energy into Boss Song's body to temporarily alleviate his curse, but this is just a temporary measure. To completely remove the curse, we still need to find the person who cast it. Gu Dongting. Who is he? Song Wanqing's gaze was puzzled as she looked at the 2 men in front of her, each with distinct appearances and temperaments, yet somehow perfectly matched. She tentatively asked, is this your boyfriend? Shen Wang. Now I see you and your second uncle are from the same family. Both equally short-sighted. Chapter 57. Hearing Shen Wang speak like this, Song Wanqing realized her misunderstanding and blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, my mind went blank for a moment. Usually shipping CPs online, she instinctively thought of it upon seeing 2 handsome guys with different styles and a good relationship. What a big blunder she had made. Shen Wang's face was expressionless. He's a police officer handling special cases, a genuine and accomplished individual. With his explanation, Song Wanqing looked at Gu Dongting again and saw him in a new light, full of celestial aura. She praised enthusiastically, Mr. Gu truly exudes an air of immortality, possessing an extraordinary temperament, clearly above mundane interests. Shen Wang nodded in agreement, indeed. Not to mention anything else, this man's desires were certainly minimal. Mundane pursuits like wealth and fame meant nothing to him, his life was dedicated to good deeds. Gu Dongting looked helplessly at Shen Wang and changed the subject. Any guesses about who cast the curse? The joking aside, Shen Wang's demeanor became serious when discussing the matter at hand, his gaze shifting to Song Wanqing. Song Wanqing's eyes were dark and obscure. Biting her lip, she nodded, I already have a suspect in mind. Since the curse was cast by someone familiar, the culprit would surely visit the hospital to check on Mr. Song's current condition. Guessing among those who are close and have recently visited, there's no way to go wrong. And at this time, each visitor to the hospital had a significant relationship with the Song family. Shen Wang and Gu Dongting exchanged a glance. Shen Wang smiled, in that case, let's handle it as soon as possible. The 3 discussed and finalized their plan. Returning to the ward, Shen Wang stuffed a talisman into Mr. Song's hand. Not long after, Mr. Song opened his eyes. The best doctors were helpless, but with just one move from Shen Wang, Mr. Song was awakened. Song Wanqing was thrilled and immensely grateful to Shen Wang, also feeling lucky for having invited him over on a whim. She held Mr. Song's hand and softly called out, Dad. Seeing Mr. Song, her eyes immediately reddened with a mix of grievance and heartache. Shen Wang and Gu Dongting left the ward, giving space to the Song father and daughter. Standing side by side at the entrance of the ward, they were upright and handsome, attracting glances from everyone who passed by. I thought you would contact Junior Qin, Gu Dongting suddenly said. Leaning against the wall with a smile, Shen Wang replied, didn't you say that I could find you if needed? The conversation turned back to Gu Dongting, who replied unflinchingly, indeed. It was Shen Wang who looked at Gu Dongting with interest. You wouldn't be thinking I'm a nuisance and reluctant to come, would you? Gu Dongting shook his head slightly, not a man of many words, he simply said, I don't mind it. He thought that Shen Wang, despite appearing unconventional, was actually very measured in his actions. When they were not yet familiar, it wouldn't make sense for Shen to seek him out. After speaking, worried Shen Wang might misunderstand, Gu Dongting added, Shen, you're brave and righteous, and I'm very willing to be friends with you. Shen Wang's mouth twitched, brave and righteous. What an odd thing to say. This big boss really has a unique way of judging people, to a certain extent. No wonder in the original text, he was easily deceived by the 2 women closest to him. Gu Dongting, not understanding Shen Wang's strange expression and thinking he didn't believe him, earnestly explained, our first meeting was when you were helping a suicidal student contact their parents, the second time, you were helping a slandered woman seek justice. The third time they met, Shen Wang handed over an astonishingly effective purification formation. Although still unaware of the secret Shen Wang harbored, Gu Dongting believed that Shen was just a bit unrestrained in character, but fundamentally a pure, kind, and righteous person. Shen Wang. Shen Wang never thought that, in others' eyes, he would be seen as a good person just for doing jobs for money. Feeling a chill, Shen Wang quickly explained, no, Gu, you're the good person, not me. Gu Dongting's eyes showed a trace of confusion, seemingly not understanding why Shen Wang, as if being accused, was so eager to refute. They looked at each other, both puzzled. Being friends is fine, but let's not talk about being good people. Shen Wang touched his nose, looking meaningfully at Gu Dongting, hinting, in this world, it's too hard to be a good person, better to be a villain. But Gu Dongting said, even if I stand against a million, I will go forth. Some things, after all, must be done by someone. If not me, then someone else. Admiring such character and intellect, Shen Wang bowed to Gu Dongting, conceding with respect. Shen Wang felt respect and a tinge of regret that Gu Dongting, if he were not the big boss and didn't turn evil at the end. The door of the ward opened, and Song Wanqing stepped out, saying, I've spoken to my dad, he agreed to our plan. After Mr. Song regained consciousness and heard from his daughter about the curse, he was initially skeptical, thinking she was desperately seeking help and was deceived. Only when he realized the peace talisman in his hand and felt a heavy burden lift off as he let go of it, as if a massive stone was pressing on him and something was draining from his body, did he believe. He hurriedly picked it up again, only then feeling his breath lighten and a sense of relief. Mr. Song had no choice but to believe. And the person who cast the curse. Mr. Song was reluctant to believe that someone close to him would do such a thing, but he had to accept it. After a brief discussion with his daughter, Mr. Song realized she had matured overnight, handling things logically and methodically. Severely weakened, he entrusted everything to his daughter after noticing her change. Shen Wang stood up straight, then let's get moving. Song Wanqing nodded, and according to the plan they had made, she sent a message to all suspects, asking them to come to the hospital at the same time. Among these people were Mr. Song's former subordinates with whom he had conflicts, friends whose requests for help he had denied, and family members, each with a significant relationship to Mr. Song. Sitting in the ward with her father, Song Wanqing waited for the arrivals, Mr. Song squinting out the window, his face expressionless. Shen Wang played a single-player game on his phone, the sound effects echoing in the quiet ward. Gu Dongting stood upright beside him, almost looking as if he was being punished. Before long, all the suspects arrived outside the ward. Seeing the crowded corridor, they looked at each other with puzzled faces. Mr. Song, is there something you needed? Summoning so many people, they wondered if it was about dividing an inheritance. Not just one person thought this way, the majority present shared the same thought. Mr. Song covered his mouth, coughing weakly. Even lying in bed, his gaze was piercing and sharp. I've called you here because I've found evidence that I was poisoned, which is why I'm bedridden. The culprit who poisoned me is among you. After discussion, Mr. Song did not mention the curse but spoke of being poisoned. I've already called the police. They are investigating, and currently, the most likely suspects are among you. Mr. Song finished in one breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally resting on Song Wanqing. I'm entrusting this matter to her. Song Wanqing's face was stern, unapproachable, looking imposing. Shen Wang and Gu Dongting observed everyone's expressions, finally their gazes simultaneously settled on one person. Shen Wang signaled with his eyes, do you think it's him? Gu Dongting nodded almost imperceptibly, whispering, his expression is off. Upon hearing about the poisoning, others were either surprised or angry, but only he had a subtle expression when hearing about the poisoning, and a flash of guilt crossed his face when hearing about the police. Mr. Song also noticed the problem, gazing intently at that person, slowly closing his eyes, his voice heavy. I thought of everyone, because I had conflicts with them, but only you. I trusted you completely, I never doubted you. Second brother. Uncle Song, the second brother, shifted his eyes, feigning calm. Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Even after waking from a serious illness, Mr. Song's demeanor remained decisive and strong, but now he looked significantly more haggard, his eyes reflecting a world weariness. The others were gradually taken out, leaving only the second uncle. Mr. Song slowly closed his eyes, the image of his younger brother from their youth appearing in his mind. Since we were young, our family was poor. You were more cunning, and our parents doted on you. To support your education, I dropped out early and apprenticed in Sea City. Later, I formed a small team with a few others I learned skills with. The small team grew larger, eventually reaching today's scale. From childhood, whenever you were lazy, I worked for you. When you did something wrong, I took the blame and scoldings. When you didn't want to work, I supported you, bought you a house and a car. Even your child's wedding, I helped arrange. Oh, little brother, how have I wronged you for you to harm me like this? Uncle Song, the second brother, wanted to argue, but under Mr. Song's heavy gaze, he suddenly couldn't speak, anger rising. You think you treated me well, but that's just what you think. You're the CEO, worth tens of millions, billions, and what about me? You just arranged for me to be an ordinary employee, dismissing me with a few thousand yuan a month. You give more to beggars than what you give me. As he spoke, he became increasingly self-righteous. When our parents passed, you promised to take good care of me. And how did you do that? Every month, I have to ask you for money. Have you ever considered my pride? Shen Wang. Asking for money while considering one's pride, what flexible pride. Mr. Song, having given his heart and soul to this brother and supported him for so long, had raised an ingrate. He clutched his chest, gasping in pain. Song Mingxue, I no longer have a brother like you. Uncle Song's eyes flickered in panic. You promised our parents you'd take care of me. Even at this point, he still sought to leech off Mr. Song, Shen Wang thought, astonished at his shamelessness. Gu Dongting stepped forward, speaking coldly, I'm involved in the investigation. You are suspected of attempted murder and need to come with us for questioning. You actually called the police. Uncle Song's heart skipped a beat, stepping back. Seeing Gu Dongting's appearance, he sighed in relief. Gu Dongting's attire didn't resemble that of a police officer. His tone softened, trying to plead, big brother, I was wrong, but you're all right, aren't you? And about the poisoning, you have no evidence. Even if you call the police, they won't find anything. What poisoning? Shen Wang raised an eyebrow, interjecting leisurely, it was clearly a curse. Uncle Song's attempt at a pleasing smile froze on his face. Gu Dongting looked at him, using metaphysical methods to harm others. You don't think that the legal system can't deal with you, do you? Uncle Song completely panicked, blurting out, impossible. He said it would never be discovered, all those previous times. He stopped speaking midway, regretting his words. Shen Wang sharply turned to him, who is a he? Are there others who have been cursed? Uncle Song clenched his teeth, refusing to cooperate. Gu Dongting's eyes were icy. Since you've used metaphysics to harm others, you should know that people like us have ways to make you disappear without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Do you want to try? Hearing this, Uncle Song shuddered and instinctively sought help from Mr. Song, big brother. Shen Wang glanced sideways, unaware that Gu Dongting could also make threats. He had thought that before turning dark, Gu Dongting was just a rigidly upright person, somewhat old-fashioned. The way to increase Gu's brotherly affection, being a good person. The way to gain Shen's favor, being attractive and capable of making threats, so spicy. Chapter 58. Shen Wang, with his old-fashioned rigidity, kept a stern face, continuing to threaten, there are plenty of ways to make you suffer unbearably without any medical detection, just like you tried on your brother, right? Gu Dongting, with his striking looks and icy demeanor, was very convincing when intimidating others. It was hard to believe that privately, he was a benevolent soul, always ready to help and even shared posts about pet adoption. Having witnessed metaphysical harm before, Uncle Song was genuinely frightened by Gu Dongting. No, please, I don't really know that person, he approached me first. I had no idea things would get this serious. He talked about cursing my brother, and I thought it was a joke, so I agreed. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow, interrupting his self-defense. You didn't know if he could truly curse, so you gave him your brother's birth details and even stole his hair and blood. Mr. Song closed his eyes in disappointment. His brother had always been sneaky and thought himself clever. In reality, having not worked for years and living luxuriously off Mr. Song's connections, he had lost even the cunning he used to charm their parents, leaving only selfishness and willfulness. At his age, Mr. Song treated him as a brother and overlooked his faults, but he actually thought others couldn't see through his scheming. Song Wanqing, feeling no affection for this uncle, scoffed, actions and words reflect one's true thoughts. You just wanted something to happen to my dad, thinking I, a girl, would be easy to take advantage of for our family's assets. Uncle Song's true intentions exposed, his face turned ugly, still trying to justify, no, that's not true, I never thought like that, I. Enough, Mr. Song said wearily, waving his hand towards Gu Dongting, handle this situation as you see fit. He was truly tired and didn't want to see this brother again. Uncle Song tried to speak, but Shen Wang stepped forward, resting a hand on his shoulder, smiling, why don't you start by telling us where exactly you placed that curse figurine? Saying this, Shen Wang forcefully escorted Uncle Song out, his grip strong and unyielding. Gu Dongting followed behind, politely closing the ward door. In the ward, Mr. Song held tightly to the small triangular talisman in his hand, sighing deeply, I'm getting old, Wanqing. The company, in the future, will need to be handed over to you. Song Wanqing held Mr. Song's hand, her eyes resolute, Dad, I will learn from you how to manage the company. You need to get better soon, there's still so much I don't know. Mr. Song looked up, both surprised and delighted, you agreed to take over the company. Previously, no matter how Mr. Song tried, his daughter wouldn't budge from her dream of being a comic artist. But now, Song Wanqing had finally relented. Compared to his daughter, his brother meant little. The frustrations in Mr. Song's heart dissipated greatly. If this ordeal made his daughter see some things more clearly, then his suffering wasn't in vain. Shen Wang and Gu Dongting took Uncle Song outside the hospital. Uncle Song did try to struggle, but years of luxury had left him weaker than the young man. He felt Shen Wang's grip like an iron clamp, securely restraining him. Shen Wang's face was smiling, but his eyes held no mirth. Your choice, speak willingly, or should I find a way to make you talk? Just a friendly warning, my methods may not be very civil. Prepare yourself mentally. Uncle Song's face turned pale, you're threatening and intimidating. Misusing private punishment. I'll report you. Report. Shen Wang laughed, and where will you go to report? Gu Dongting's expression was cold as he made a move on Uncle Song. It was a small action, but Uncle Song doubled over in pain, screaming out loud. Shen Wang. This little saint, to everyone's surprise, actually resorted to harsh interrogation. Shen Wang's previous stereotypes were overturned, but far from disliking it, he found himself admiring Gu Dongting even more. Uncle Song didn't know where Gu Dongting had pressed, but he felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, as if a meat grinder was churning inside. His screams drew the attention of passers-by, is he all right? Shen Wang stood by leisurely, he's fine, just a kidney stone. The doctor advised him to walk more. The passers-by showed an understanding look that can be really painful. Uncle Song was sweating profusely, struggling to breathe, nearly fainting. It took a while before the intense pain inside Uncle Song subsided. He looked at Gu Dongting with fear, not daring to meet his eyes again. Gu Dongting looked down at him from above, where did you hide the medium for the curse? This time, Uncle Song dared not hide anything, his voice trembling as he confessed, I hid it in my house. Without hesitation, Shen Wang and Gu Dongting headed straight to Uncle Song's house, finding the cursed figurine hidden in his safe. Holding a palm-sized paper effigy, with birth details and name written on it, blood-stained on the outside and containing several strands of hair inside. Shen Wang commented, you really harbor deep hatred towards your brother. Everything was prepared thoroughly, as if eagerly wishing for his brother's demise. Uncle Song didn't dare to speak, cowering in a corner. Gu Dongting, with a hint of disgust in his eyes, asked Shen Wang, can you handle this? Gu Dongting was more combat skilled, but not very knowledgeable about these unorthodox practices. In such situations, he usually let others more adept at this handle it. Shen Wang tossed the paper effigy, coincidentally, I happen to know a bit about curse techniques. He was most skilled in these unconventional methods. He had Uncle Song fetch a basin of water, into which Shen Wang submerged the paper figure, placing several talismans around it in a pentagonal formation, trapping the effigy within. Bringing his fingers together, Shen Wang channeled a stream of spiritual energy directly into the effigy. The previously motionless paper figure suddenly seemed to come to life, struggling violently. Uncle Song, unable to leave, watched as the white paper figure thrashed in the water like a drowning person, its bloodstains diffusing, sending chills down his spine. He grew even more fearful of Shen Wang and Gu Dongting, cautiously stepping back, one step after another. Shivering uncontrollably. After a few minutes, the movements of the paper figure gradually subsided, its blood color completely washed away. The black inked name and birth details of Mr. Song on it also dissolved, not staining the water but rather blending into it, vanishing without a trace. In the air, there seemed to be a sharp, mournful scream. Once all marks on the white paper figure disappeared, it turned back into an ordinary paper cutout, lightly sinking to the bottom of the basin. The 5 triangular talismans floating around also lost buoyancy and followed suit, sinking to the bottom. Gu Dongting, observing Shen Wang's actions, asked after he finished, is it resolved? Resolved, Shen Wang replied, lifting the damp paper from the water, shaking off the droplets, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This backlash will be enough for him. There were ordinary methods of dealing with it, but Shen Wang preferred not to use them, instead putting effort into creating a backlash for the one who cast the curse. Gu Dongting showed no reaction to this, simply turning his gaze to Uncle Song. Feeling scrutinized, Uncle Song tensed up, swallowing nervously before hurriedly speaking, I really don't know anything else. It was that man who approached me, I had never seen him before, I don't know him at all. Shen Wang pondered for a moment, then asked, you mentioned there were other cursed individuals. Did he reveal any information about them? Uncle Song initially wanted to feign ignorance, but under Gu Dongting's icy stare, he racked his brains and finally managed to say, I remember, he seemed to have mentioned. The man was an average-looking middle-aged person, nondescript in both attire and appearance, except for his sinister eyes and a strangely confident demeanor. The first thing he said to Uncle Song was, do you want to inherit your brother's fortune? At first, Uncle Song thought it was a joke and almost threw him out, but the man stuck a yellow talisman on his face, and Uncle Song became immobile. That was when he realized the man was no ordinary person. Subsequently, Uncle Song followed the man's instructions, providing Mr. Song's birth details and stealing his hair and blood. They didn't meet many times, and there was little communication during those encounters. It was always the man issuing unilateral commands. To gain Uncle Song's trust during their first meeting, the man mentioned he had used this method to deal with some people before. Recalling the conversation, Uncle Song repeated the man's words, "Recently, there's been a troublemaker with the surname Yu." Hearing this, Shen Wang's expression shifted. "Someone surnamed Yu?" Uncle Song nodded timidly. Gu Dongting turned to Shen Wang. "Do you know them?" "Not exactly," Shen Wang replied. "I've met a foolish person with the surname Yu a few times." The only person Shen Wang knew with the surname Yu was Yu Kailiang. In the original story, Yu Kailiang was Tang Jiu's loyal follower who bankrupted himself and gave everything for Tang Jiu. In reality, he also caused a lot of trouble for Shen Wang because of Tang Jiu. Although Shen Wang easily brushed off these troubles, he still found Yu Kailiang annoying and considered him a fool. However, Shen Wang slightly tilted his head, pondering if this matter indeed involved Tang Jiu. What did Yu Kailiang, his subordinate, do to provoke Tang Jiu's action? Shen Wang, foolish person, can't swear in front of the wife. Gu Dongting, confused tilt of the head. JPG, what kind of adjective is foolish person? There's a second update, but no need to wait, it will be published tomorrow morning. Chapter 59. Gu Dongting knew that Shen Wang wouldn't mention someone irrelevant without reason. He asked directly, could this Yu person be related to this case? Shen Wang hesitated, then looking into Gu Dongting's clear eyes, vaguely replied, it's just a speculation. The cursed individuals included Tang Jiu's ex-girlfriend, who had a dispute with him, and a subordinate associated with Tang Jiu. Thinking back to the original story, anyone who crossed Tang Jiu met a tragic end, even company employees who criticized him were fired and blacklisted in the industry. Shen Wang's prime suspect was Tang Jiu. But this was just a guess mixed with his personal feelings, lacking any evidence. Saying it out loud wouldn't be very credible. Gu Dongting, puzzled, what speculation? Why not meet this Yu person you know and find out? Shen Wang chuckled. True, a personal visit might just yield some results. Having made up his mind, Shen Wang turned his gaze to Uncle Song, raising an eyebrow. How should he be dealt with? Feeling his gaze, Uncle Song's heart skipped a beat. Master, I realize my mistake. It was all that man's misleading, his fault. I didn't cause any serious consequences, after all, my brother is my brother. Blood is thicker than water. This is a family matter, there's no need for masters like you to intervene. Gu Dongting merely glanced at him and said, hand him over to the special department. Before the establishment of the special department, the metaphysical world might have been a legal gray area. But after its establishment, the metaphysical world began to develop a set of rules and has been increasingly refined over the years. Saying this and not wanting to hear any more of Uncle Song's excuses, Gu Dongting silenced him. Shen Wang feigned realization, the special department truly is the police station of the metaphysical world. This is attempted murder, isn't it? He should be imprisoned. Uncle Song's eyes widened in shock, not expecting that the state actually had a department to handle such matters. He panicked, trying to plead but unable to speak due to being silenced, unable to utter a single word. He could only be helplessly taken away to the special department. The head of the feng shui department, Shi Yan, had already been informed by Gu Dongting of Uncle Song's actions. Wearing a smile, he personally escorted Uncle Song into the detention room. Turning around, he solemnly promised Gu Dongting, Brother Gu, we will handle this matter seriously. Before the special department was established, there was an unwritten rule in the metaphysical community, cultivators were not allowed to harm ordinary people. Any cultivator who harmed an ordinary person would stand against the entire metaphysical community, becoming a universally condemned rogue and heretic. Gu Dongting nodded, there are other victims. Shen Wang and I will investigate. Shi Yan, watching Shen Wang stand aside, his gaze inscrutable, said, this is a matter for the special department. It's not appropriate to trouble an outsider. Shen Wang responded, I'm paid to handle tasks, it's no trouble. Shi Yan withdrew his gaze, speaking softly to Gu Dongting, should I ask Xia Qingming to accompany you? He's been idling too long. No need, Shen Wang is sufficient. Having said this, Gu Dongting and Shen Wang left without waiting for Shi Yan to object. Shi Yan watched their retreating figures, puffing his cheeks and rolling his eyes. Stepping out of the special department, Shen Wang touched his nose, Minister Shi is really protective over me, like a father fearing his precious daughter being wooed by some guy outside. Shen Wang was puzzled by Shi Yan's wariness, unable to comprehend it. Feeling so scrutinized, he almost wanted to act defiantly, truly eloping with Gu Dongting to confirm Shi Yan's suspicions. Gu Dongting was also confused, he doesn't act like this with others. Gu Dongting was well liked, with admirers and friends in both the special department and the metaphysical association, yet Shi Yan had never shown such behavior towards others. Only towards Shen Wang. Shi Yan's attitude was so strange. Shen Wang and Gu Dongting exchanged glances, both unable to fathom what was going on. We're not even close acquaintances, they both thought at the same time. It was just a mere acquaintance, far from even being ordinary friends. Yu Caoliang's home was near the Tang residence, a distance from the special department, so the two decided to use a department car and borrowed a driver. The driver was a chatterbox, talking non-stop all the way. When the special department was first established, it rigorously cleaned up the metaphysical community, arresting many rogue cultivators who harmed ordinary people. It was like killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and it wasn't long ago, so why would someone take such a risk now? He wore an expression of incomprehension. Shen Wang, however, understood the cultivator's mindset. After achieving a certain level in cultivation, a cultivator's physical strength, mental acuity, martial prowess, even lifespan, are vastly different from ordinary people. Strictly speaking, they are almost like two different species. When you can easily command the elements and move mountains, ordinary people become like ants to you. Would you still care about them? The driver, temporarily assuming the role, gasped, what commanding elements and moving mountains, those are just stories from legends. In modern society, the difference between cultivators and ordinary people isn't that significant. Gu Dongting, with pursed lips, said, even if I reach such a level in cultivation, I would never view people as ants. Shen Wang glanced at Gu Dongting. He actually believed Gu Dongting's words. This person, even after his dark transformation, had only ever targeted cultivators in the metaphysical world and never harmed ordinary people. Unaware of Shen Wang's thoughts, Gu Dongting continued, what makes us human is mutual assistance and the passing down of traditions through generations. If one lacks compassion for the weak, what differentiates them from wild beasts? The driver, Qin Yurong, driving the car, nodded vigorously, right. Brother Gu is absolutely correct. Regretting that he was driving and couldn't applaud, Qin Yurong wished he could give a standing ovation to Gu Dongting's words. Shen Wang smiled, you're right. But not everyone has a kind heart like they do. Moreover, in modern society, cultivators and ordinary people don't differ fundamentally, cultivators are just more arrogant. However, in the world of true cultivation, where cultivators often live for 1,000 years, ordinary people really are like ants, and simply being ignored is already a kind gesture. Shen Wang's response was perfunctory, something both Qin Yurong and Gu Dongting noticed. Qin Yurong wanted to argue, but he forgot what he was going to say when another car sped past them. Gu Dongting observed Shen Wang's profile, lost in thought. Amidst the strange atmosphere, the group arrived at Yucailiang's neighborhood. Entering the neighborhood, Shen Wang inadvertently saw the Tang family's house. He turned his face away in discomfort, his gaze unintentionally falling on a rockery. He suddenly burst into laughter. Following Shen Wang's gaze, Gu Dongting saw nothing. Did you notice something? Didn't notice anything, just remembered someone, Shen Wang asked with interest. In the metaphysical world, is there a cultivator who likes wearing black clothes, wearing a mask, and moves mysteriously? Qin Yurong, always straightforward, commented, black clothes and a mask, and moves mysteriously. Shen, the person you know sounds like no good. Be careful with your words. Gu Dongting glanced at Qin Yurong, who immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. After thinking seriously for a few seconds, Gu Dongting shook his head cautiously. I haven't heard of such a person, but if he intentionally conceals his identity, he might be a famous figure in the metaphysical world. Qin Yurong rolled his eyes. A sneaky figure like that, famous. More likely another rogue cultivator who hides in the shadows. Shen Wang agreed with Gu Dongting. You're right. He is quite skilled. In my opinion, his cultivation might be on par with yours, Brother Gu. Perhaps he has his reasons for hiding his identity. Gu Dongting showed a bit more interest. If someone catches Shen's interest, he must be a person of exceptional character. If fate allows, I might meet him too. Hearing this, Shen Wang imagined the scenario and suddenly laughed. You two, one in black and the other in white, standing together, would you be like a pair of evil spirits or messengers of death? Qin Yurong tried to hold back but couldn't help chuckling as well. While talking, they arrived at Yucailiang's doorstep. Shen Wang, being the only one who knew you, was the first to ring the doorbell. A long time passed, but no one came to open the door. Shen Wang pressed the bell again. Still no response. Only on the third ring did movement appear on the video intercom. Who's there? Yucailiang, in his pajamas, tensed up seeing Shen Wang at the door, his eyes darting around before he opened the door. Shen Wang, ready to explain his visit, was taken aback. That was unexpectedly easy. He thought entering would require some effort, especially since Yucailiang always seemed to dislike him. As the three entered, Yucailiang awkwardly fixed his hair, asking uncomfortably, why are you here? After a moment of thought, Shen Wang tentatively asked, I came to check on you. Are your parents, and you, all right? Nothing wrong. Qin Yurong winced. Is that how you ask someone if they're okay? Aren't we going to be thrown out? Surprisingly, Yucailiang nodded obediently, answering the question, thanks, we're all fine. He used to always be so proud and arrogant, like a proud little rooster. Even when rebuffed by Shen Wang, he would be livid, full of energy and stomping his feet. Yet now, he appeared listless and dispirited. Shen Wang looked him over and asked kindly, what happened to you? Unexpectedly, Shen Wang's question made his eyes well up. Yucailiang kept his head down, stealing glances at Shen Wang, then looked again. His eyes, red and swollen, were filled with unsaid words. Shen Wang. Qin Yurong widened his eyes and quietly moved next to Gu Dongting, whispering, Brother Gu, could Shen Wang be a heartbreaker? Shen Wang sharply turned and glared at Qin Yurong. Startled, Qin Yurong quickly straightened up, pretending he hadn't said anything. Turning back, Shen Wang said irritably, young master, I haven't wronged you, have I? It's always you who's been troubling me. Even when Yucailiang's troublemaking was not particularly smart, Shen Wang didn't bother retaliating, at most just rebuffing him without seeking revenge. If those Shen Wang had previously wronged knew this, they'd surely be surprised that the once vengeful Shen Wang had turned over a new leaf. Hearing Shen Wang's words, Yucailiang suddenly burst into tears, dropping to his knees. Shen Wang, I'm sorry, it was me. I wronged you. Shen Wang's pupils constricted. Even the composed Gu Dongting involuntarily stepped back. Qin Yurong gasped, muttering, Brother Gu, I was wrong. Shen Wang isn't the heartbreaker, he's the heartbroken. Shen Wang almost laughed in exasperation, not bothering to correct Qin Yurong. Yucailiang, what are you playing at? Kneeling, Yucailiang sobbed and choked out his confession. I used to think you were illegitimate, so I always troubled you, bullied you, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were the real young master of the Tang family. They treated you so badly, and I even spoke ill of you. The drama between Shen Wang and the Tang family was well known, so Yucailiang naturally learned the truth. Shen Wang was the Tang family's biological child, while Tang Jiu was the one switched at birth. Still reeling from shock and unable to compose himself, the internet exploded with the revelations of Mr. and Mrs. Tang's mistreatment of Shen Wang, as well as Tang Jiu's notorious playboy antics. Yucailiang's long-admired Tang Jiu turned out to be such a person, causing the grand image he had of Tang Jiu to crumble. After learning the truth, reflecting on his own actions towards Shen Wang filled Yucailiang with immense regret. When Shen Wang was brought back to the Tang family, he was unloved by his parents and had a false brother who despised him. In such a difficult situation, Yucailiang still often troubled him and spoke ill of him. Yucailiang regretted his past actions and wanted to apologize to Shen Wang but lacked the courage, living each day in anguish and remorse. Now, with Shen Wang seeking justice at his doorstep, Yucailiang's mind was in chaos, and without a second thought, he knelt to apologize. Hearing Yucailiang's confession, Gu Dongting's gaze towards Shen Wang subtly shifted, realizing that Shen Wang, whom he always saw as resilient, once lived such a life. Everyone has their weaknesses. Gu Dongting thought of his own warm and harmonious family, a flicker of emotion passing in his eyes before quickly being concealed without Shen Wang noticing. Qin Yurong, who had also followed Shen Wang's story, was unaware of these details, showing sympathy and even wanting to give Shen Wang a hug. Shen Wang himself. Shen Wang, your petty tricks never caused me any harm. You don't need to overthink it. With Yu Caoyang's intelligence, aside from occasional snide remarks and petty actions like secretly throwing away Shen Wang's blanket or isolating him with other rich kids, he didn't really impact Shen Wang. It was all insignificant to Shen Wang and not worth his concern. And now, without Shen Wang actually doing much, Yu Caoyang was the one in tears. Yu Caoyang cried even harder, Shen, you're truly a good person. I was blind before, prejudiced against you. I'm sorry for siding with that scoundrel Tang Jiu against you. Shen Wang, you've broken ties with Tang Jiu. Yu Caoyang nodded vehemently, he doesn't deserve to be my brother. I've already cut off our relationship to his face. Shen Wang further asked, what about your family's relationship with his? If he remembered correctly, the Yu and Tang families had business dealings. Yu Caoyang continued nodding, yes. Not a single good person in the Tang family. Their conduct is despicable, not trustworthy to partner with. I persuaded my father to terminate our contract with them. He even sounded proud, it's because of their scandalous behavior that we terminated the contract. They even had to pay us a penalty for breach of contract. Alright, Shen Wang was now certain that the surname Yu was likely this Yu. Yu Caoyang was still kneeling and apologizing. Shen Wang, growing irritated, said, stop kneeling, get up. His voice was deep, carrying an authoritative tone when impatient. Yu Caoyang's mind hadn't caught up, but his body instinctively stood up quickly. He looked earnestly at Shen Wang, thank you, Shen. You're really a good person. I wronged you, and you're not even angry. Maybe you should hit me to vent your anger, I promise I won't fight back. Shen Wang, half amused and half annoyed, said, what are you, a masochist? If I hit you, believe me, with your frail body, one punch from me and you'd be dead. Yu Caoyang's eyes widened in terror, his voice trembling, he shut his eyes tightly, it's fine. Just hit me, I can take it. Shen Wang. Gu Dongting stepped forward, gently tugging at Shen Wang's hand, and asked, are your parents in good health? Compared to Shen Wang, Gu Dongting's demeanor was icy. His question left Yu Caoyang with no room for hesitation, who immediately replied, they're fine, it's just that my dad recently collapsed due to overwork. It had to be Gu Dongting who took the initiative, concise and to the point, just one word, quick. Shen Wang's eyes gleamed as he looked at Gu Dongting. Gu Dongting continued, how is your father now, and where is he? Yu Caoyang, unsure how the conversation shifted from his confession to his father, didn't dare to ask and honestly answered, the doctor said it might be due to overworking recently. My mom has insisted he go to a sanatorium for rest. Take us to see your father. Yu Caoyang glanced at Shen Wang, feeling indebted to him. Regardless of what Shen Wang wanted to do to him, he wouldn't resist, but... Yu Caoyang tearfully said, Shen, I'm sorry for what I did to you, but my dad is innocent. Could you please spare my dad and just target me? Shen Wang. At that moment, he really wanted to pry open Yu Caoyang's head to see what was inside. Shen Wang irritably explained, I'm just going to visit him, visit. Do you understand? So fierce. Yu Caoyang shrank back, nodding vigorously, I understand, I understand. Pulling Yu Caoyang into the car, the group of four drove towards the sanatorium. Qin Yurong and Yu Caoyang sat in the front, while Shen Wang and Gu Dongting sat in the back. Shen Wang, looking out the window, suddenly felt a light touch on his hand. Startled, he turned to look at Gu Dongting. Gu Dongting patted his hand, a gesture of comfort. Shen Wang was momentarily confused, almost thinking Gu Dongting was flirting with him, but realized the concern in the other's eyes. Gu Dongting seemed to think that Yu Caoyang's presence had reminded Shen Wang of unwanted memories, affecting his mood. Amused and slightly annoyed, Shen Wang never knew he appeared so fragile in Gu Dongting's eyes. In Gu Dongting's view, Shen Wang, a little pitiable, needing comfort. In Shen Wang's view, Gu Dongting, a saintly figure, overflowing with kindness. Both of them viewing each other through quite intense filters. Chapter 60. Shen Wang helplessly conveyed through his eyes to Gu Dongting that he was not in a bad mood. Only then did Gu Dongting remove his hand, placing it on his own knee, looking somewhat docile at first glance. The two sat silently in the back seat as if nothing had happened. None noticed their subtle interactions. Yet. Shen Wang placed his other hand over the one Gu Dongting had touched, feeling oddly sentimental. His hand is so cold, truly like jade. This thought briefly crossed Shen Wang's mind before he quickly dismissed it. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, creating only a tiny ripple, leaving nothing behind. The sanatorium where Yu's father was located was in a small town on the outskirts of City C. By the time the group arrived, it was evening, with the setting sun leaving behind a faint glow of twilight. Yu Caoyang had already informed his father of their visit, and Yu's father had the staff prepare dinner in advance, waiting for their arrival. Yu's father was an elegant and dignified middle-aged man with pale lips and bloodshot eyes, appearing somewhat unwell. He smiled at Shen Wang and the others, greeting them, welcome to visit. The scenery here is quite nice. You young people might like it, feel free to stay longer. Shen Wang also smiled, I came to see Mr. Yu. Yu Caoyang, standing behind Shen Wang with his neck retracted, didn't dare to make a sound. Yu's father looked up, glancing at his son who was as timid as a quail, but his smile remained, since you're Caoyang's friend, whatever it is, I'll do my best to help. I'm Shen Wang, you might have heard of me, Shen Wang said directly. Hearing this name, Yu's father's eyelid twitched. Ever since Shen Wang was brought back to the Tang family, Yu's father had heard of him and was aware of the rumors about the illegitimate child, but as the CEO of a company, he didn't indulge in gossip like the younger generation. The Tang family never allowed Shen Wang to appear in public, so Yu's father had never seen Shen Wang's true face, only hearing about him through his son. Yu Caoyang used to dislike Shen Wang, so his words about him were never kind. After the true and false young master incident was exposed, Yu's father was busy minimizing the impact of his cooperation with the Tang family and didn't have time to follow online gossip. Now seeing Shen Wang in person, Yu's father's first thought was, the Tang family ignored such a person and chose a false son instead, truly blinded by folly. Outwardly, Yu's father's expression didn't change, the curve of his lips unaltered. So, you are young Shen. Kai Liang often mentioned you. Do you need something from me this time? Maybe he wants my help to take back the Tang family. Speculating thus, Yu's father composed his words, thinking about how to refuse. I'm here to save you. Yu's father smiled. Young Shen, it's not that I don't want to help, but your family matters are not something I can intervene in. Huh. Yu's father was stunned. Yu Kailiang instantly looked up, exclaiming, you're not here to complain. Shen Wang glanced at Yu Kailiang silently and continued to Yu's father, have you been having continuous nightmares lately, experiencing hallucinations, feeling unbearably heavy? Yu's father instinctively looked at his son, yes, there's been a lot going on recently, and the pressure has been immense. Shen Wang casually remarked, oh, that means you've been cursed. I'm here to lift the curse. Yu's father. Yu Kailiang. Yu Kailiang was baffled, Shen, what are you talking about? What curse? Are you playing with us? Seeing their disbelief, Qin Yurong stepped forward and vividly explained the situation with the Song family. Concluding, he said, the younger brother of the Song family said someone with the surname Yu was also cursed. Since Shen knows Yu Kailiang, we came to check. And guess what happened? Qin Yurong's words left Yu Kailiang dumbfounded, who dumbly followed up, what happened? Turns out your dad was indeed cursed. My Shen is brilliant and valiant, always spot on. Qin Yurong gave Shen Wang a thumbs up. Hearing his words, Yu's father and son exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. Yu's father, I've been cursed. Yu Kailiang, our curse is real. The voice contained 4 parts shock, 4 parts disbelief, and 2 parts inexplicable excitement. Yu's father glared at his son sternly, then, trying to politely decline, said, young Shen, it's not that I don't believe you, but I'm really just stressed, leading to psychological issues. It has nothing to do with curses. He didn't believe in curses at all, considering them mere fabrications to fool people. He even started to think about how to deal with his simple-minded son, easily deceived by others. Shen Wang didn't waste words and directly placed a talisman on Yu's father's forehead. The yellow talisman fluttered, and Yu's father was frozen on the spot. Yu Kailiang also paused, then burst into laughter. Haha, Dad, you look like a zombie frozen in a TV show, ha ha ha. Yu's father's face turned from pale to dark, realizing the son was truly hopeless. Just as he was about to get angry, the talisman suddenly ignited without fire, and it seemed like something around Yu's father was burnt, emitting a twist of black smoke. As the ashes of the talisman scattered, Yu's father astonishingly found that his body, which had been uncomfortable recently, suddenly felt much lighter, and the nagging pain in his head seemed to be lifted, leaving him feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Yu's father even let out a sigh, half closing his eyes in comfort, emitting a moan of enjoyment. After the moment of unexpected comfort, Yu's father came back to his senses, seeing the odd looks from the younger ones. His face reddened, and he hurriedly asked, young Shen. Mr. Shen, what just happened? Having been so certain in his disbelief, he was metaphorically slapped in the face in just one round. Embarrassed and shocked, Yu's father never thought that there were things in this world that science couldn't explain, and they had surprisingly happened to him. With undeniable proof, Yu's father had no ground for argument, and he respectfully bowed his head to Shen Wang, pretending nothing had happened. From the moment the talisman self-ignited, Yu Kailiang held his breath, eyes wide. Yu's father couldn't see it, but he noticed the dramatic change in his father's complexion in just a blink. It was as if the firelight dispelled a layer of fog, burning away the dust, rejuvenating Yu's father. Shen, you can actually do this. Yu Kailiang was astounded. Shen Wang, observing their expressions, said indifferently, I came here to save you. The same sentence, when he said it earlier, Yu's father thought he was a boastful and impolite teenager. Now, repeating it, Yu's father's attitude changed completely, his heart steadied, looking at Shen Wang as if he had seen a light. Yu's father immediately followed up with questions, one after the other, thank you, Mr. Shen. Can you tell me what exactly is happening to me? How did I get cursed? Who is cursing me? Is my life in danger? Now realizing the urgency, Qin Yurong chuckled, with Shen and brother Gu here, just relax and cooperate with our investigation. Only then did Yu's father breathe a sigh of relief, quickly inviting Shen Wang and the others inside. The expensive sanatorium was lavishly decorated, with Yu's father's room spacious like a suite in a 5-star hotel, complete with a bedroom, a living room, and even a dining room. Inviting Shen Wang and the others to take the main seats in the living room, Yu's father earnestly asked, Mr. Shen, you said you came to save me. May I ask how you plan to do it? Shen Wang had observed that the curse on Yu's father was different from the one on Mr. Song. The curse on Mr. Song was extremely targeted, horrifyingly effective, and maliciously intended, capable of killing the cursed individual in a short time. However, the curse on Yu's father was less potent, accumulating over many years before it could be fatal. Compared to Mr. Song's, Yu's father's curse was easier to break. After thinking, Shen Wang informed them about the curse and then suddenly said, I offer you 2 choices. Yu's father straightened his back, I'd like to hear more. He was covered in cold sweat. He initially thought it was just a minor psychological issue. Who could have imagined that it would threaten his life in a year or 2? Fortunately, he had a foolish son. Fools often have their own luck. Yu's father felt immensely relieved. Unaware of his inner fears, Shen Wang laid out the options. First, I can directly lift the curse from you, and this matter will be over. Yu's father's eyebrows twitched slightly, he remained silent, waiting for Shen Wang to reveal the second option. Second, I won't immediately lift the curse. Instead, I'll use it to trace back to the person who cursed you. Yu's father took a deep breath, with the second option, is my life in danger? Shen Wang slightly lifted his chin, his tone arrogant, I can assure you, with me here, you won't face any danger. After hesitating only a few seconds, Yu's father made his decision, I choose the second option. Immediately lifting the curse would certainly give him relief, but if the one who cursed him wasn't found, who could guarantee they wouldn't strike again? Would he be lucky enough to be saved next time? Having navigated the business world, Yu's father's forte was discerning people's character and taking calculated risks. The confidence and pride emanating from Shen Wang convinced Yu's father that he had the capability to control the situation. Shen Wang smiled and extended a hand towards him, Mr. Yu, a pleasure to collaborate. Pleasure doing business. After dinner, the group spent the night at the sanatorium. After carefully examining the curse within Yu's father, Shen Wang had a plan in mind. He instructed Yu's father on a few things before yawning and heading to his room to rest. It had been a busy day, running around and expending magical power to lift the curse on Mr. Song, leaving him utterly exhausted. Arriving at his room's door, Shen Wang was surprised to find Gu Dongting standing by the corridor window, seemingly waiting for someone. He hesitated briefly, then approached. "Are you waiting for me?" Gu Dongting, in his dignified white robe, looked different under the dim and ambiguous lighting, his usually cold demeanor softened into a strange allure. "Why use Mr. Yu to trace the person behind the curse?" Shen Wang, ah. Gu Dongting's gaze was direct, a mix of simple inquiry and accusation. "Tracing the mastermind is our responsibility, and Mr. Yu is just an ordinary person." Shen Wang understood. Gu Dongting thought involving Yu's father was inappropriate and came to question him about it. Shen Wang frowned, explaining, "Starting from him is the fastest way to find the person who cast the curse. Letting the special department investigate every suspect could take forever." Chapter 61. Rubbing his forehead, Shen Wang further clarified, "It's the quickest method to find the culprit through him. Having the special department screen each potential suspect would take an indefinite amount of time." Gu Dongting spoke slowly. "He's just an ordinary person. If anything goes wrong." Shen Wang understood his concern, leaning against the door and smiling. "Don't worry, if I propose this plan, I'm confident in it." After hearing this, Gu Dongting fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "We should try not to involve ordinary people in such matters." Agreeing with his insistence, Shen Wang readily nodded. "All right, I understand." His admission of error was sincere. Gu Dongting, about to elaborate, paused, then unexpectedly chuckled with a mix of resignation and barely noticeable indulgence. "You really?" Shen Wang looked back, puzzled, and then smiled as well. While smiling, he thought that people who seldom smile indeed look more attractive when they do. That night, Shen Wang slept comfortably, waking up with a vague recollection of having a pleasant dream, though he couldn't remember the specifics. To avoid further complications, early the next day, Shen Wang went to find Yu's father. Yu's father, first time encountering such mystical activities, was very nervous. "Do I need to prepare anything? Incense, yellow robes, glutinous rice. Do I need bells?" Shen Wang was speechless. "Do you think we are performing a shamanic ritual? Please don't be superstitious." Yu's father's expression twisted momentarily. "Sorry, I misunderstood." He watched Shen Wang place talismans around the room and wanted to retort with, "Who are you to say don't be superstitious?" But with his life in someone else's hands, he suppressed the urge to complain, rubbing his hands while waiting for Shen Wang to set up. Once everything was ready, Shen Wang motioned for Yu's father to stand in the center of the room. Gu Dongting, with a look of concern, "Do you need my help?" No, Shen Wang was about to refuse, but noticing Gu Dongting's gaze, he changed his mind. "Stand outside and guard for me." Gu Dongting seriously nodded and took his position at the door. Qin Yurong, a distinguished leader of the righteous path reduced to doorkeeping. "Shen Wang, do you really think this is appropriate?" Qin Yurong's inner frustration went unnoticed as he grumbled and stood next to Gu Dongting, also assuming the role of a guardian. Inside the room, Shen Wang's demeanor shifted, losing his usual laid-back air. "Are you ready?" Shen Wang's appearance was exceptionally handsome, usually overshadowed by his casual demeanor. Now, with a sudden stern expression, he overwhelmed Yu's father, who was caught off guard. It was only after Shen Wang repeated the question that Yu's father hurriedly nodded. Ready." Yu's father, usually assertive in business, now resembled a student before a teacher in front of Shen Wang, respectful and apprehensive. Shen Wang bit his own index finger, pressing it to Yu's father's forehead. As his spiritual energy flowed, talismans on the floor rose gently, floating and intertwining in the air, forming a cocoon-like shape around Yu's father. Shen Wang's blood from the fingertip entered Yu's father's body. The previously immobile talisman suddenly began moving rapidly, increasing in speed until they produced a whooshing sound in the air. Elsewhere, a middle-aged man sleeping in his bedroom suddenly screamed, rolling off the bed. Opening his eyes with a hoarse voice, he exclaimed, "Who interfered with the curse I cast? Who is it that's opposing me?" The middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, had suffered a backlash from a curse he cast the day before, causing him intense pain. After struggling the entire day and finally overcoming the backlash, he fell into an exhausted sleep. The middle-aged man hadn't been asleep for long when someone else triggered his curse. Learning from the previous day's bitter experience, the man didn't hesitate. He sat down cross-legged on the spot, exerting all his strength to resist the intruder. Sensing the resistance, Shen Wang sneered, still daring to resist. The talisman suddenly ignited, little flames swirling around Shen Wang and Yu's father. Qin Yurong, observing the movements in the room, couldn't help commenting, "Apart from their significance, these little flames are quite beautiful." Gu Dongting suddenly spoke up. "He not only masters formations but also creates talismans." Qin Yurong nodded subconsciously, "Yes." As he finished speaking, he sharply inhaled in shock. He hadn't realized before, but now noticed the high quality of these talismans. If Shen Wang drew them himself, his talent was terrifying. Even more terrifying was that this man could casually use a purification formation lost to the mystic world for ages, and of high quality at that. Dual mastery of talisman and formation. Qin Yurong's eyes widened in realization, recalling the shrewd head of the feng shui department. No wonder Shi Yan was almost flattering him. If it were just high cultivation, only he would be powerful, but his talismans and formations, if properly utilized, could enhance the combat strength of many. Glancing between Shen Wang and Gu Dongting, Qin Yurong made a difficult decision. "Brother Gu." Gu Dongting's gaze lingered on Shen Wang, sparing no attention for Qin Yurong. Qin Yurong coughed twice. "Shen seems to like you quite a bit. You try to get along well with him, be good friends." Gu Dongting finally glanced at Qin Yurong, his brow slightly furrowed, puzzled. Scratching his head, Qin Yurong chuckled. "If you two get along well, maybe our special department can get a discount on talismans." Gu Dongting returned his focus away, not uttering a word. The attitude was already very clear. Qin Yurong, accustomed to the coldness, chuckled to himself, his eyes almost gleaming green as he gazed at the burning talismans. Yu's father, frightened by the spectacle Shen Wang created, had his heart pounding like thunder, nearly fainting. He was considering a heart checkup at the hospital after everything was over when the talismans burned out completely. The whooshing sound ceased abruptly, leaving only a thin layer of light gray ash on the ground, with no odd smell in the air. Yu's father, extremely nervous, cautiously asked, Shen. Master Shen. Was it an intermission? Shen Wang clapped his hands, it's over. Yu's father. He had braced himself for suffering, but that was it. Just standing still, no pain, and it's done. Shen Wang stepped out of the room, saying to Gu Dongting, I used my blood to reverse the curse back. I can sense his location now. But the further the distance, the blurrier the sensation. I can only sense that he's in Sea City. Gu Dongting, that's enough. Do you need to rest? Shen Wang, smiling, replied, no need. I prepared rigorously, thinking he was powerful, but his strength wasn't that great after all. It hardly took any effort. Yu's father followed, his expression anxious, am I all right now? Shen Wang glanced at him, sort of. What does sort of mean? Yu's father's heart pounded, tears almost falling, did the ritual fail? No, Shen Wang said, it's just that the curse on you hasn't been completely unveiled. We need to find the other party to fully lift it. Seeing Yu's father's frightened and haggard appearance, Qin Yurong kindly comforted, don't be afraid. Although the curse hasn't been fully lifted, its effects are almost nullified since Shen reversed it back. Even if it's not lifted, it won't be a problem. Yu's father. Who the hell wants to live forever with a ticking time bomb attached to them? Finally, after discussing, they decided it was best to resolve the matter soon and headed straight back to Sea City. Yu's father also wanted to follow them, and Shen Wang did not refuse. Yu's father hurried to wake up Yu Kailiang, who was still sleeping in, choosing to ride in Shen Wang's public bus instead of his own luxury car. When boarding, Yu's father eagerly opened the driver's seat door, Master, you rest, I'll drive. Part-time driver Qin Yurong, someone's actually taking his job. Shen Wang was indifferent about who drove and casually agreed. Qin Yurong. In the end, the five of them crammed into the car, with Yu's father and son in the driver and passenger seats, while Shen Wang, Gu Dongting, and Qin Yurong sat in the back. Perhaps to gain favor with Shen Wang, Qin Yurong chose to sit next to Shen, squeezing him into the middle seat. Shen Wang, with Qin Yurong on his left and Gu Dongting on his right, glanced from side to side, subtly shifting closer to Gu Dongting. Compared to the somewhat non-mainstream looking Qin Yurong with his blonde hair, Shen preferred being closer to Gu Dongting. Yu Kailiang, woken up, was shocked to learn about his father's half-resolved curse, lamenting, Dad, Shen, why didn't you wake me up? He regretted missing a rare chance to witness a mystical ritual because he overslept. Yu's father, focused on driving, chided, that's what you get for lazing around till noon. Look at your mother and me, we're up by 5 or 6 in the morning. Dad. Yu Kailiang protested, you and Mom are successful and older, naturally you sleep less. I'm still a college student. If I don't sleep now, will I end up sleepless like you? Yu's father retorted, what nonsense. Did college teach you to talk back to your parents? The Yu father and son bickered noisily, like a comedic duo. Shen Wang and Gu Dongting squeezed together, shoulder to shoulder, arm to arm, both feeling somewhat uneasy. Shen had been physically close with Li Pingping and his other underlings, but being this close to Gu Dongting felt oddly different, not unpleasant, but an unexplainable discomfort. He subtly sniffed, the small space filled with the light scent of Gu Dongting's clothes and another faint, unique fragrance. Shen had sensed this delicate fragrance many times before, but it was always fleeting, disappearing before he could fully grasp it. This time, he finally caught the scent and leaned toward Gu Dongting's neck, whispering, Senior brother, you smell nice. What cologne are you using? Born with a naturally cool body temperature, Gu Dongting found Shen's warmth too intense. Shen's breath on his earlobe caused it to blush faintly red. Shifting uncomfortably, he pretended to look out the window, I don't use cologne. Unaware, Gu Dongting's movement exposed his neck and ear completely to Shen Wang. Feeling a playful touch on his earlobe, Gu Dongting heard Shen's low, amused chuckle, why is your ear turning red? He's surprisingly shy, kind of cute. As Shen spoke, the round, pink-tinged earlobe deepened to a vivid crimson, inviting a mischievous thought of whether a gentle bite might draw out beads of blood. Chapter 62. In the world of mysticism, Gu Dongting was like an unapproachable flower on a high cliff, rarely approached by anyone. Even family members wouldn't speak so close to his ear. This new sensation was intriguing yet not unpleasant, though somewhat embarrassing. Gu feigned composure, it's too hot. Immediately, Yu's father, still bantering with his son, chimed in, I'll lower the air conditioning a bit more, it is quite warm today. Not mentioning that the air conditioning had already been set very low since they got into the car. Gu Dongting, with a stern face, responded, thank you. Shen Wang, struggling to suppress a smile, leaned slightly on Gu's shoulder and whispered, indeed, it is a bit hot today. He sounded partly serious, but the rest was all in jest. For the first time, Gu Dongting experienced a loss for words and abruptly turned, giving Shen a quick glance. For the first time, a hint of annoyance flickered in those ever-calm, untroubled eyes. That fleeting emotion caused Gu Dongting's icy facade to melt away, revealing an unwittingly captivating vulnerability. Shen Wang's gaze shifted subtly, halting his teasing. It was unclear whether he stopped out of tact or guilt. Under Shen's direction, the Yu father and son drove back to Sea City. Their expressions grew increasingly perplexed as they approached a familiar neighborhood, stiffening as they entered a particular community. Qin Yurong scratched his head in confusion, peering out the window, isn't this the place from yesterday? Indeed, they were in the very neighborhood where Yu Xiaoyang's home was located. Having learned of Mr. Song's ordeal, Yu's father had braced himself for the possibility that the curse might have been cast by someone close to him. But entering the neighborhood confirmed his suspicions, stirring an uncontrollable anger in his eyes. Stepping out of the car, Shen Wang followed his instincts, his surroundings growing more familiar until he stopped before a house, clicking his tongue. Yu Kailiang exclaimed in shock, the Tang family. The house they had stopped at belonged to none other than the Tang family. Yu's father, staring at the familiar place, asked heavily, Master Shen, are you sure the person who cast the curse is in there? Shen Wang closed his eyes to sense his surroundings and affirmed, it's here. The Yu family had cooperated with the Tang family for years and had a good relationship until they discovered the Tang's lack of integrity, leading to the termination of their partnership. This was a typical business decision, both logically and ethically. Yu's father never imagined that the Tang family would be the ones to target him. Qin Yurong pondered before saying, the Tang family established their standing in the metaphysical world with their special talisman papers, becoming elders in the Metaphysical Association, a position that holds prestige nationwide. However, their descendants have been declining in ability. Not only are their cultivation levels low, but even the talismans they produce are far less effective than before. Nowadays, the Tang family finds themselves in an awkward situation. Although they are nominally one of the top 10 metaphysical families, they are no longer recognized as such in reality. Hearing Qin Yurong's words, everyone present showed varied expressions. Shen Wang slightly raised his eyebrows and chuckled. No wonder they are so desperate to revitalize their family. They even forsook their biological son in favor of a fake son who was capable of cultivation, all for the sake of family revival. Yu Kailiang, unable to hide his astonishment, asked, Master Qin, what do you mean? Are you saying that the Tang family has always been involved in these things? Qin Yurong nodded, yes. Yu Kailiang fell silent for a few seconds before speaking with difficulty, then Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu is also one of us in the circle, confirmed Qin Yurong. For a moment, Yu Kailiang didn't know what to say. His mind was a mix of emotions as he bitterly smiled, I never knew. He never knew that the Tang family was a metaphysical family. He never knew Tang Jiu practiced metaphysics. Even though he realized after the true and false heir incident that Tang Jiu was not the person he thought he knew, Yu Kailiang was shocked to discover that Tang Jiu had concealed such a significant aspect of his life, never breathing a word of it to him. Yu Kailiang couldn't help feeling downcast. It was only then that he finally understood why Tang Jiu, despite coming from a similar background, always maintained a distant aloofness, exuding an air of arrogance. Yu Kailiang used to think that Tang Jiu's pride stemmed from his academic excellence, feeling inferior in every aspect. Now, he mumbled to himself, perhaps, we were never on the same path. From their very first encounter as children, Tang Jiu never really considered him a friend. Yu's father, witnessing his son's despondence, was too shocked and furious to offer comfort. After all, it was he who had encouraged his son to befriend Tang Jiu and sought to build a rapport with Tang's father, only to unknowingly invite a wolf into their home. Taking a deep breath, Yu's father realized that his family had probably been a joke in the eyes of the Tangs. Qin Yurong stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. The door opened to reveal Tang Jiu, who was taken aback at the sight of Shen Wang, Qin Yurong, and the Yu family standing together. Qin Yurong immediately flashed his badge, Special Department Investigation. We suspect you're harboring a malevolent practitioner and need to conduct a search. Tang Jiu's eyes flickered, but he remained at the doorway, harboring a malevolent practitioner. Do you have any proof? Qin Yurong, accustomed to dealing with obstinate suspects, replied unflinchingly, in a Special Department investigation, everyone must cooperate unconditionally. Failure to do so will result in my reporting to my superiors for enforced compliance. Tang Jiu's eyes twitched. Backed by the government, Qin Yurong's authority left him no choice but to reluctantly step aside. However, as Qin Yurong entered, Tang Jiu blocked the others, you're from the Special Department, so I'll allow your search. But the rest, as far as I know, aren't department personnel, right? Tang Jiu's gaze met Shen Wang's, his eyes brimming with hostility. Shen Wang quickly hid behind Gu Dongting, whimpering, he's so scary, I'm really frightened. Gu Dongting. Everyone else. Gu Dongting spoke calmly, Mr. Yu and his son are victims and family members. Shen Wang is a consultant affiliated with the Special Department. Shen Wang nodded enthusiastically, gloatingly adding, Gu Shixiong is absolutely right. Tang Jiu was infuriated by Shen Wang's attitude, yet he was powerless to do anything. Watching Tang Jiu begrudgingly step aside, Shen Wang strutted into the house he had once lived in for a few months with an air of triumph. The Tang residence looked the same as before, and Shen Wang casually headed towards the guest room after a quick glance around. But just a few steps in, Tang Jiu swiftly blocked his path. Shen Wang, do your search, but there's no need to disturb our Tang family's guests. Tang Jiu emphasized the words Tang family, making it abundantly clear that it was his domain, not Shen Wang's. Tang Jiu, harboring malevolent practitioners, who knows where you've hidden them? I need to check everywhere, retorted Shen Wang with a smirk. Even if you gave me this dump, I wouldn't take it. Qin Yurong nodded in agreement, adding, we're just doing our job. Not everyone is covetous like you. Tang Jiu's breath hitched at Qin Yurong's words, his gaze turning icy as he started to retort, only to be cut off. Tang Daoyu, your special talismans are sold through the Xuanxue Association and the Special Department, right? Qin Yurong said with a smile. You know, the association is just that, an association. After all, it's the Special Department that's the official governing body for practitioners. In this tense atmosphere, the guest room door suddenly opened. A plain-looking middle-aged man stepped out, get your servants to prepare some food for me. As soon as he saw Shen Wang, Gu Dongting, and the others, his expression changed drastically. Shen Wang's eyes lit up and he shouted, that's him. Gu Shixiong, it's all yours. Before anyone could grasp what Shen Wang meant, Gu Dongting had already drawn his sword, a chilling blade gleaming. The men instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding Gu Dongting's attack, and exclaimed in disarray, Gu Dongting. In the entire world of Xuanxue, only Gu Dongting wore such striking white robes, had such a youthfully excessive appearance, and a sword aura almost piercing the skies. Gu Dongting's swordsmanship was unrivaled, leaving no one a chance to escape from under his blade. Despite the man's desperate attempts to flee, he was ultimately pinned down by a long sword at his throat, kneeling on the ground. He tried to defend himself, Gu Qianbei, I don't know what I did wrong to warrant your personal intervention. I assure you, I will fully cooperate with any investigation. Gu Dongting maintained control over him, radiating a chilling sword intent all around. Shen Wang stepped forward, looking down at the men, where did you acquire such knowledge? Curses. Witchcraft. Or maybe the art of hexing. The man's pupils dilated, suddenly looking at Shen Wang, it's you. The one who had broken 2 of his curses. Yes, it's me, Shen Wang admitted with a slight smile. I see the cloudiness in your eyes and the Yin energy on you. Tomb Raider, aren't you? In your youth, you made your fortune through tomb raiding, betraying and murdering your comrades over unequal loot distribution, leaving them buried in the ancient tombs. While you, inadvertently acquiring a fragment of a legacy, learned the art of cursing. Are you doing this for money? No. Shen Wang pondered for a few seconds, calculating, you don't lack money, but having been in the Xuanxue world for years, you've remained insignificant. You needed a backer. Shen Wang's voice wasn't loud, but as he continued, the man's complexion turned increasingly pale. How could you possibly know all this? The sword blade at his neck pressed slightly, nicking his skin. The man inhaled sharply, filled with regret. Damn it, he'd spoken too much. As he regretted his slip, he was also struck with astonishment. Those past events, by all means, should have been buried with the bodies of his comrades in the sunless ancient tombs. How could this young man possibly know about those things? Shen Wang straightened up and spoke nonchalantly. Do you think the saying, heaven's net is wide but lets nothing through, refers to surveillance cameras? The man looked up at Shen Wang, his sinister eyes filled with a hint of confusion. The paths you've walked and the deeds you've done never truly disappear. Those karmic effects are hidden on your face. Shen Wang looked down at the man. One day, karma will come full circle. This man had committed countless evils, responsible for more than one death, and deserved no pity. But there was still one thing. Shen Wang turned to Tang Jiu, his gaze seemingly curious yet scrutinizing. The Tang family, hiring assassins to kill, how should that be dealt with? Tang Jiu's face changed, blurting out, I don't know anything about this. Chapter 63. Don't know. As these 3 words were uttered, everyone present laughed. Qin Yurong was blunt, whether you know it or not, your words aren't enough. Come with us. Before taking Tang Jiu and the middle-aged man to the special department, Shen Wang remembered to lift the curse from Yu's father. He didn't avoid anyone and lifted the curse right before everyone's eyes. He did it so effortlessly that the middle-aged man who cast the curse widened his eyes, bloodshot with disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. I've studied for decades, and no one has ever broken my curse. How can you? Who exactly are you? Perhaps out of sheer frustration, the man, yelling, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. Qin Yurong, pressing down on the man, said with disgust, could you give a warning before vomiting blood? Don't you know it's disgusting, having no sense of public decency at all? Shen Wang also hurriedly pulled Gu Dongting back several steps. Exactly, lacking manners is one thing, but to be so narrow-minded. Getting so angry at the sight of a genius that you vomit blood, if you met a few more, would you just die of anger? The already internally injured middle-aged man, unable to bear their words, vomited another small pool of blood. Yu Kailiang, dumbfounded and then awestruck, looked at Shen Wang with admiration. My goodness, Shen, you're incredible. You actually made him spit blood. I always thought that was just an exaggeration, but it turns out to be literal. Shen Wang nodded solemnly. Ah, the aura of a genius. It's inescapable wherever I go. I never intended to stimulate these mediocrities. Yu Kailiang admired him even more. A genius indeed, Shen. If you were in ancient times, you'd surely have made history. In ancient times, Zhuge Liang infuriated Zhou Yu to death, and now, Shen Wang makes people spit blood in anger. The two of them bantered back and forth, and the middle-aged man, mouth agape, tried to explain but couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Qin Yurong, you should stop. If you say a few more words, you might actually anger him to death. Shen is a genius. It's not his fault the man is narrow-minded. Yu Kailiang was already indignant on Shen's behalf before he could even speak. Everyone present. Yu's father wiped his face, filled with regret for not educating his son properly, resulting in such a gullible personality, believing anything he's told. Even though Yu's father was an ordinary person, he could tell that the middle-aged man spitting blood and fainting were likely due to an existing injury, and the anger was just a trigger. But his foolish son was easily fooled by a few words. He had just climbed out of one pit, Tang Jiu's trap, and hadn't walked 2 steps before falling into another. Fortunately, fools have their own kind of luck. Yu's father glanced at Shen Wang's expression and felt somewhat relieved. Well, at least this time he didn't make a blind choice. He chose Shen Wang as his big brother. Yu's father sighed inwardly. Although Shen Wang's personality was complicated, compared to the Tang family, he was practically a saint. After the curse was lifted, it was like shedding a heavy burden, feeling lighter. Yu's father stopped watching his son circling around Shen Wang, straightened his clothes, and respectfully bowed to Shen Wang. Master Shen, my foolish son has always been against you, yet you not only hold no grudges but also came to save me. I am eternally grateful and at a loss for how to repay you. Shen Wang rasped, you're not suggesting to repay me with your body, are you? Forget it, with our age and looks, if you repay me that way, I'm at a loss. Yu's father paused for a few seconds, then continued, I have nothing to offer in return, but if you ever need anything, my Yu family will spare no effort to help. He emphasized the last few words with particular gravity. Shen Wang was also surprised, that's it. I saved your life, and you're repaying me with just a promise. All these promises of spare no effort in the future are just pie in the sky. Shen Wang is picky, he eats everything but pie. Yu's father's expression was too amusing, so Qin Yurong couldn't help but laugh for a while before wiping away tears and stepping in to mediate. Mr. Yu, don't overthink it. Saving a life is our duty. As for Shen. Qin Yurong winked and mimed counting money. Shen is a talented man, a true master, but unlike those reclusive experts, he enjoys worldly pleasures and the mundane. Qin Yurong spoke subtly, but Yu's father, seasoned in business, understood immediately. I am willing to offer 5 million as thanks for Master Shen's life-saving grace. 5 million. Shen Wang cleared his throat. No need to thank me, no need at all, it's all part of my duty, just remember to pay your taxes. Yu's father, Master Shen is concerned for the country and law-abiding, truly a master indeed. Tang Jiu stood in the corner, watching their banter and laughter, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. Shen Wang. This bottom-tier ruffian, reeking of the vulgarities of the streets, crass and shameless, did not fit in with the Tang family or the upper-class lifestyle when he returned. Nobody liked him, and Tang Jiu hardly had to make an effort to make even his biological parents despise him. Tang Jiu never deigned to compete with him, as no one could love Shen Wang. He was like an ant on the ground, easily crushed underfoot. To even glance at him felt like an insult to myself. Who would have thought, just a few months later, Shen Wang would still be that unbearable Shen Wang, yet now he converses with someone of Yu's father's stature without being outmatched. The people from the special department regard him differently now, and Gu Dongting, known for his aloof and noble demeanor, is also close to him. Tang Jiu's heart was filled with jealousy and bitterness, easily exploding into resentment and discontent. Why? Why is it Shen Wang? The Shen Wang he never even considered. Tang Jiu's breaths were filled with anger and malice, struggling to control his emotions but unable to take his eyes off Shen Wang. The happier Shen Wang laughed, the more venomous Tang Jiu's gaze became. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes met his, and Tang Jiu, caught off guard, had all his emotions exposed. Tang Jiu broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly lowered his gaze, looking at his feet, filled with envy. Why is Gu Dongting so concerned about Shen Wang? That's Gu Dongting, a role model for the younger generation in the metaphysical world. Not to mention, behind Gu Dongting stands the immeasurably powerful Gu family. Compared to the Gu family, the Tang family is nothing. Tang Jiu suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder. No wonder he looks down on the Tang family, he's attached himself to the Gu family. After capturing the men who cast the curse, Yu's father's curse was lifted. The Yu family father and son were no longer involved in the matter. Shen Wang, along with Gu Dongting and Qin Yurong, took the middle-aged men and Tang Jiu back to the special department. Yu Kailiang reluctantly saw them off to the car, clinging to the window, unwilling to let go. Brother Shen, can't I really go? I really want to see the legendary special department, it must be so grand. Qin Yurong with mixed feelings, sounds grand. Yu Kailiang continued to plead, I can wait outside for you guys, I swear, just a distant glance from the outside. Shen Wang coldly raised the car window, there's nothing to see. If you really want to, just go check out your local street office. Yu Kailiang, bewildered, huh? Even after the car had left, he still couldn't figure out what Shen Wang meant. Driving the car, Qin Yurong let out a long sigh, Brother Shen, he's still a child. Let him keep some of his beautiful illusions about the special department. The seemingly prestigious special department, whose surface job is managing the street office, it really leaves nothing to the imagination. Upon arriving at the special department, Qin Yurong dragged the unconscious middle-aged man like a dead dog, pulling him all the way to the room designated for temporarily detaining suspects. With a bang, he tossed the dead dog into the room. Qin Yurong dusted off his hands, our job here is done. The rest is up to Minister Shi. Sitting in the room was another person, Uncle Song of the Song family. He looked at the men on the floor, unconscious and from a distance. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man's face, he shivered. You caught him so quickly. The master, who had been so arrogant before him, was now thrown in, his face covered in blood. Uncle Song, trembling with fear and his voice breaking into sobs, said, I don't want to be locked up with him. Uncle Song regretted deeply. Why had he listened to this man's seduction, cursed his elder brother, leading to his brother's abandonment and now facing legal punishment, possibly imprisonment? Thinking back to his previous life of luxury and ease, Uncle Song, at his advanced age, wept bitterly. Reflecting on his past life, though not extremely wealthy, he didn't have to do anything and still had a monthly income, cars, houses, and a very happy life. Blinded by greed, he failed to see his own happiness, only envying his elder brother's family living in luxury and abundance. Big brother, big brother. Uncle Song collapsed at the door, sobbing uncontrollably. Young man, can I please make a call to my brother? Please, I just want to call him, I know I was wrong. I really do. Qin Yurong glanced at him sideways, even if you call him, he won't answer. Realizing regret only now, where was the sentiment earlier? Tang Jiu was placed in another detention room. As Qin Yurong was about to leave after closing the door, Tang Jiu suddenly called out to him. Composing himself, Tang Jiu, with a demeanor calm and serene, politely asked, Fellow Taoist, may I inform my father about this? I truly was unaware of this matter. Tang Jiu's appearance was not top tier, but years of living in a wealthy family had bestowed him with an air of elegance, which added to his charm. Qin Yurong, aware of the Tang family's affairs, showed no warmth. We will notify them. We will investigate the truth and not wrong the innocent. Turning away, he grimaced in disdain. What, my father? Clearly, he's Brother Shen's father. But such a father is better off disowned. Let these two rotten people be father and son. Having handed over the case to the special department, Shen Wang had done all he could. What remained was to wait for the investigation results from the special department. As Shen Wang was about to call a taxi while holding his phone, a car pulled up in front of him. Steady, rugged, and towering an SUV. Seeing the driver, Shen Wang was taken aback. This is your car. Gu Dongting, doesn't it look like it? How is this similar at all? Without waiting for Gu Dongting to invite him, Shen Wang took the initiative to get into the car. For someone slightly shorter, boarding such a high SUV would be somewhat awkward. But with Shen Wang's long legs, his approach to getting into the car was both elegant and brisk. Once seated, he adjusted the back of the seat to a comfortable angle, casually stretching his long legs, and conscientiously buckled up the seatbelt in accordance with traffic regulations. Everything set, the car still hadn't started, and Shen Wang asked in confusion, Are you waiting for someone else? Faced with Shen Wang's puzzled look, Gu Dongting carefully recalled his recent actions and words. He was certain that he hadn't invited Shen Wang into the car. Silently starting the vehicle, Gu Dongting said, Not waiting for anyone. Shen Wang slightly tilted his head, observing Gu Dongting as he drove. Gu Dongting's attractiveness leaned towards an androgynous beauty, with a slimmer build than most men, resembling a slender youth more than a mature man. Such a person driving a rugged SUV presented a striking contrast, especially when dressed in white, with hair pulled back into a bun using a wooden hairpin. Fortunately, Gu Dongting was good-looking, making everything he did pleasing to the eye, including driving. As Shen Wang watched, his gaze unconsciously fell on Gu Dongting's hands. Against the black steering wheel, those slender hands appeared even more pale and jade-like, well-proportioned and distinct. When exerting force, the slight protrusion of bones made them even more attractive. Shen Wang didn't consider himself susceptible to physical beauty or particularly fixated on hands, but he found himself captivated by Gu Dongting's hands. He still remembered the temperature of those hands, cooler than the average person's, quite chilly. Gu Dongting's fingertips moved slightly, then, as if shyly, stilled. He broke the unusual silence in the car. Where is your house located? Shen Wang, as if awakened from a dream, provided his address. After speaking, the car fell into silence again. Shen Wang gazed straight ahead, observing the crowded traffic flow. I didn't mean anything by it, just casually looking. Gu Dongting hummed softly in response. A while later, Shen Wang added, I just thought that your hand seemed a bit cold. Gu Dongting explained, my constitution is yin dominant, so my body temperature is slightly lower than average. Shen Wang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't until they reached Shen Wang's doorstep that he managed to squeeze out a sentence, I'm not into long yang. As soon as he said it, Shen Wang regretted it. It would have been better not to say anything. Having said it, it seemed even more awkward, like admitting to having 300 taels of silver buried here. Gu Dongting seemed to chuckle softly, saying, I know. Shen Wang turned his head abruptly, but Gu Dongting's face remained as calm and indifferent as usual, showing no sign of a smile. It seemed like the soft chuckle he had heard was just an illusion. After getting out of the car, Shen Wang subconsciously wanted to invite Gu Dongting in but hesitated. He had arranged this house like his ancestral home. It didn't look special from the outside, but inside, one could feel an unusually strong spiritual aura. Goodbye. Before Shen Wang could hesitate any longer, Gu Dongting had already bid farewell and left. Leaving Shen Wang standing there, watching the back of his car, maybe next time. Next time, I'll invite him in for a sit. On the other side, Gu Dongting watched Shen Wang in the rearview mirror, a smile in his eyes, and even the corners of his mouth curved into a rare, cheerful arc. As the eldest son of the Gu family and a leader in the right path, Gu Dongting carried much on his shoulders, trained from a young age to be calm and rational. In front of others, he always appeared indifferent, rarely showing any emotion. Only in front of his closest family would he slightly reveal some feelings, yet still very restrained. At this moment, his rare happiness surfaced, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason. Used to introspection and analysis, Gu Dongting thought it might be because Shen Wang's embarrassed expression just now was too amusing. It was indeed interesting to see someone who usually speaks his mind suddenly showing a restless and awkward discomfort. The light turned red, and Gu Dongting stopped the car steadily. In the brief moment while waiting for the light to change, he moved his hand slightly in the air. His fingers were slender, nails well-rounded and faintly pink, with a layer of calluses from sword practice on his palm, barely noticeable unless looked at closely. Someone honked behind him, and Gu Dongting realized the light had turned green. A chill ran through his heart as he started the car, driving smoothly and steadily. It was only when his gaze unintentionally swept over the rearview mirror that Gu Dongting noticed the smile on his lips had deepened. Shen Wang had thought the special department would investigate for a while before concluding. Unexpectedly, the next day, Shi Yan, in charge of the matter, personally called him to inform him of the investigation results. The middle-aged man who cast the curse was named Daoqingji, obviously not his real name but a Taoist title he had given himself. As Shen Wang had deduced, decades ago, born into a lower-class industry, Daoqingji dropped out of school early, mingled in the underworld, met tomb robbers, and finding it lucrative, joined the tomb robbing trade. After nearly 10 years, his group had developed into a seasoned tomb robbing gang. They discovered a large tomb and planned to make a big score before retiring from the trade. Little did they know, this tomb was no ordinary one. Large, but eerily empty, without even protective mechanisms. Just as they thought they had robbed an empty tomb, the group entered the main chamber. Over the phone, with Gu Dongting not by his side, Shi Yan's tone was much gentler, this is a cultivator's tomb. He cursed it, and several of the tomb robbers died on the spot. Daoqingji accidentally inherited the tomb owner's cultivation technique, saving himself and the remaining accomplices. Hearing this, Shen Wang understood, they all wanted this technique. Shi Yan slowly explained, tomb robbers are the lowest of the low, skirting the edge of yin and yang. They know best that certain things truly exist and have glimpsed the doorway to the metaphysical realm. This time, by a twist of fate, they obtained an entry-level cultivation technique, and none wanted to give it up. In fact, compared to priceless antiques and treasures, they might desire this technique even more. Logically, they could cultivate together, but... Shi Yan's voice was indifferent, devoid of sympathy. A tomb robber is a tomb robber, greedy beyond measure. They would rather destroy the relics they can't take from the tombs than leave them intact. So, unsurprisingly, these tomb robbers turned against each other, fighting to the death, with Daoqingji emerging as the ultimate victor. After mastering the curse technique, he caught the eye of some big bosses, harming many. But his crude methods hardly impressed genuine cultivators. Shi Yan paused slightly, so, he approached the Tang family, offering his technique as a token of allegiance, hoping to attach himself to them. And thus, he became a part of the metaphysical world alongside the Tang family. Hearing about the harm he had caused, Shen Wang frowned, but knowing the special department would handle it, he didn't probe further. It was Shi Yan who, after sharing all this, finally got to the point, regarding this curse incident, the Tang family denies any involvement. Shen Wang knew this was why Shi Yan had called, tell me more. A rustling of pages came from Shi Yan's end. So far, I found that the Song and Yu families, who were cursed, both had conflicts with the Tang family. The Song family's daughter was Tang Jiu's ex-girlfriend. During their relationship, the families had a business deal, but after Tang Jiu's philandering was exposed, the Song family immediately terminated the contract. As for the Yu family, they had maintained a good relationship with the Tang family for many years, with deep cooperation between their companies. However, they too ended their partnership following the exposure of the Tang family scandal involving a false heir. These two terminated partnerships cost the Tang family tens, even hundreds of millions, and that's not even including the breach of contract compensation they had to pay. Hearing Shi Yan mention tens of millions, Shen Wang felt a pang of sourness, almost palpable. He wryly commented, if someone caused me a loss of millions, I'd be tempted to commit murder. Shi Yan paused his page turning, then nonchalantly continued, the timing of these two curses is very close, and considering Song heir's testimony, it would be logical to suspect the Tang family's involvement. However, both father and son of the Tang family adamantly deny orchestrating Daoqingji's curse on their competitors. And Daoqingji himself insists it was his own initiative, a bid to earn the Tang family's favor, claiming they were unaware. And so, the matter reached a stalemate. Now, everyone suspects that the Tang family couldn't possibly be completely ignorant about these two curses. But with the Tang family denying any involvement and Daoqingji firmly taking the blame, it's a stalemate. It's a case of one willing to hit, another willing to endure, each more stubborn than the last. Even Shi Yan is at a loss. After pondering for a moment, Shen Wang suddenly asked, how can I assist you? Indeed, talking with a smart person is always a relief. Shi Yan relaxed and quickly said, I was wondering if you have any way to pry their mouths open. It doesn't matter who, the Tang father and son or Dao Qingji. Prying open just one side would be enough. As for why he approached Shen Wang, Shi Yan closed the file. After all, this is Shen Wang. He is the biological child of the Tang family, the very cause of their reputation's downfall, and he has the capability to infuriate Dao Qingji to the point of spitting blood. From any angle, letting him try seems like the right move. Moreover, he possesses an exceptional talent for fortune-telling and face-reading. In the entire metaphysical world, to discern a person's past and future from a single glance at their face, Shi Yan, in his many years, had only seen Shen Wang capable of this. In all of history, there was, and only Shen Wang had this unique ability. This ability could almost be described as supernatural, sending chills down the spine, a feeling both eerie and unnerving. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wang didn't hesitate and immediately headed to the special department. Upon seeing him, Shi Yan appeared visibly relieved, striding forward to firmly grasp Shen Wang's hand. I'm glad you're here. Now I can relax. I really didn't know what to do next. Shen Wang's hand was gripped and shaken several times before he managed to pull away, subtly stepping back a few steps. Where is he? I'll take a look. Whom are you referring to? Shen Wang thought for a moment. Tang Xiaoming. Tang Xiaoming was the name of Tang's father. Hearing Shen Wang call his biological father by name, Shi Yan didn't show any change in expression and led him to a room. The specialized interrogation room was modeled after a police station's interrogation room. Unlike the police station, the walls were inscribed with arrays, and the handcuffs on the suspect were specially made. Since the company incident, Tang's father had fallen seriously ill, becoming significantly thinner, his cheeks slightly sunken, giving him a rather sinister appearance. When the interrogation room door opened, he instinctively smiled. I've said before, I know nothing. It was his own private actions. Before he could finish, upon seeing the visitor's face, his pupils constricted, blurting out, Shen Wang. Shi Yan, standing a step behind Shen Wang, noticed Tang's father's cracked voice and slightly raised his eyebrows. Since Tang's father had come for the investigation, he had maintained an unflappable demeanor, insisting, I know nothing. It was all his initiative to please me. This was the first time his composure had cracked. Don't be so loud, I'm not deaf, I can hear you, Shen Wang said as he lazily pulled up a chair and sat down, eyeing Tang's father. Oh, Mr. Tang, you seem quite miserable these days. Tang's father glowered at Shen Wang. Are you here to gloat at my misfortune? Oh, you noticed. Impressive, Mr. Tang, Shen Wang feigned surprise, covering his mouth in an exaggerated, irritating gesture. Shi Yan was in charge of taking notes. He buried his head, pretending to concentrate on writing, concealing the uncontrollable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, conventional methods don't work on some people. Despite the staff's best efforts, Tang's father had remained unyielding, but now, finally, his facade had cracked. Tang's father's expression was sour, his gaze landing on Shen Wang. If looks could kill, Shen Wang would have died 1,000,000 times over. Facing the son of his own blood, Tang's father couldn't contain his rage, no matter how hard he tried. Even after bringing this son back, Tang's father hadn't really observed him closely or spoken calmly to him. Just seeing the son reminded him of his foolish mistake of raising an impostor as his own for over 20 years, coupled with Shen Wang's disdainful commoner habits. Tang's father couldn't believe that his biological son had turned out this way. Hearing Shen Wang's words, Tang's father actually laughed. So now you are a part of the metaphysical world. Then you should know better. Our Tang family's special talismans increase the success rate of drawing symbols. In the entire metaphysical world, we are unrivaled. Without any competitors. If the special department or the metaphysical association doesn't buy talismans from us, there's simply nowhere else to get them. Is that so? Shen Wang pondered, then pulled out a few crumpled talismans and some wrinkled talisman papers from his pocket. These are the Tang family's talismans. They're nothing special. If Tang's father was merely furious before, hearing Shen Wang mock the talismans that were the foundation of the Tang family's livelihood sent him into a rage. Enough. Ignorant child. What do you know? You can't even draw talismans, yet dare to criticize them. Shi Yan, who was taking notes, paused his pen, then continued writing quickly. He couldn't help but laugh when he wrote, you can't even draw talismans. This chuckle, like a stone breaking the ice, caused Tang's father's furious gaze to turn towards Shi Yan. Director Shi, what do you mean by that? I came here to cooperate with the investigation, not to be made a fool of. You allow just anyone into the special department, making me question your professional ethics. After I leave, I will seriously reconsider our cooperative relationship with your department. As he spoke these words, Tang's father was firm, backed by his confidence. After all, the special department still competes with the Metaphysical Association, and the only ones who can make special talismans are the Tang family. Unfazed by the threat, Shi Yan remained calm and gentle, seemingly devoid of any temper, even offering an apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, I was just moved to speak. Seeing Shi Yan not apologizing as he had expected, Tang's father grew even more dissatisfied. What do you mean? As Shi Yan conversed with Tang's father, he continued to write swiftly, speaking gently. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, I thought you were aware. Aware of what? Tang's father felt something was amiss, but he had no choice but to follow Shi Yan's lead. Finally stopping his writing, Shi Yan leisurely closed his pen with a small click. I thought you knew that Shen Wang, Shen Daoyu, is a once-in-a-century genius. After feeling anxious, Tang's father was met with this statement. He paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. A once-in-a-century genius. Him? Shen Wang. His laughter echoed in the interrogation room, his disdain and scorn evident from every angle. Shi Yan, sounding helpless yet still gentle, said, in terms of arranging formations and drawing talismans, Shen Daoyu is exceptionally talented. Saying he's a once-in-a-century genius might even be an understatement. Shi Yan's earnest words gradually halted Tang's father's laughter. Silence, a deathly stillness filled the air. Having interacted with Shi Yan before, Tang's father knew his character well, elusive and faultless. He never lied, only ever embellishing the truth slightly. Regarding the claim that Shen Wang was a once-in-a-century genius, bloodshot appeared in Tang's father's eyes. Are you deceiving me? Shi Yan looked directly at Tang's father, his demeanor gentle yet forceful. You know, I never lie. Impossible. Tang's father flatly denied, unable to believe that Shen Wang could possibly be a genius. This is Shen Wang we're talking about. The one who grew up in a humble environment, developed an unrefined personality, unlikable in every aspect, the despicable Shen Wang. How could he ever be a genius? Impossible. Shi Yan displayed a helpless expression, indulgently saying, if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Tang's father looked up, glaring fiercely at Shen Wang who had been silent since the beginning. Shi Yan continued, then, I guess I have to ask Shen Daoyu to give a live demonstration. Would that be okay, Shen Daoyu? Shen Wang's expression was indescribable, sure. Just as he agreed, the interrogation room door opened again, and Qin Yurong walked in, holding a tray and diligently arranging it in front of Shen Wang. Talisman papers, talisman brushes, cinnabar ink, everything was there. Shen Wang looked at these items, then glanced at Shi Yan who had somehow prepared all these without notice. Suddenly feeling impressed, he thought, no wonder the seemingly frail man can overshadow a higher-ranked demon elimination department head to become the leader of the special department. Upon seeing these items, Tang's father also focused his gaze, forcing a dry laugh. You're not really going to have him draw a talisman right here, right now, to prove he's a genius, are you? Shi Yan and Shen Wang exchanged glances, both smiling in unison without a word. Shi Yan, if you don't believe, I'm left with no other choice but to resort to this method. Impossible, drawing talismans requires spiritual energy and utmost concentration. Even the most powerful practitioners can't succeed in drawing talismans in such an environment. Tang's father kept objecting, uncertain if he was rebutting Shi Yan or his own wavering heart. Shen Wang picked up the talisman paper, recognizing it as the expensive kind sold outside, high-grade talisman paper, and he clicked his tongue lightly. Seeing Shen Wang's dissatisfaction, Qin Yurong grew anxious, fearing the talisman drawing might fail. What's wrong? Is there something you find unsuitable? This talisman paper is too poor in quality, I'll use my own. Dismissing the valuable high-grade talisman paper casually, Shen Wang flattened out his own crumpled, low-grade paper and laid it on the table. Tang's father instantly became furious. You ungrateful son. That is our Tang family's top-tier high-grade talisman paper. It increases the probability of successful talisman creation by 70%. Such a probability was indeed terrifying. This talisman paper was the Tang family's treasured asset, selling at a high price. Even the blank papers could fetch 6 figures each. Yet Shen Wang dared to call his pride and joy, the talisman paper, garbage. And inferior to those low-quality papers. Tang's father was so angry he spoke without thinking, even uttering the word, ungrateful son. Shen Wang didn't retort. Instead, he simply bowed his head and started drawing with the best brush and cinnabar ink on the worst quality talisman paper. Your talisman paper is so inferior, and you even crumpled it. If you manage to create a talisman, I'll let you return to the Tang family. Tang's father mocked with a cold laugh. In the next moment, like an artist painting, Shen Wang completed the talisman in one swift stroke. The plain, wrinkled paper suddenly shimmered with spiritual energy, successfully becoming a talisman. And it was a high-grade talisman at that. Shen Wang looked up, his brows furrowed, his expression far from satisfied. Astonished, Qin Yurong didn't know what to say, quickly asking, is there a problem? Didn't the drawing succeed? It looks fine to me. Shen Wang ignored Qin Yurong, addressing Tang's father instead, our blood ties have already been severed, with heaven as my witness. Don't even think about bringing me back to the Tang family. His disdain was evident, as if he couldn't get far enough away. Qin Yurong. Tang's father, still in shock, didn't even hear Shen Wang's words. Staring at the talisman, his face was a picture of disbelief. How is this possible? Normally, drawing talismans requires burning incense, bathing, and a calm, sincere mind. How could it be possible to draw one so quickly in this environment? You must have prepared a successful talisman beforehand to trick me. Shen Wang glanced at him, casually picked up another piece of talisman paper, and drew another. And another. And another. With each drawing, a talisman emerged, each brimming with spiritual energy, of high quality. Shen Wang's casual strokes left everyone in awe, even Shi Yan held his breath in anticipation. After the last piece of paper was used, Shen Wang stopped reluctantly. He looked around, casually picked up the discarded high-grade talisman paper, and effortlessly drew a 5 Thunder talisman. The 5 Thunder talisman, drawn on high-grade paper, also shimmered with energy, indistinguishable from those drawn on inferior paper. No, there was a difference. Shi Yan observed closely and noticed that although the talisman on the high-grade paper was also full of spiritual energy, it dissipated more quickly. At this moment, Shen Wang looked at Tang's father with a half-smile and slowly said, increasing the success rate of drawing talismans inevitably comes at a cost. These high-grade talismans, meticulously crafted, significantly reduce the effect of containing spiritual power. Exchanging attack power for success rate. It's better to use low-grade talisman paper. It's more powerful and cheaper, and you can buy a bunch without much thought. His words struck Qin Yurong like an epiphany, making him realize instantly, right, low-grade talisman paper is actually better. Shi Yan, however, wasn't swayed by Shen Wang's words. After all, how many people in the world are like Shen Wang? Able to draw the best talismans on any kind of paper. For ordinary people, high-grade talisman paper might not be as effective, but it's still the only option they have. Holding these thoughts, Shi Yan remained silent, his eyes fixated on Tang's father's pale face, feeling a twinge of sympathy, even tempted to ask. You gave up such a rare genius for a fake heir, Mr. Tang, how does that feel? But considering himself a good-natured person, Shi Yan wouldn't stoop to such heart-piercing remarks, so he simply smiled meaningfully. Qin Yurong, lacking such intricate thoughts, held up a bunch of talismans, his face full of wonder. Oh my god, Shen Gu, you are too incredible. What once-in-a-century genius, you're clearly a once-in-a-millennium talent. I really don't know what your parents were thinking, choosing someone like Tang Jiu over you. Chapter 64. The table was casually strewn with dazzling talismans. In today's declining world of cultivation, it was rare to see talismans brimming with such abundant spiritual energy, and even if there were, they would be treasured and carefully preserved by their owners. Now, these exquisite talismans that even Tang's father had once coveted, seemed like blazing flames, scorching his eyes. How is this possible? Tang's father's gaze was vacant, with only one thought in his mind. If Shen Wang was such an extraordinary genius, what had he done? He had personally driven this genius out of his house, severed their blood ties, treated him as an enemy, scheming, targeting, and viewing him with hostility, pushing his own son further and further away. To the point where now, their relationship was irreconcilable, with no chance of easing. Tang's father had been single-mindedly focused on reviving the Tang family, resorting to any means necessary, sacrificing everything, only to realize that a soaring opportunity had always been before his eyes, yet he had been blind to it. Disturbed and disoriented, Tang's father let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Observing this, Shen Wang raised an eyebrow, considerately reminding Shi Yan beside him, Director Shi, there's surveillance in here, right? We can't afford to be falsely accused by someone. Shi Yan's gaze swept over Tang's father, nodding with a smile, of course. There was no chance of being wrongly accused. Their exchange, loud and clear, showed a complete disregard for Tang's father. Tang's father's frustration grew. He glared at Shi Yan, his gaze then shifting to Shen Wang, a complex look in his eyes. He stuttered, trying to speak, Shen Wang. Don't. Shen Wang cut him off sharply, Mr. Tang, we're not acquainted, nor do we have any past to discuss. Speak to Director Shi if you have something to say. Saying this, he stood up, casually picking up the talismans from the table. Tang's father's face turned from ashen to white, then to a purplish hue, finally settling on a mix of anger and regret. His eyes fixated on Shen Wang and the talismans in his hand. Not just Tang's father, everyone in the room was eyeing those talismans. Qin Yurong swallowed hard, you're taking these talismans with you. Shen Wang, surprised, the talismans I drew, why wouldn't I take them? Am I supposed to leave them here for you? Qin Yurong instinctively looked towards Shi Yan. These spiritually imbued talismans, clearly powerful and rare, especially the attack talismans, could significantly increase a cultivator's odds against even formidable ghosts. A glint flashed in Shi Yan's eyes. He had heard from Qin Yurong that Shen Wang was proficient in both talismans and formations. Having witnessed Shen Wang's mastery in formations, Shi Yan had assumed that formations were his main focus, with talismans as a secondary skill. Now, seeing Shen Wang draw talismans, Shi Yan realized how greatly he had underestimated him. Not only was he an expert in formations, but his talisman skills were also exceptional. Such a genius in both fields. Shi Yan's smile widened slightly, signaling Qin Yurong. Qin Yurong watched with a pang of regret as Shen Wang stuffed the spiritually abundant talismans into his pocket, dejectedly escorting him out. As Shi Yan turned back to Tang's father, his expression grew more meaningful. Mr. Tang, regarding Daoqingzi, I've uncovered some additional information. Shen Wang, used as a tool to break through Tang's father's mental barriers, was not upset but rather felt refreshed. Seeing Tang's father full of regret yet unable to swallow his pride and admit his mistakes made the trip worthwhile. In both his past and present life, Tang's father had never been kind to him, never hiding his disdain and scorn. Forget having any emotional attachment to Tang's father, if there had been any, it would have been worn away long ago. Clearing the clutter of thoughts from his mind, Shen Wang suddenly remembered something and abruptly stopped. Qin Yurong, following closely behind, was caught off guard and nearly bumped into his back. Shen Gu, what's wrong? Shen Wang pulled out the hastily stuffed talismans, handing one to Qin Yurong, this is for the special department. Qin Yurong brightened up, but then looked disappointed after seeing the talisman, why this one? This talisman was drawn on your high-grade paper, the rest were drawn on my own low-grade paper, Shen Wang chuckled. I only wasted a bit of cinnabar ink and gave you a successful talisman, why the disappointment? Qin Yurong glanced at Shen Wang, then at the talisman again, well, that's true. The talisman drawn on quality paper is actually quite good, definitely better than many others I've seen. If he hadn't seen the other talismans drawn by Shen Wang, he might have accepted this one with great joy. There's always a just in case dot. Compared to Shen Wang's inferior talismans, the quality talismans had a weaker spiritual essence, their energy constantly leaking, appearing less potent. Qin Yurong couldn't help but mutter to himself, it seems the Tang family's much-touted special talismans aren't that superior after all. Seeing Qin Yurong looking at him with puppy eyes, Shen Wang generously pulled out another talisman and tossed it to him. Qin Yurong was overjoyed, cradling the two talismans preciously, his words tumbling out excitedly, thank you, Shen Gu. You're really great. Truly the unparalleled genius in both talismans and formations in our cultivation world. He was in full flattery mode when suddenly he heard Shen Wang laugh mischievously, asking, isn't Gu Dongting considered the #1 genius in the cultivation world? Tell me, between me and Gu Dongting, who is the real top genius? Qin Yurong gasped in shock, frozen on the spot. One was a genuine leader in the righteous path, a master swordsman, the other, an emerging talent in both talismans and formations. Both geniuses, but to rank them as the top. Qin Yurong's mind raced, nearly sparking as he blurted out, Brother Gu is the top genius in swordsmanship, and Shen Gu, you're the top in drawing talismans and formations. You're in different leagues, incomparable. After answering, Qin Yurong let out a sigh of relief, feeling his response was quite clever. Then, he saw Shen Wang smiling over his shoulder, teasingly saying, Brother Gu, the top in swordsmanship, your junior brother here got swayed by just one of my talismans. Feeling a chill down his spine, Qin Yurong nervously turned around and almost cried out, Brother. Gu Dongting glanced at Qin Yurong indifferently, then shifted his attention to Shen Wang, greeting him, Shen Daoyu. Shen Wang stepped forward to walk alongside Gu Dongting, casually asking, any results from the investigation? The two men walked shoulder to shoulder, leaving behind Qin Yurong holding the talismans, standing bewildered, how did they become so familiar with each other? And more surprisingly, his traditionally stern and upright brother Gu was actually going along with Shen Wang's playful antics. Qin Yurong's eyes widened, muttering to himself in disbelief, has the sun risen from the west? Since when does brother Gu play along with jokes? Previously, whenever he tried to joke with Gu Dongting, he was always met with a cold demeanor, at most getting a, don't be foolish, in response. But now, Qin Yurong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. From Gu Dongting, Shen Wang learned that Daoqingzi, the one casting curses, had been active for over a decade, involved in numerous cases. Only a part of his connections were traced, and he had only recently been in contact with the Tang family. The people he had cursed and harmed before had no ties to the Tang family. Shen Wang, who knew that the Tang family wouldn't easily fall with Tang Jiu, the son of destiny, around, was not disappointed. Thank you for the information, Dao Gu. Noticing Shen Wang's composed demeanor, Gu Dongting's gaze softened. Dao Yu Shen, your mind is clear and unattached, a remarkably calm nature. No wonder your talents are so extraordinary. Shen Wang, usually unflustered by others' flattery, felt unexpectedly shy at Gu Dongting's praise. Touching his nose, Shen Wang modestly replied, oh, it's nothing much, all trivial skills. Dao Yu Gu, you're the one with extraordinary sword energy and a firm mind. Standing at the entrance of the special department, they looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Shen Wang said with a laugh, calling each other Dao Yu feels so formal, just call me by my name. After all, we are friends now, aren't we? Gu Dongting opened his mouth, then closed it, finally saying, in that case, Shen Wang, you can also call me by my name. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wang spontaneously responded, Dongting. Gu Dongting was startled, his eyes widening slightly, softening his typically aloof demeanor into something akin to a surprised cat, all flustered. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Wang casually smiled and said, calling you by your full name still feels a bit distant. Can I call you Dongting? Gu Dongting lowered his eyes. In fact, aside from his family, very few people referred to him so affectionately. Even those seeking intimacy would at most call him brother. However, Gu Dongting didn't mind being called this way by Shen Wang. After all. Gu Dongting lifted his eyes again, bright and almost smiling. A name is, after all, meant to be used by others. He had a considerable appreciation for Shen Wang. During the time Shen Wang was busy catching people, the talismans he had sold and given away in raffles mostly ended up with fans. Some, truly believing in Shen Wang's metaphysical skills, took photos of the talismans and treasured them like precious keepsakes. Others were merely fans of Shen Wang's looks, buying talismans as if they were merchandise, without expecting much of their mystical effects. Lan Yu was one such fan. A medical student overwhelmed with knowledge to memorize, her only relaxation was to spend spare moments watching videos and live streams. After learning about Shen Wang's experiences and seeing his flawless face, Lan Yu became one of his admirers. When a roommate noticed the talisman in Lan Yu's hands, they curiously asked, when did you get a peace talisman? Weren't you skeptical about these things before? Lan Yu blushed, I bought it online. Her roommate was surprised, you can buy these online. Which temple are they from? Have they been consecrated? What are they supposed to do? Did you get an exam passing talisman or a love charm? For modern college students, their primary concerns are usually just these two things, rather utilitarian indeed. One for sleep, one for repelling insects, Lan Yu admitted, slightly embarrassed. She didn't really believe in such things and had chosen them randomly. With summer bringing a swarm of annoying insects and her own stress-causing sleep issues, these choices seemed apparent. Her roommate paused, then remarked, that's actually quite practical, more so than the exam success or love charms. After a brief chat, both of them returned to their studies, opening their books almost in unison. After a while, her roommate stood up cursing, grabbing mosquito repellent and spraying it wildly. There are too many mosquitoes, look at all these bites on me. Lan Yu looked up in surprise, I haven't noticed any mosquitoes today. She used to attract mosquitoes a lot, but sitting there for half an hour, she hadn't been bitten once. How can that be? Look at these bites on my legs. Upon closer inspection, Lan Yu saw several mosquito bites on her roommate's legs. Looking at her own unblemished arms and legs, she was puzzled, her eyes landing on the insect-repelling talisman she used as a bookmark. A thought struck her, could it be, it actually works? What did you use today, Moon? The mosquitoes are leaving you alone. Amid her roommate's muttering, Lan Yu picked up the sleep talisman and climbed into bed. I'm going to sleep now, keep studying if you want. Sleep now? Can you even fall asleep? Her roommate was puzzled. Don't you need complete darkness to sleep? It was well known in the dorm that Lan Yu, with her fragile sleep quality, was usually the last one to fall asleep. Holding the sleep talisman, Lan Yu felt both nervous and inexplicably hopeful, maybe I'll be able to sleep now. Chapter 65. Shen Wang's talismans were, unsurprisingly, highly praised. Thank you, Shen Gu, for your insect-repellent talisman. I'm a mosquito magnet, and summer was like a walking buffet for them. But with Shen Ji's talisman, this buffet can finally close. No more waking up to mosquito buzzing at night. I've never felt so refreshed. Since using the concentration talisman, my focus has improved dramatically. I don't get distracted by my phone after reading a few pages anymore. Incredibly, I studied an entire afternoon. As a notorious underachiever, this is unbelievable. As a long-time insomniac, using the sleep talisman helped me achieve early sleep and rise. My overall health has improved since I started sleeping better. Shen Gu is awesome. Reading these rave reviews, Li Pingping and her friends couldn't stop smiling. Shen Gu, look, people are even urging us to release new products. The shop's chat interface was flooded with new messages, and Li Pingping, temporarily roped in as customer service, was overwhelmed. Shen Wang glanced briefly, noting the variety of bizarre requests from the customers. Beyond the standard love talismans, there were requests for exam success talismans, anti-hair loss talismans, pleasant dream talismans, lottery-winning talismans, and sudden wealth talismans. The imaginative requests were diverse and astonishing. Wang Kai, stroking his chin, pondered, Shen Gu, if you develop an exam success talisman, can I buy one first? As the only underperformer in the dorm, Wang Kai desperately needed such a talisman. You'd better just get some sleep, Shen Wang laughed, you can have anything in a dream. Wang Kai sighed heavily, his disappointment almost tangible as he typed away at the keyboard. Su Cheng, browsing through user reviews, suddenly frowned, Shen Gu. Shen Wang looked over, seeing Su Cheng's hesitant expression, struggling to find the right words. Curious, Shen Wang glanced over, noticing a news interface. Upon closer look, he couldn't help but laugh. Though the special department operated in secrecy, being a national agency, they had used the police's name to issue a public announcement after taking Tang's father. In the past, such news would have been buried in the deluge of online data, but coincidentally, due to Shen Wang's recent fame, the Tang family was under constant scrutiny. Once the news of Tang's father being taken in for questioning by the police was released, netizens quickly unearthed it. The already infamous Tang family faced even harsher public criticism, with netizens speculating wildly about the incident. What does taken away for investigation in a criminal case mean? A criminal case. Could it be they tried to silence Shen Wang in anger? Who knows? Even if it's not murder, it can't be much better. After all, it's a criminal case. This family is just repeatedly pushing the legal boundaries, not a single normal person among them. I hate to admit it, but the old saying is true, birds of a feather flock together. Abandoning their biological son for a fake heir just shows the family's true nature. Looking at it now, Shen Wang escaping the Tang family seems like a stroke of luck. Who knows if he would still be alive if he had stayed. This might just be a blessing in disguise. The netizens, through sheer guesswork, came close to the truth. Shen Wang, enjoying the Tang family's misfortune, blatantly retweeted the announcement, gloating with 3 grinning emojis, perfectly encapsulating his joy. The comments below were equally supportive. Even though there's not a word said, I can feel the schadenfreude oozing through the screen. Shen Gu kicking someone while they're down, that's just fantastic. I love it. Other than saying they deserved it, I don't know what else to say. With both Tang father and son taken for questioning, only Tang's mother was left to deal with the company's chaos, overwhelmed and frantic. Having lived a life of luxury for decades, Tang's mother was clueless about business affairs and could only sit in the company like a figurehead. Informed by the PR department about Tang's father trending for being taken away, her first reaction was, then suppress it from trending. The PR manager, already stressed and losing hair over the Tang family's affairs, despite knowing she was the boss's wife, couldn't help but retort internally, the company's reputation is already in tatters, and the president being investigated is no small matter. Suppressing it would only worsen our image. He was practically accusing Tang's mother of their family's constant troubles that plagued the company. Tang's mother's expression darkened. Desperate to lash out but mindful of the precarious state of the Tang family, she swallowed her anger. Then what should we do now? The PR manager looked at Tang's mother with a mix of disdain and pity. As long as the president hasn't actually committed a crime and is released after cooperating with the investigation, we can issue a statement. But this hinges on the assumption that Tang's father is innocent and can appear in public in a few days, otherwise, there will be another storm of controversy. So, is President Tang really innocent? The PR manager wondered with a question mark in his mind. Sensing the probing tone in his words, Tang's mother assured without hesitation, no. There's nothing at all, he was just taken for cooperation with the investigation. Quickly issue a statement. The PR manager gave Tang's mother a meaningful look and left the office without saying anything. Tang's mother was left alone in the office, grinding her teeth in anger at the curses towards the Tang family on the trending searches, and upon seeing Shen Wang's forwarded message, she smashed her phone, cursing, that wretch should never have been born. She blamed all the recent misfortunes on Shen Wang, hating him as if he were a sworn enemy. Yet with the Tang family in turmoil, she had no energy to seek revenge on Shen Wang. After cursing, she swore to herself, once this blows over, I'll find ways to teach him a lesson. Tang's mother failed to notice that the employees in the company were no longer as efficient as before, privately seeking their own exits. The lost partnerships, the board members who fled, none of them informed Tang's mother. But even if they did, it wouldn't have helped her. When an avalanche starts, no one can stop it. Shen Wang shivered involuntarily, his expression turning complex for a moment. The 2 people standing opposite him immediately showed concern. Master Shen, what's wrong? Another followed with concern. Are you feeling unwell? I can call my personal doctor to check on you right away. Each one more attentive than the last. It's nothing, just someone cursing me behind my back, Shen Wang said casually, not taking it to heart. There were many who disliked him, but the only ones who could provoke a reaction were a few from the Tang family, and he couldn't be bothered to give them a second thought. Unnoticed by Shen Wang, the 2 sitting across from him tensed up at his words, their posture growing even more respectful, almost to the point of reverence. Even knowing when someone is cursing him behind his back, truly a master, they thought, admiringly. Yu Fu sipped his tea, excellent tea, indeed. Sitting opposite Shen Wang were the curse victims duo who had somehow come together, Yu Fu and Boss Song. Yu Fu's curse was lighter and after its removal, he recovered without much issue, only feeling a bit shaken and resting at home for a few days. Boss Song, however, had been cursed by his own younger brother using his personal information and had suffered for a longer period. Even after Shen Wang removed the curse, he remained weak for several days. Both being prominent figures in City C's upper circles, Boss Song and Yu Fu knew of each other but hadn't interacted much. The curse incident had brought them together. They bonded quickly, one day cursing Song's blood-sucking younger brother together, the next day lamenting over Yu's troublesome neighbor, and eventually jointly cursing the detestable Tang family, finding much in common. As soon as they felt better, they arranged to meet and express their gratitude to Shen Wang. Hearing Yu Fu's comment, Boss Song hurriedly took a sip of tea, his expression becoming slightly odd, praising such cheap, wholesale tea. Yu Fu remained unfazed. It seems Master Shen is a connoisseur of tea. I have some tea cakes at home, I'll have my son send them over for you to try tomorrow. Boss Song, I'll do the same. Boss Song could never have imagined that Director Yu, known for his seriousness and propriety, could be so obsequious. Father Yu glanced at Boss Song, it's mutual, as the generous and hearty Boss Song is no different. Shen Wang failed to notice the subtle communication between them and couldn't imagine these 2, whose ages combined were over 100 and who were renowned tycoons in City C, would compete and be jealous in front of him. Shen Wang had no particular preference for tea, but wouldn't pass up a good deal. All right, send some over. But you didn't come just to deliver tea, did you? Hearing this, Father Yu and Boss Song exchanged a glance and simultaneously took out a bank card, sliding it across to Shen Wang. We have broken the curse on us and have specifically come to express our gratitude for saving our lives. Fearing Shen Wang might refuse, Father Yu added, this remuneration has already been registered with the special department and taxes have been paid. Shen Wang did not refuse, he glanced at the 2 men and said, although your curse has been lifted, it has nonetheless affected your health to some extent. I'll give you a talisman for peace, keep it close to you. Both Yu's father and Boss Song brightened up, gratefully receiving the talisman and carefully storing it away. Boss Song, having suffered more from the curse, could feel the warmth emanating from the talisman in his palm. His weary body felt considerably relieved. Such a great deal. Trading a few tea cakes for this talisman is absolutely worth it. Boss Song thought he had gotten the better end of the bargain. After offering the payment, Yu's father hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Master Shen, the Tang family, has been facing difficulties lately. I have some business overlap with them, so I've taken over a few of their contracts. Hearing this, Boss Song also became serious, carefully observing Shen Wang's reaction. Our company doesn't compete with the Tangs, and we didn't take over their business. However, they played a role in my recent troubles, so I did nudge things along a bit. Having said this, the two successful businessmen, usually decisive and authoritative, held their breath, waiting for Shen Wang to speak. Before coming, they had agreed to tell Shen Wang the truth about their dealings with the Tang family. Although it was well known that Shen Wang and the Tangs were at odds, they shared a blood relationship. If Shen Wang learned of this from others, it might leave a bitter taste. It was better to be upfront with Shen Wang from the start. Yu Fu and Boss Song believed that Shen Wang was not the type to turn the other cheek, expecting he wouldn't retaliate after learning about their actions, but they still felt somewhat uneasy. Shen Wang stroked his chin, pondering for a few seconds. Are you targeting the Tang family? Yu Fu and Boss Song tensed up in anticipation. Shen Wang clenched his fist in approval. That's excellent. Well done. Relieved, Yu Fu and Boss Song explained, the Tang family has brought this upon themselves through their misdeeds. We're just picking up the scraps in their downfall. Our company started taking action against them a while ago. Boss Song sneered. It's companies from the imperial city that have struck against them. I wonder how they managed to offend someone there. Everyone was pleased to see the Tang family's downfall, applauding the situation. Shen Wang listened with great interest but realized he didn't understand much of the specifics. As long as the Tang family was in trouble, he was happy. After a good session of condemning the Tang family, Yu Fu and Boss Song prepared to leave. Yu Fu was relaxed, smiling. No need to see us out, Master Shen. I'll have Liang deliver the tea cakes to you. Boss Song added, and thank you again, Master Shen. My daughter Wanqing has given up her dream of becoming a comic artist and is now learning the family business. I'll have her thank you in person when she has time. After seeing off Yu Fu and Boss Song, Shen Wang picked up the bank cards left on the table, feeling quite pleased. He snapped a photo and sent it to Gu Dongting, the remuneration from you and Song. I heard it's already recorded with the special department. Gu Dongting didn't reply, which was normal for Shen Wang, who didn't mind much. Gu Dongting, a cultivation enthusiast, was always busy with training and tasks, rarely using his phone. In case of emergencies, he would call directly. Messaging and chat apps were hit or miss for him. If lucky, he would reply the same day, otherwise, it could be days before he checked his messages. Though the response time was often delayed, Shen Wang didn't mind the slow pace. He knew that Gu Dongting would reply as soon as he saw the message. Just as he was about to put away his phone, Li Pingping sent him a link. Shen Wang, puzzled, replied with a question mark. Li Pingping, bro, you have to check out this live stream. Li Pingping, it's infuriating. Perplexed, Shen Wang clicked on the link and found himself in a young man's live stream. The man had clear, handsome features, a full forehead indicating wealth or nobility, but there was a hint of dark energy in his otherwise excellent face. Shen Wang scrutinized for a moment, but the screen resolution limited his clarity. In the live stream, the young man was unboxing a small package, extracting a tiny triangular paper from a fist-sized box. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this one of the talismans he had sent out? Several empty boxes lay beside the young man, who disdainfully picked up the talisman. What kind of talisman is this going to be? Another concentration talisman. Seems like there's a high drop rate today. This is the third one already. He unfolded the neatly folded triangular talisman without hesitation and examined it closely. Gibberish, completely incomprehensible. After his complaint, he picked up 2 other concentration talismans and showed all 3 to the camera. I noticed the scam artist is getting lazy today. All 3 are concentration talismans, seemingly similar at a glance, but there are many differences in detail. Yeah, look, the top right corner of the first one has a fancy little circle, the second one has a straight line, and the third is missing several lines. Maybe the swindler got confused while drawing them. Or maybe he's just selling random stuff, labeling it whatever he claims them to be. Buyers can't tell anyway. Just buying some peace of mind. The young man clicked his tongue. That Shen Wang, after gaining popularity through hype, immediately started to build a persona and sell stuff. Just a piece of crudely drawn paper, and it sells for hundreds. It's pure profit. The ones he draws himself are one thing, but these, they could easily be printed. It's a gold mine. If he was just selling autographs like a celebrity, I wouldn't care, but he's promoting superstition and feudal beliefs. Now that he's caught my attention. He's not a big star. Even if he sold autographs, who would buy them? It's common to package products attractively to make money. No shame in that. Too bad he crossed paths with our ghost young master, who's always been at the forefront of debunking feudal superstitions. He's exposed hundreds of fake monks and Taoists. The young man crumpled the talisman in his hand, and with a basketball shooting motion, tossed it into a trash bin. In the face of such swindling charlatans, we must tear off their masks and prevent them from deceiving others. I hope everyone stays vigilant. There are no ghosts or deities in this world, believe in science. Some tried to speak up for Shen Wang, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the indignant fans in the live stream. Actually, if each talisman is slightly different, it's unlikely they're mass-produced. Also, it's scientific to be respectful of the unknown, right? Just change up the designs a bit, send different ones to different people, and you won't get caught for mass production. Believing in science while maintaining a sense of reverence. Your stance isn't very pure. Is this a fan sneaking in here? Bad luck. Soon, the lone voice defending Shen Wang also disappeared. Li Pingping, filled with righteous anger, called, Bro. Did you see that? He's slandering you. Shen Wang didn't bother with the ghost young master's live stream anymore but briefly skimmed through his previous videos, piecing together his identity from Li Pingping's complaints. Ghost Young Master, a live streamer on a popular platform, focused on professional debunking and anti-superstition, attracting a crowd with his sharp style and bizarre submissions. Since Shen Wang often dealt with mystical matters on social media, Ghost Young Master targeted him. Initially, Shen Wang's live stream fortune-telling was just seen as fleecing fans a willing buyer, willing seller situation. Ghost Young Master had made a few sarcastic comments but hadn't taken action. When Shen Wang started selling talismans, Ghost Young Master became agitated. Fortune-telling could be dismissed as fleecing fans, but selling products was actual deception. What if people actually bought them? Though not expensive, the sales could become massively profitable if volume increased. So, Ghost Young Master spent a hefty sum to buy a few talismans from fans who had purchased them. Ghost Young Master underestimated Shen Wang's fans. Many refused to sell the talismans they bought, preferring to keep them as collectibles. Only after offering 20 times the price did he manage to acquire a few. Having spent so much in vain, even the wealthy Ghost Young Master couldn't help but feel infuriated, feeling like a complete fool, leading him to unrestrainedly berate Shen Wang as a charlatan and a fraud. Li Pingping was still ranting on the phone, furious and anxious when he noticed Shen Wang's lack of response. Bro, what are you doing? He's accusing you of being a deceitful internet celebrity. Your talismans are genuine, and he just threw them away. So many people are desperate to get them. Many fans yearn for them, it's a sheer waste. Shen Wang spoke calmly, it doesn't matter, his intentions are good. In Ghost Young Master's past videos, he criticized those promoting jewelry for bringing wealth or love, tarot readers online, and even those fortune tellers under bridges. Shen Wang's inclusion wasn't surprising. He was serious about opposing feudal superstitions. But Shen Wang shook his head after browsing more videos. He's really bold, using that name and daring to visit all kinds of strange places. Ghost Young Master wasn't just confrontational online, he also explored haunted houses, cemeteries, and remote areas with ghost stories, even spending nights there. It would be one thing if that were all, but he also enjoyed playing various paranormal games, meticulously following each step while ridiculing them. He seemed utterly fearless. After skimming through the host videos, Shen Wang couldn't help but comment, this kid is really lucky to be alive. Yet, even the strongest fate can't withstand such reckless behavior, and Shen Wang understood why Ghost Young Master had a hint of dark energy in his appearance. For someone so recklessly tempting fate, it's a miracle he hasn't met misfortune yet. Chapter 66. Shen Wang thought it wise to offer a word of caution. Host, you should visit fewer ominous places. Maybe stay at a nearby Taoist temple or monastery, or even at a police station for a while. Stop courting death, or it won't end well. Ghost Young Master noticed Shen Wang's comment amidst the flurry of messages and scoffed dismissively, what ominous places? When people die, that's the end. Cemeteries are just for the living solace. Temples. Monasteries. Stick to your superstitious beliefs, but daring to spout them in my live stream. You're just asking to be humiliated. With a swift move, Ghost Young Master didn't hesitate to mute and block the user. Shen Wang, witnessing his youthful arrogance, shook his head speechlessly. Not even a supreme immortal could save someone hell-bent on self-destruction. After informing Li Pingping about Ghost Young Master, Li Pingping abruptly ceased his complaints. Upon hanging up the phone, Li Pingping and his roommates exchanged glances, then simultaneously jumped onto their beds, wrapping themselves tightly in blankets. Moments ago, they were furious at this person for insulting Shen Wang, but now they only felt sympathy and complexity. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. They could only pray for his good fortune. At that time, Shen Wang, holding the bank cards from Yu Fu and Boss Song, had already stepped out. Both Yu and Song, wealthy magnates of City C, grateful for Shen Wang saving their lives and eager to maintain a good relationship, each offered 20 million. It was a grand gesture, leaving even Shen Wang surprised. But having accepted it, he couldn't return it. Shen Wang pocketed the cards and headed straight for the antique street. 40 million was a substantial sum, but in the world of antiques and spiritual artifacts, it wasn't exceptional. Shen Wang entered an antique shop with ease, greeting the owner grandly, boss, long time no see. Bring out your best items for me. The shop owner adjusted his glasses. If he remembered correctly, Shen Wang had said the same thing the last time he visited the shop. Knowing the price of the truly valuable items, he immediately backed off, buying only some low-quality talismans before leaving, and then got caught by the Metaphysics Association. Recalling some rumors from the Metaphysics Association, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled, and he switched to a friendly smile. Master Shen, what kind of treasures are you looking for? Shen Wang eyed the shopkeeper thoughtfully. You haven't been possessed, have you? Shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's face darkened, speaking coldly. I do have some valuable items, but they're not cheap. Can you afford them? All right, not possessed, Shen Wang chuckled. Do you have any spiritual stones or plants? Rolling his eyes, the shopkeeper looked surprised upon hearing Shen Wang's request. Spiritual stones are so rare, how could I possibly have them? But I do have a few pots of spiritual plants. Before coming, Shen Wang was prepared for the scarcity in this age of declining spiritual energy. He had doubted the existence of spiritual stones but was surprised to hear they actually existed. Not afraid of the high price of spiritual stones, only of their absence, Shen Wang relaxed and waved his hand. Then bring out your spiritual plants for me to see. The Xian Yu Immortal Book was not only his life-bound magical treasure but had also saved his life. He needed to take good care of it. The shopkeeper cautiously brought out several potted plants, wearing gloves and almost holding his breath. Expecting something extremely precious given the shopkeeper's care, Shen Wang was disappointed when he saw them. Is this it? Not even comparable to the few pots at the Metaphysics Association. What did you expect? The shopkeeper huffed. Growing and nurturing spiritual plants is not easy. Having even one pot in my shop is a testament to my wide connections and resources. Shen Wang scrutinized the spiritual plant with its faint spiritual energy for a while before reluctantly asking the price. All right, how much? I'll take it. 2 million, the shopkeeper stated, then quickly added to preempt any bargaining from Shen Wang. That's the lowest price already. No matter where you go, even if you buy directly from a cultivator, it's around this price. To the shopkeeper's surprise, Shen Wang looked at him oddly. That cheap? Shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was internally baffled. This kid finds a few thousand for high-quality talismans expensive, yet calls a few million for a spiritual plant cheap. He almost choked on his frustration, wishing he hadn't quoted the lowest price right away. After his initial surprise, Shen Wang realized that even in this age of declining spiritual energy, an ordinary spiritual plant wasn't that valuable. Its worth depended on the unpredictable yield of pills, so expensive items were the pills, not the plants. Top-tier spiritual plants, which could be used directly without processing into pills, wouldn't be found here. Without further ado, Shen Wang paid with his card and then inquired, do you have any better jade? He had previously bought jade to create a spirit-gathering formation, and now he planned to buy more for crafting jade talismans. The shopkeeper had better quality jade, but it wasn't displayed openly. Annoyed, he said, what else do you need? Just tell me everything at once, so I don't have to keep fetching items for you. Shen Wang innocently shook his head, there was nothing else he wanted. While the shopkeeper was fetching items, Shen Wang idly touched the leaves of the spiritual plant, looking around at the various curiosities in the shop, his interest piqued by the unfamiliar. Just then, a group of people entered the shop, blocking his view. Turning his attention to something else, Shen Wang found his view obstructed again and realized someone was deliberately opposing him. Looking up, Shen Wang chuckled, oh, what a coincidence, familiar faces. Standing before Shen Wang was none other than Chen Feng from Qingqing sect. Changed your lackeys. Shen Wang eyed the new group behind Chen Feng, acted quite fast, did you just kick Qian Liangjun aside? Previously, Chen Feng had conspired with Qian Liangjun to seize the talismans from Shen Wang. If those talismans hadn't been his own creation, they might have succeeded. After their plot to seize the treasure was exposed, Chen Feng and his master quickly shifted the blame onto their minor follower, Qian Liangjun, while they themselves escaped unscathed. Remembering this, Shen Wang's smile towards the new followers was laden with meaning. The faces of those following Chen Feng shifted uncomfortably. This incident had caused a stir within the Metaphysics Association. Although openly undiscussed, everyone knew about the emerging talented talisman master Shen Wang, and the deeds of Chen Feng and Qian Liangjun were whispered about. Despite knowing Chen Feng and his master's actions, there were still those willing to risk their necks for protection and benefits from Qingqing Mountain's influence. The unspoken truth was now abruptly laid bare by Shen Wang, leaving not only the followers but also Chen Feng with a dark expression. Warned by his master never to engage Shen Wang without a surefire advantage, Chen Feng's gaze turned sinister as he took a deep breath. At this moment, the shop owner finally came out with items. Seeing Shen Wang and Chen Feng standing opposed, his demeanor changed from relaxed to a bit more formidable. Aware of the shop owner's significant backing, Chen Feng forced a smile, Boss Ian, I'm here to buy magical tools. Relieved to see no intention of causing trouble, the shop owner relaxed slightly, but his expression remained stern, pick out whatever you want. As he placed several unpolished jade stones before Shen Wang, he said, take a look. The quality of these stones varied. As Shen Wang reached for one, another hand swiftly intercepted, snatching the piece he was eyeing. Holding the jade, Chen Feng smugly inquired, Boss Ian, how much for this one? I'll take it. The atmosphere in the antique shop tensed suddenly, with everyone's eyes on Shen Wang, waiting to see his response. The shop owner squinted his eyes, 10 million. Chen Feng's smug smile froze. He had thought the jade stone would be a few million at most, not expecting it to reach 10 million. Even for cultivators in the metaphysical realm, who easily earned money, 10 million was not a small amount. Shen Wang scoffed, can't afford it. If you can't, put it down and give it back to me. Chen Feng quickly responded, it's fine, I'll take it. Although 10 million was slightly steep, Chen Feng felt the money was well spent just to see Shen Wang's displeased face. Shen Wang observed him deeply, then picked another piece, which, unsurprisingly, Chen Feng snatched again. Shen Wang's expression grew darker as he picked another piece, only for Chen Feng to take it once more. After Shen Wang's last pick, Chen Feng, reveling in Shen Wang's somber face, boisterously called out, Boss Ian, how much? The shop owner blurted out, 53,070,000. I'll round it down for you, 53 million. 50 million. Chen Feng's face stiffened, this was almost half of his fortune. Shen Wang, you can't be out of money, can you? If so, you better put it down, Before Shen Wang could finish, Chen Feng slapped down a bank card, swipe it. Watching the shop owner quickly process the payment, Chen Feng felt a pang in his heart. He consoled himself that Boss Ian's shop never had inferior goods. If he resold them or gifted them to his master, he could recoup the cost. Most importantly, he got to see his nemesis outmaneuvered, making the 50 million seem trivial in comparison. After paying, with all items securely his, Chen Feng looked triumphantly at Shen Wang, about to speak when he saw Shen Wang smiling too. Shen Wang, with a cheery grin, said to the shop owner, Boss Ian, I helped you sell so much, a little gift for my efforts isn't too much to ask, right? The shop owner couldn't help but chuckle, pushing up his glasses to hide his amusement, these were bought by the customer, not you. Don't try to connect yourself to this. Chen Feng knew too well that he had been tricked by Shen Wang again. Blood rushing to his head, Chen Feng spat out blood in anger, Shen Wang. Shen Wang responded with a smile, looking at Chen Feng as if he were simple-minded. This infuriated Chen Feng even more. Seeing Chen Feng about to lose control, the shop owner's expression darkened, are you planning to start a fight in my shop? A surge of authority swept through, causing Chen Feng to grunt in pain. He looked at the shop owner with fear, having always known of the owner's significant backing but never realizing his personal strength was so formidable, almost comparable to his own master. Grinding his teeth, Chen Feng's expression shifted several times before he resentfully took his things and left. Meanwhile, Shen Wang watched his retreating figure and leisurely picked up a jade stone he had been eyeing. Really, no discount, Boss Ian. Chapter 67. Having dispatched Chen Feng, who was looking for trouble, the shop owner turned to Shen Wang with a smirk and a smile. What did you just say? Shen Wang, calm and composed, replied, I've been working hard as your shill, helping you make millions. You wouldn't let me work for free, would you? The shop owner, looking at Shen Wang, was at a loss for words for a moment. Not only had Shen Wang provoked the people of Qingqing Mountain, but he also remained unfazed even after revealing his own strength, making the shop owner wonder if skilled individuals were now common. Finally, the shop owner, with a wave of his hand and a huff, said, discount. I'll give you a 5% discount. This was only because he found the young man agreeable, anyone else would have been thrown out long ago. Shen Wang immediately beamed with joy, thank you, Boss Ian. Seeing his foolishly happy expression, the shop owner sighed and reminded him, do you know who that person just now was? A disciple of Qingqing Mountain. Shen Wang guessed, sensing the implication in the shop owner's tone. The shop owner beckoned him closer and, as Shen Wang leaned in, whispered, do you know the surname of the head of Qingqing Mountain? Shen Wang paused, then raised an eyebrow, it's not Chen, is it? On closer inspection, the spirit bees had lost their frail appearance and were plump, their tiny transparent wings seemingly burdened. Even when Shen Wang nudged them, they only lazily shifted aside, showing no inclination to fly. Shen Wang was perplexed. Could they have overindulged in spiritual energy and become overfed? He had planned to use these bees for pollinating the spirit plants and potentially breeding them. Contemplating whether a veterinarian could treat bees, Shen Wang quickly abandoned the idea, thinking it absurd to take spirit bees to a vet. Leaving the bees be, Shen Wang returned to his room to start crafting talismans from the newly purchased jade. This time, Shen Wang chose to create a higher-grade defensive talisman. Using spiritual energy as a blade, he slowly carved intricate runes onto the jade. The layers of runes interlocked, forming a complete cycle. The once ordinary jade transformed in an instant when the talisman was completed, becoming more translucent. Even those unfamiliar with jade could tell this piece was valuable. Shen Wang, now drenched in sweat, sat back exhaustedly. Crafting jade talismans still proved to be a challenging task with his current level of power. By the time he finished, it was deep into the night, a time of utter silence. Having depleted all his spiritual energy, Shen Wang closed his eyes and began practicing his cultivation technique to restore it. Abruptly, his phone rang, disrupting the quiet. Frowning initially, Shen Wang relaxed upon seeing the caller. Dongting, what's up? The name Dongting created a brief, peculiar silence on both ends of the call. Finally, Gu Dongting broke the silence. The remuneration you received is all cleared. Languidly holding the phone, Shen Wang leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, listening to Gu Dongting speak. Through Gu Dongting, Shen Wang learned of a new policy from the special department. All remunerations in the mystical community must be reported and taxed. This new regulation had stirred dissatisfaction among many. Gu Dongting had been busy dealing with the fallout. Gu Dongting's voice was crisp and steady, soothing to the ear, like an oral massage. Shen Wang randomly thought, if he had a child, he would be excellent at reading bedtime stories. After speaking for a while without a response, Gu Dongting asked in confusion, Shen Wang. I'm listening, Shen Wang replied. I just drew a talisman and am a bit tired. Gu Dongting hesitated. Did I interrupt you? Gu Dongting felt regretful. He had instinctively called back upon seeing Shen Wang's message, not realizing it was already midnight and he might be disturbing him. It wasn't important and could have been handled via a text reply. Gu Dongting pursed his lips in thought. No, I find your voice relaxing. Perhaps it was the phone, or maybe fatigue, but Shen Wang's voice was slightly hoarse, a low hum in Gu Dongting's ear. Gu Dongting shifted the phone to his other ear. Don't overexert yourself with your spiritual energy. The entrance exam for the mystic sect is in a few days. Shen Wang's eyes snapped open. I had completely forgotten about that. It's okay, the entrance exam is easy. With your strength, it won't be a problem. Relieved, Shen Wang sighed. It's tough to get by in society these days without proper credentials. Shen Wang heard what sounded like Gu Dongting chuckling, and then he began explaining the details of the entrance exam. The two talked for quite a while before ending the call. Glancing at the call duration, nearly half an hour had passed. Shen Wang couldn't help but doubt himself. Did we really have that much to talk about? He remembered Gu Dongting as someone with a cold persona. Gu Dongting's timely message at least informed Shen Wang about the basic procedures and key points of the entrance exam, preventing him from being caught off guard. Mulling over the exam details and recalling Gu Dongting's voice, Shen Wang drowsily headed back to sleep. Early the next morning, Shen Wang was awakened by the frantic ringing of his phone. Fumbling for his phone, a smile tugged at his lips. Why call again so soon? A piercing cry and plea echoed through the call. Master Shen, please save me. The remnants of sleep vanished instantly from Shen Wang as he eyed the unfamiliar caller ID, confused. Who are you? The person on the other end wailed, Master Shen, I was wrong, please save me. Shen Wang rechecked the number, confirming it was an unknown caller. Who are you? Through the caller's intermittent sobs, Shen Wang finally realized who it was. It was the broadcaster known as Ghost Young, who zealously opposed superstitious beliefs and often skirted dangerously close to inviting disaster. After live streaming his scathing denunciation of Shen Wang as a charlatan during the day, Ghost Young proceeded to play ghost summoning games on his live stream that night, following a packed schedule. He started the game at midnight, the hour of the heaviest energy, initially laughing and joking cheerfully with his live stream audience. But it wasn't long before he sensed something was amiss. Initially, he felt a chilling draft on his back and top of his head, as if a breeze was blowing. However, when he checked, the windows were securely shut, and the air conditioner was off. Later, Ghost Young kept feeling shadows flickering before his eyes, followed by bouts of dizziness. Thinking it was just discomfort from staying up late, he didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until his live stream audience started commenting about someone behind him that he realized something was wrong. Terrified, he ended the live stream. Ghost Young tried to flee his studio but found himself trapped in a loop, always ending up back in the same room. After several futile attempts, the usually skeptical Ghost Young collapsed in despair, hiding under his desk, shivering uncontrollably. As the night deepened, he even saw objects moving on their own and heard faint, eerie laughter. Ghost Young was so terrified he wished he could just pass out. It wasn't until he noticed the crumpled talismans in his trash can that he had a flash of insight. Desperately, he scrambled to retrieve them. The moment he picked up the talismans, all the bizarre noises and movements ceased. Clutching the talismans like a lifeline, Ghost Young didn't dare to sleep and immediately set out to find Shen Wang's contact information. Fortunately, Ghost Young's well-connected background and wealth helped him quickly obtain Shen Wang's number, and he called him at the first opportunity. Shen Wang, listening. Ghost Young, a grown man, sobbed uncontrollably. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Please save me, I'm willing to pay any price. Shen Wang, calculating with his fingers, if I'm not mistaken, weren't you live streaming and cursing me just yesterday? Ghost Young, after a long silence and with evident shame, admitted, did you see my live stream? Master, I was too naive before, unaware of the vastness of the world. Some things can shatter our worldview. I can apologize on a live stream, pay to trend on social media, even apologize publicly on the trending page. Although it's embarrassing, it pales in comparison to life itself, thought Ghost Young clearly. Your talismans are invaluable, I was blind not to recognize their worth. Listening to Ghost Young's frantic ramblings, Shen Wang finished his calculations. It's fine. You've just been courting death too frequently, attracting too many things. There's no real danger. Just find someone to send them away. Ghost Young, crying out loud, Master, Big Boss, dear Father, who do I know who can do that? All I know are charlatans and frauds, and I don't mean to call you one, what I mean is. Watching his own status rise step by step, Shen Wang was both amused and bewildered. This is no big deal, any random temple or monastery could solve it. The things that Ghost Young provoked were not really harmful, just a bit frightening. Master, I am willing to pay. How much do you think is reasonable? I know masters like you don't fancy worldly possessions, but... Ghost Young, originally a fighter against feudal superstition, had his worldview shattered and reformed, leading him to have little trust in temples and monasteries. However, having witnessed Shen Wang's genuine abilities with talismans, he trusted him more. As Ghost Young was worrying about how to ask for help, he heard Shen Wang cough lightly. Eager to assist, Ghost Young said, Master, are you all right? Is your throat uncomfortable? Shall I order you some rock sugar pear soup for delivery? I'm fine, Shen Wang said seriously. Matters of life and death, I of course won't refuse. I'll go to the capital in a week and help you solve this issue. Ghost Young was overjoyed, feeling as if he'd found a light in the darkness. But then he deflated. Master, is 1 week too long? Shen Wang, lacking a sense of professional ethics, advised, you have some talismans now, it's fine, there's no danger to your life. Ghost Young tentatively offered, how about a reward of 5 million? Shen Wang, it's not about the money. The main reason was that he had to attend an entry exam in the metaphysical community. Ghost Young, I'll ask my parents to contribute another 5 million. Shen Wang made a quick decision, I'll buy the earliest ticket there and solve it as quickly as possible. They were just some harmless little ghosts, it wouldn't take much effort. After dealing with them, he could return to City C in time for the entrance exam. Thank you, Master. Ghost Young seemed to understand something and immediately said, I'll book your flight right away, first class. Shen Wang couldn't have asked for more. After letting Ghost Young book his ticket, he casually asked, what's your name? Ghost Young answered, my name is Liang Ruri, Ruri as in, like the sun at its zenith. It has no other meaning. Liang Ruri. Shen Wang felt this name sounded familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Liang Rui, one of the male protagonist harem members from the original text, was known as the second richest in the country, almost on par with the wealthiest Gu family. However, the Gu and Liang families' business territories didn't overlap, so there was no competition. After Liang Rui got together with the male protagonist, the Liang family suffered revenge from the protagonist's enemy, leading to a dismal end. In the end, both the Gu and Liang families became stepping stones for the protagonist's rise. The only two survivors, the darkened version of Gu Dongting seeking revenge for his family, and Liang Rui, kept as an ornament in the harem, left an indelible mark on their outcomes. Shen Wang had no particular resentment towards Tang Jiu's harem and hadn't deliberately investigated them, so he didn't expect to intersect with these characters so soon. After a few seconds of recollection, Shen Wang realized that when Liang Rui met Tang Jiu, her brother had already passed away. Now it seems her brother might have died due to his reckless actions. Ghost Young booked the earliest flight, and Shen Wang, having nothing much to carry, simply instructed Li Pingping briefly before leaving with a small backpack. This was Shen Wang's first flight, and he couldn't hide his excitement, looking around curiously before finally finding his seat. As soon as he sat down, he heard a soft scoff from nearby. Following the sound, Shen Wang saw a middle-aged man looking disdainfully at him. Upon meeting Shen Wang's gaze, the man rolled his eyes and turned to his companion, complaining, nowadays, anyone can buy a first-class ticket. Shen Wang, at a loss for words and not wanting to argue with such people, adjusted his seat for more comfort. The woman next to him adjusted her sunglasses and leaned towards the window. At that moment, a woman with curled hair approached Shen Wang. Excuse me, sir, could we possibly switch seats? Shen Wang was indifferent about switching but, noticing the disdain in the woman's eyes, he smiled and said, switch seats. The woman nodded, yes, I'm with the lady next to you. Shen Wang firmly responded, no switch. The woman's face darkened. I believe you recognize Jiu. She's exhausted from filming and needs good rest. Please don't disturb her sleep for your own selfish reasons. Shen Wang looked at the inexplicably curly-haired woman and then at the sunglass-wearing woman beside him, baffled. I didn't recognize her. Who is she? Before the women could respond, the man who sneered earlier suddenly perked up, Jiu. Is it Wei Jiu? Hello, I'm a fan of your acting. Wei Jiu. Shen Wang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know the star Wei Jiu, but he knew she was one of the male protagonist harem in the original story and Gu Dongting's fiancée. Wei Jiu finally took off her sunglasses, revealing a radiant, flawless face. Thank you for your support. After thanking the fan, she turned to Shen Wang. Noticing his dazed expression, Wei Jiu quickly frowned and then politely asked, Sir, would you mind switching seats with my manager? This was Gu Dongting's fiancée, the one who led to the downfall of the Gu family and later took over half of their assets. Wei Jiu, from a mystic family but without cultivation talents, rose in status with the protagonist's help. She met the protagonist early and remained a primary figure in his harem, indicating her cunning nature. Wei Jiu, aware of her beauty, frowned impatiently at Shen Wang's stare. Sir, please behave yourself. Her remark instantly provoked the self-proclaimed fan. You, stop harassing in public. Do you want me to call the police on you? Jolted from his thoughts, Shen Wang retracted his gaze and absent-mindedly apologized. Sorry. Wei Jiu's manager coldly scoffed. Since you've apologized, don't cling to the seat. Jiu may be a public figure, but she doesn't shy away from confrontations. Confused, Shen Wang retorted, is the seat yours? Why should I give it up just because you asked? The manager, red with anger, sized Shen Wang up and down. Looking at how you're dressed, can you even afford first class? Did you buy this seat specifically because you knew about our Jiu's schedule? A middle-aged man, moved by the sight of a beautiful woman in tears, said hotly, what kind of man are you, picking on two women? Shen Wang was astounded by their ability to twist facts. Wasn't she the one who insisted on switching seats with me, and when I refused, she accused me of being poor and unable to afford a ticket, and a sightseeing fan. And now I'm the bully. Really, I just didn't want to switch seats. Who did I provoke? Fine, fine, I'll switch if it's such a big deal. Shen Wang couldn't help but marvel at the capabilities of a female lead. He stood up, looking as if he'd been defeated. With Shen Wang's explanation, the crowd realized it was Wei Jiuzhou's agent who had started the trouble. Shen Wang, having paid for his ticket like everyone else, was now being forced to leave his seat and falsely accused of being a sightseeing fan. The passengers began to sympathize with him, and some even discreetly started recording the scene with their phones. Now, the tables turned on Wei Jiuzhou and her agent. Biting her lip, she said, "If you don't want to switch, you don't have to." The middle-aged man, about to chime in, stopped short as he saw the agent scurrying back to his seat, as if fleeing from a ferocious beast. Shen Wang shrugged his shoulders. "All right, you're the big stars, it's up to you whether we switch or not." After saying this, he let out a heavy sigh. Wei Jiuzhou clenched her teeth, almost grinding them to bits. Since childhood, her beauty had shielded her from adversity. Though lacking in cultivation skills, she never faced humiliation. Growing up backed by the Wei family and being a celebrity, countless men sought her favor. This was the first time she'd encountered such a frustrating situation with a man. Amidst the varied gazes of the passengers, the cabin gradually quieted down, and soon the aircraft door closed. A tall flight attendant, with a sweet smile, approached Shen Wang, handed him water and a small blanket, and asked in a clear voice, "Are you Mr. Shen Wang?" Shen Wang looked at the flight attendant, perplexed. The attendant continued, "You are our airline's Diamond Card member. I am the chief flight attendant on this flight. If you need anything, feel free to ask me." After saying this, the attendant slowly walked away. As the plane took off, the humming roar was accompanied by occasional laughter. To become a Diamond Card member of this airline, one needed not only sufficient mileage but also a significant one-time deposit. Wei Jiuzhou's face slightly changed, and the middle-aged man sitting next to Shen Wang twitched his face for a moment. Throughout the following 3-hour journey, the two people next to Shen Wang didn't utter a word. However, the rest of the cabin was abuzz with whispers and chatter. Anyone with a slightly keen hearing could catch phrases like "Diamond Card" and "Can't afford a flight," causing the eyelids of the middle-aged man, pretending to sleep, to twitch repeatedly. Upon disembarking, Wei Jiuzhou maintained her composure, but the middle-aged man hurried off as if escaping. Shen Wang didn't pay them any mind. Following Ghost Young's instructions, he soon found his ride. To his surprise, it was Ghost Young himself who came to pick him up. "Master," Ghost Young dashed to Shen Wang's side, taking his small bag, "you must be tired from the journey. We've prepared a feast at home to welcome and refresh you." Ghost Young's demeanor left Shen Wang somewhat at a loss for words. "I actually prefer your unruly and defiant attitude in your live streams." Immediately, Ghost Young knelt and apologized. "I'm sorry, Master Shen, I was wrong." As the two chatted and walked outside, the familiar middle-aged man suddenly appeared, blocking their way. "Young Master Liang, what a coincidence to see you here." The middle-aged man, who had come to the capital seeking investment, recognized Ghost Young, the Liang family's heir passionate about live streaming. Seizing the rare opportunity, he hurried over to strike up a conversation after just a glimpse of his profile. Ghost Young, busy trying to please Shen Wang, barely paid attention to anyone else, responding nonchalantly, "Ah, such a coincidence, let's get in touch later." The middle-aged man followed Ghost Young, hoping to make an acquaintance. His eyes then landed on Shen Wang, and his pupils shrank in surprise. "It's you." Only then did Ghost Young take a proper look at the middle-aged man. "You know Master Shen." Facing the man's gaze, Shen Wang replied with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile, "We've met on the plane." Ghost Young realized they were not really acquainted. "This way, please. Our car is parked outside." The middle-aged man watched in astonishment as the Liang family's young master bent slightly to make way for Shen Wang, showing the same kind of eagerness he himself would display when currying favor with investors. His feelings were a complex mix of emotions. If only he hadn't blindly sided against someone on the plane for Wei Jiuzhou's beauty, he might have had a chance to get acquainted with young Master Liang, securing his investment. But now, the middle-aged man was anxious, praying Ghost Young was unaware of what had transpired on the plane. Otherwise, with the young master's regard for Shen Wang, not only would he lose the Liang family's investment, but he might also struggle to find any investment in the capital. Unaware of the middle-aged man's turmoil, Ghost Young and Shen Wang soon reached the ostentatiously beautiful and arrogant purple sports car parked outside, attracting the attention of all passers-by. Once inside, the car roared to life and stylishly sped off. In a car following them, Wei Jiuzhou's face was clouded with displeasure. Who was that just now? The agent naturally didn't believe that Wei Jiuzhou didn't recognize young Master Liang. She also shook her head. "I don't know." A strange man who suddenly appeared, even someone that young Master Liang himself seemed eager to please. The agent regretted her actions. Had she known the man's powerful background, she wouldn't have antagonized him. But now that the damage was done, there was no turning back. Wei Jiuzhou's gaze flickered uncertainly, and she hummed lightly. When Shen Wang arrived at the Liang residence, the entire Liang family had been waiting for some time. As Shen Wang stepped through the door, he noticed several pairs of eyes fixated on him, especially those of Mr. Liang, appraising him. "Mom and Dad, this is Master Shen." Ghost Young carefully placed Shen Wang's bag down, briefly introducing him. Shen Wang calmly met their gazes, also taking a moment to assess the faces of the Liang family members. Mr. Liang had an ordinary appearance but an extraordinary demeanor, tall and imposing. Mrs. Liang, on the other hand, was petite and gentle in temperament. The couple looked exceptionally well matched standing together. The two children of the Liang family resembled their father. Ghost Young looked more like Mr. Liang but lacked his imposing aura, appearing somewhat frivolous. Fortunately, his inherent kindness and honesty prevented him from seeming slippery. Liang Ryue, one of the most ordinary characters in the harem of the book, resembled Mrs. Liang closely. She was delicate and adorable, with an innocent and naive demeanor, her eyes clear and curious. "Master Shen," Mr. Liang was the first to extend his hand. "I've long admired your reputation." The feeling is mutual. Their brief handshake eased the atmosphere. Mr. Liang smiled. "At my position, I have some understanding of the metaphysical world, though I always thought such matters didn't concern us ordinary people. I never expected my son to be involved in something like this." Ghost Young, looking dejected, trailed behind the two, resembling a guilty husky. "Dad, can we not talk about this now? The master must be hungry after the journey. Let him have a good meal first, then we can see what to do about my problem." The focus was on getting his issue resolved. Shen Wang glanced at him lightly. No need to check, I've already told you. You brought this on yourself by attracting too many ghosts. Just send those ghosts away, and you'll be fine. Upon first seeing Ghost Young, Shen Wang had noticed several peculiar little ghosts trailing behind him. These ghosts meant no harm, in fact, they were drawn to Ghost Young. Shen Wang couldn't simply disperse them. Now, inside the Liang residence, Shen Wang realized that the ghosts accompanying Ghost Young were just child's play. From Shen Wang's perspective, the entire Liang house was shrouded in a chilling ghostly aura, with lost souls lingering in the living room and increasing in number as one neared the second floor. Shen Wang couldn't help but wonder how Ghost Young managed to attract so many ghosts. Even if he tried, he might not gather as many. Hearing Shen Wang's comment, the Liangs all looked concerned. Mr. Liang, frustrated with his son, glared at Ghost Young, then turned to Shen Wang. Master, how do we deal with all these? Just send them away, Shen Wang said. How do we do that? It's a small matter. Shen Wang formed a hand seal and grabbed a curious little ghost that had been circling him. Go, call all your little friends here. The little ghost, suddenly gripped by fate, cried out, Eek! What kind of monster is this, damn it? Shen Wang looked around, and wherever his gaze fell, the oddly shaped little ghosts moved aside, like Moses parting the sea. These spirits didn't come here without reason, they were invited. Father Liang's eyelid twitched. Hearing Shen Wang's words, the ghosts let out a sigh of relief and began to chatter. Exactly, you invited me here, and you haven't even offered me any tribute. Why should I leave? We haven't harmed anyone, nor have we broken any rules. We're not malevolent spirits, just homeless, wandering ghosts. Of course, we came immediately when someone invited us. The ghosts, of various forms, felt wrong talking about this. It must be understood that they are the weakest of spirits, lacking not only the ability to harm but even the intent to do so, merely bound by some lingering attachments from their lives, unable to reincarnate. Drifting in the world for so long, alone and forlorn, they could only compete with other solitary spirits for unclaimed offerings, enviously eyeing those older ghosts who had people to worship and offer to them. They had eagerly come as soon as someone volunteered to offer to wandering spirits, but before they could enjoy it, they were caught by a terrifying and dreadful human. The ghosts felt wrong too. As they spoke, some of the more emotional ghosts silently shed tears of blood, with the most distraught one crying its eyeballs out, which rolled onto the ground with a clatter. The little ghost hastily chased after its eyeballs, kneeling and pushing aside various floating legs, finally retrieving them from beneath several pairs. Delighted, it picked them up, blew on them, and pressed them back into its sockets. Blinking, the little ghost realized its eyeballs had fallen in front of the Liang family. It felt a fondness for the men who offered sacrifices to it, shyly smiling and casting a grateful look before returning to the group of ghosts. The Liang family, unnerved by the ghost stare. Whimpering, Master, save us, there's a ghost threatening us. You fool. The image of the blood-stained eyeball still floating before him, Father Liang moved his lips, his unvented anger finally directed at the young ghost, furiously, idiot. Suddenly scolded, the young ghost hung its head, not daring to utter a sound. From the ghost's accounts, the young ghost knew it was all his fault. He had always loved exploring desolate graves and camping in cemeteries, attracting many ghosts. Not stopping there, he played games to summon ghosts, until things got out of hand. All these countless ghosts were attracted by him. As the main culprit, the young ghost bore his family's anger while enduring the ghost's wrath, hunching his body to minimize his presence. Frail, pitiable, and helpless. Shen Wang signaled to Liang's father, as you can see, the ghost he summoned himself can only be peacefully dismissed after their wishes are fulfilled. Liang's father glared at his foolish son again, no problem, as long as it's within our power, we will do our best to fulfill their wishes. If it exceeds legal and moral boundaries, we are powerless. While saying the latter half, Liang's father was also worried, fearing that the ghosts, who seemed troublesome, wouldn't agree. Shen Wang had no objections to Liang's father's request and directly said to the wandering spirits, heard that. Any requests, just ask. The ghosts murmured among themselves, and a withered, thin, middle-aged male ghost with a bluish complexion stepped forward, swallowing his saliva. I wish to die from overeating. Shen Wang glanced at the middle-aged male ghost and agreed, all right. Liang's father acted swiftly, quickly ordering a lot of takeout to be delivered. Box after box of takeout was placed on the ground, each one emitting a tantalizing aroma, made from top-notch ingredients. Not just the middle-aged ghost who wished to die from overeating, even Shen Wang couldn't help but sniff the air. Truly tantalizing. No matter how tasteless, one wouldn't stoop to competing with ghosts for food. Shen Wang took out some joss paper, flicked his wrist, and the paper spontaneously combusted. Holding the burning paper, he let the flames consume it until only a pinch of fine ash remained at his fingertips. Rubbing his fingertips together, the fine ash fluttered down evenly over the food, as if seasoning had been added, yet it didn't enhance the food's aroma, instead making it disappear. Instead, the previously unmoved group of ghosts stared at the food, some continuously swallowing saliva, some with corners of their mouths dripping red liquid, either saliva or blood, and others sniffing like they hadn't eaten in 800 years. The thin middle-aged male ghost inhaled deeply, his greenish-black face revealing a look of enjoyment. A few minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes reddening. Thank you, master. The Liang family noticed that, at some point, the middle-aged male ghost's complexion had improved significantly, the bluish-black hue fading to an unnatural pallor. Shen Wang spoke slowly, in life, you committed no great evil, nor great good. You lived in poverty, scrimping and saving for every bit of money, never enjoying anything. Everyone present, both human and ghost, gradually quieted down, listening to the conversation between Shen Wang and the middle-aged male ghost. The middle-aged male ghost chuckled bitterly. When I was alive, I always thought there was plenty of time. For the sake of my children, for a comfortable old age, I thought enduring hardship now would lead to a better future. But I forgot that accidents always come faster than anything else. My dream in life was to take my spouse for a nice meal, a wish that remained unfulfilled even in death. Later, his son got into a university in another city and took his mother there to live. It was years before they could return to their hometown, leaving the middle-aged male ghost bound to his original place, with no offerings, no worship, and unable to leave. It was only when a young ghost went to their village cemetery for an adventure that he was brought out. Having left his own grave, he couldn't go to the city where his spouse and son were. With nowhere else to go, he could only follow the young ghost. Shen Wang looked down, fiddled with his phone, and pulled up a photo, handing it to the middle-aged male ghost. They're living well. The middle-aged male ghost paused, looking at the familiar faces in the photo. It was a picture of his son taking his mother to a Western restaurant, captioned, "First time taking mom for Western cuisine," check-in recorded. The middle-aged male ghost smiled, his last lingering regret dissipating. He thanked Shen Wang earnestly and peacefully proceeded towards reincarnation. Shen Wang took back his phone and liked the social media post. The middle-aged male ghost's obsession was not so much about missing a good meal or the joys of life, but rather the regret of not providing a better life for his family. The story of the middle-aged male ghost left the Liang family with complex emotions, especially Liang's father, who reflected on whether he too was so busy with work and earning money that he forgot what he truly wanted. The group of ghosts remained unaffected by the story, such tales being all too common among them, nothing out of the ordinary or worth mentioning. However, seeing the middle-aged male ghost enter reincarnation made their eyes glow with envy. Who would choose to be a rootless, wandering spirit if they could reincarnate? Quickly, another ghost stepped forward. "Master, my wish is to wear some new clothes." This was a disheveled female ghost, her long hair barely covering the holes in her clothes. Her body was covered in bruises, and her otherwise fine features were obscured by blood, leaving only a sense of terror. Shen Wang frowned slightly and said, "All right." Her appearance was so pitiful that it was immediately clear what had befallen her. The Liang family turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. As Shen Wang was about to fashion some paper clothes, the female ghost protested, "Master, don't fob me off with paper clothes." Shen Wang remarked, "Quite a high demand." The female ghost smiled modestly, "Paper clothes are too ugly and lack style. I refuse to wear them. If I'm going to wear something, it should be like those." Following her gaze, Shen Wang's mouth twitched as he realized she had taken a liking to the clothes in a fashion magazine. As a straight man with very normal aesthetic sensibilities, Shen Wang couldn't understand what was appealing about these exaggerated, gaudily colored clothes, though he acknowledged that girls might have a different taste. He put his joss paper away and looked towards Liang's father, the implication clear, it was their turn to act. Just as Liang's father was about to call his ever-reliable assistant to bring the latest fashionable clothes from the magazine, his sleeve was tugged by Liang Ryue, who asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Liang Ryue stole a glance at the pitiful female ghost. Despite the ghost's frightening appearance, there was no fear in her eyes, only gentle pity and sympathy. "Dad, I have a lot of pretty clothes, we can give some to this sister." Unable to discern the female ghost's age, Liang Ryue addressed her as sister. Liang's father frowned, immediately objecting, "Those are your clothes, how can you?" He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Liang Ryue insisted, "It's okay, I have more clothes than I can wear. I've given some to my girlfriends before." Only this time, the recipient was somewhat unique. Liang's father was about to speak, but the female ghost floated over, circling Liang Ryue twice, examining her carefully. "Our figures are similar, I can wear your clothes." With her saying so, Liang's father had no choice but to reluctantly agree. However, as he watched Liang Ryue and the female ghost ascend to the wardrobe, Liang's father glared fiercely at the young ghost. The young ghost remained silent, not daring to speak. Shen Wang didn't interfere with their decision. After the female ghost left, another ghost approached. That evening, the Liang family witnessed many unheard and unseen strange stories, and encountered many pitiful souls usually only seen in the news. They were used to a glamorous world, mingling with well-to-do elites. They were aware of the world's tragedies, but this was the first time they witnessed the protagonists of these sad tales up close. Shen Wang, accustomed to such events, efficiently helped one ghost after another fulfill their wishes, resolve their obsessions, and enter reincarnation. As the number of ghosts in the villa dwindled and the night grew deeper, Liang Ryue and the female ghost finally descended, having changed clothes. Busy with guiding the spirits, Shen Wang didn't notice their return until the young ghost's exclamation drew his attention to the two girls descending the stairs. Indeed, they looked like girls, not a ghost. The female ghost wore a deep green gown, resembling a dress from a TV show, intricate and magnificent, with a slightly long train trailing behind her like a spread lotus leaf. Without blood on her, the ghost's pale skin was set off by the green dress, making her look ethereal. Surprisingly, without the blood and hair to hide behind, she appeared to be just a teenager. Initially stunned by the beautiful girl, the young ghost's expression shifted from admiration to shock when he realized it was the female ghost. But his reaction wasn't fear, it was anger, as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Everyone understood who he was cursing. Even Liang's father didn't reprimand the young ghost for his language, understanding his rage while looking at his own beautiful and lovely daughter. The gown's hem hid the female ghost's floating feet as she approached. At first glance, she didn't look like a ghost at all. Smiling happily, she asked, "Do I look pretty?" Shen Wang sighed softly, stood up, and walked towards the female ghost, reaching out his hand. Liang Ryue exclaimed in alarm, "Master. Don't." Shen Wang's extended hand paused, and he looked at Liang Ryue, puzzled. Liang Ryue hurried over, shielding the female ghost. "Master, Xiaoku isn't a bad ghost. She didn't mean to harm anyone. Please don't take her away." Shen Wang was baffled. Speechless, Shen Wang questioned what image he projected in others' eyes. Without a word, he tied up the female ghost's hair into a high ponytail, making her look more vibrant and spirited. A terrified Liang Ryue. The female ghost, unsure what to say. Shen Wang clapped his hands and said to the female ghost, "Your wish is fulfilled, right?" The female ghost touched her high ponytail, her face alight with happiness. "Yes, it's fulfilled. I can go now." She had come along with the young ghost merely out of boredom. Although the female ghost claimed her wish was fulfilled, there was no sign of her dissipating. Shen Wang thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any other unfulfilled wishes?" The female ghost, busy admiring her beautiful dress and twirling joyfully around the room, cheerfully responded, "Nope." Shen Wang. It was evident that she truly had no more wishes. But why hadn't she entered reincarnation if she had no lingering attachments? Shen Wang observed her closely. He could discern the cause and effect of a ghost's life, but human emotions and obsessions were complex, and even the most astute deductions couldn't unravel them. Shen Wang speculated, "Do you wish to see revenge on the person who harmed you?" That person has already been caught, the female ghost said cheerily. He's being bullied in prison every day, having a miserable time. Shen Wang asked further, do you want to go back and see your family? The female ghost's expression dimmed slightly, but she shook her head. My parents have finally moved on, having a new little sister. I can't disturb them anymore. My sister is still young, and the negative energy would make her sick. It was apparent that the female ghost, though somewhat saddened, harbored no negative emotions. Instead, she was relieved that her parents had overcome their grief and were living well with her sister. Shen Wang felt a headache coming on. The female ghost was too cooperative and docile, making it impossible for him to forcibly send her into reincarnation. An impatient elderly ghost who had been waiting for a while stepped forward, grinning through yellowed teeth. Master, is it my turn to fulfill my wish now? Shen Wang glanced at him. What is your wish? The elderly ghost's eyes lit up. My wish is simple. I just want to live a few more years. If someone could let me possess them for a few years, I'd get to enjoy life again. Not too long, just 5 years. That's all I ask. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow, his gaze inscrutable as he looked at the sleazy-looking elderly ghost. Oh. Have you already found someone to possess? Seeing no objection from Shen Wang, the elderly ghost straightened up, smirking and pointing at the young ghost. I'm not asking for much, just his body. Not asking for much. Shen Wang smiled meaningfully. Indeed, not a high demand. The Liang family's expressions changed at this, with Liang's mother instinctively stepping forward to protect her son. Although Liang's father outwardly disapproved of the young ghost, he was still his son and couldn't be neglected. Master, I cannot agree to this request. Shen Wang's expression remained neutral, leaving it unclear whether he agreed or not. Liang's father grew anxious, his eyes pleading. Master, we can agree to any other request, but not this one. If their son was possessed by a ghost, could he still live? Liang's father was both worried and angry. The elderly ghost became indignant. I'm not trying to take over his body, just possess it for a while. He's young and strong, a few years won't matter. Just a few years won't matter. Liang's mother trembled with anger. My son's best years can't be stolen like this. The elderly ghost rolled his eyes. He invited us here himself. If he hadn't, I wouldn't even want to stay in his body. As the atmosphere grew tense, the female ghost, busy admiring herself, couldn't stand it any longer. She kicked the elderly ghost away. You shameless old toad. His body is not only wealthy but also good-looking and strong. Giving it to a decrepit old man like you would be utterly disgusting. Possess someone for 5 years. Such wishful thinking. I think reincarnation would be a better choice. The female ghost's scathing rebuke brought a sense of satisfaction to the Liang family, especially Liang's father, who initially thought his daughter shouldn't interact much with the ghost. But now, he realized that just as people can be good or bad, so can ghosts. Like this elderly ghost, a wicked person in life and a vile spirit in death. Caught off guard by the kick, the elderly ghost sprawled on the ground, struggling for a while before turning his head a full 180 degrees, glaring at the young ghost with his true malevolent visage. You invited me here. If you don't let me possess you, I won't leave. I'll haunt your household until it's in ruins, and your whole family perishes. The elderly ghost, cackling wickedly, crawled rapidly towards the Liang family. The scene, reminiscent of the terrifying Kayako, sent the Liang family into a scream. A thought flashed through Liang's father's mind. It's time to discipline the child properly. In the next second, the fearsome ghost was pinned under Shen Wang's foot. Shen Wang stated, I'm still here, and you threaten my client. Who gave you such audacity? The evil spirit, his head twisted unnaturally, limbs splayed on the ground, was firmly pinned by Shen Wang, unable to move at all, like a helpless turtle flipped on its back. The Liang family, who had just screamed, were speechless. The female ghost was silent. The elderly ghost gasped laboriously. Although he was a spirit, he felt as if he was back in his last years of life, his body ailing, as if a mountain weighed down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. The elderly ghost, who had initially seen Shen Wang as an easy target and intended to intimidate him, quickly cowered. Master, I was wrong. I don't need his body anymore. Any body will do, as long as I can live. While apologizing and crying, the old ghost's eyes darted around, seeking a direction to escape. Shen Wang didn't need any calculation to discern his cunning thoughts. He grabbed the elderly ghost like a sandbag and punched him, saying, for wanting to possess. For wanting to live. The elderly ghost howled in pain from the beating. After a few punches, he couldn't even maintain his human form, contorting into a twisted shape like a malformed clay figure, pleading, Master, I was wrong, please save me, I won't do it again. I'll go to reincarnation, I want to reincarnate, save me. Not waiting for Shen Wang to stop, the elderly ghost vanished on the spot, choosing to enter reincarnation. Fearing that any delay might not only deform him but also lead to his complete annihilation, leaving him unable to even be a ghost, he abandoned all his living obsessions. Shen Wang's punch hit nothing but air. He clicked his tongue, he ran away pretty fast. After showing his disdain, he reverted to his usual laid-back and easygoing demeanor, smilingly saying, Don't look at me like that, I'm actually very gentle. The Liang family, who had just witnessed Shen Wang blow up a ghost. The female ghost, feeling inexplicably sore all over. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow. Why so silent? The young ghost was the first to speak. Yes, master, you're gentle and kind, amiable, truly a role model of our times. Shen Wang then turned his gaze towards the other wandering ghosts who hadn't made their request yet. The wandering ghosts shuddered, waving their hands and backing away. Master, I've suddenly seen the light. All this living and dying is meaningless. We'll go for reincarnation. As if chased by something, these ghosts hurried even faster, each trying not to be left behind by the others. In an instant, they entered reincarnation, vanishing without a trace. Not a drop of blood, not a single hair left behind, only an empty, echoing mansion hall remained. The only ghost still in the villa spoke up. Actually, I think. I don't have any lingering attachments either. After saying this, just as the female ghost was about to leap into reincarnation, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Liang Ryue, your constitution is special. You should have the master help you adjust it, or it could be dangerous. Shen Wang looked at him with disdain, as long as you stop courting death. The young ghost, devastated by this blow, was immensely grateful upon hearing Shen Wang speak up for him, tears welling in his eyes. Shen Wang continued, at least wait until my fees are settled before cutting off his credit card. The young ghost. He should have known better. Father Liang's face was fierce towards the young ghost but instantly turned genial and radiant towards Shen Wang. Master Shen, you've worked hard today. It's getting late now. Would you prefer to rest first or have a quick meal? Dispelling so many ghosts at once, Shen Wang indeed felt somewhat exhausted. Fulfilling the obsessions and sending away spirits didn't consume much spiritual energy, but it was mentally draining. Now that he relaxed, Shen Wang even felt a physical exhaustion he hadn't experienced in a long time. Rubbing his stomach, Shen Wang sprawled on the sofa, utterly disheveled, like a little wreck emptied of energy. I need something to eat first, I could devour a whole cow right now. Shen Wang was exhausted in both body and mind. All he wanted was to lie down and rest for a few minutes, not wanting to move an inch, and if there was food, it would be best served right to his mouth. Daydreaming about this, the aroma of food seemed tantalizingly close. Opening his eyes, Shen Wang was surprised to find food actually appearing before his mouth. Instinctively taking a bite, Shen Wang realized that Gu Xiao, like a loyal and eager dog, was squatting beside the sofa, happily bringing the food to his lips. Shen Wang, well, that's not necessary. Imagination is beautiful, but it's just that, imagination. If it actually happens in reality, it only makes one feel awkward. Waving away the disappointed Gu Xiao, Shen Wang looked at the small table filled with food, a dazzling array of delicious-looking dishes representing cuisines from around the world. By this time, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Liang's parents had gone to rest, and Liang Riyue didn't dare approach Shen Wang, leaving only Gu Xiao, who watched Shen Wang with hopeful eyes. Eating under such a gaze, Shen Wang felt a tinge of guilt. His chopsticks paused. Would you like to join me? Gu Xiao's gaze turned blank, as if seeing a ghost. He looked at the elegant and noble Shen Wang and then at the table, which was emptied in just minutes, a question mark forming in his mind. Was he hallucinating just now? Did time seem to fly, or had hours actually passed? Checking the time on his phone, Gu Xiao's eyes gradually lit up with realization. No wonder such a master seemed to love money and could eat so much, it was no surprise he couldn't afford himself. 5 million a year for tuition, to let me train with you. What do you think? Shen Wang, who was about to head to the guest room for a good sleep, cursed these foolish mortals, seizing his weakness. Unfortunately, Gu Xiao had not a trace of spiritual root or insight, completely incapable of cultivation. Shen Wang painfully refused the easy 5 million, saying, what cultivation? Don't spout nonsense. Believe in science. Science is the ladder of social progress. Don't indulge in feudal superstition, understand? Ghost young master, ? Ghost young master. He wondered if he was hallucinating or if Shen Wang was mocking him, covertly criticizing him for being blind in the past, accusing a real master of being a charlatan during a live broadcast. By the time Ghost young master regained his composure, Shen Wang had disappeared. He panicked for a moment, then relaxed when he realized Shen Wang had just gone to rest in the guest room. What foolish things have I done before? Ghost young master rapped his head in annoyance, full of regret. If only he had known, he wouldn't have broadcasted against feudal superstition but would have been live streaming his plea to become a disciple. Thinking this, Ghost young master came up with a plan. Shen Wang was accommodated in the best guest room. He slept comfortably until he slowly woke up after 2 p.m. Stretching lazily, he sauntered downstairs with practiced ease, as if this were his own house. Perhaps because of yesterday's events, which had greatly shaken the worldview of the Liang family, none of them went to work. Instead, they all sat in the living room, looking dejected, some watching TV, others playing with their phones, and a few just daydreaming. The Liang family exchanged looks. Mr. Liang stood up and said solemnly, Mr. Shen, we are grateful for your saving our family yesterday. We know this request may seem presumptuous, but... The Liang family hadn't thought much of it previously, attributing Liang Ryue's condition to mere physical frailty without suspecting anything serious. It was only after the female ghost's revelation last night that everyone realized, while technology couldn't detect it, there might be issues on a metaphysical level. Is that all? Shen Wang wasn't particularly concerned about this minor issue. He was about to agree when he heard Mr. Liang continue, to thank you for your efforts, we've decided to double your remuneration. Before Mr. Liang could say more, Shen Wang vanished from sight, reappearing the next second, sitting earnestly in front of Liang Ryue, his hand already on her wrist. Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang had been skeptical when hearing his son say this master was obsessed with money, and he even feared offending the master by offering more. But now, Mr. Liang felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 69. Liang Ryue was startled when Shen Wang suddenly grasped her wrist from out of nowhere, instinctively trying to withdraw her hand. But Shen Wang's strength was surprisingly strong, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge him at all. Just as a hint of annoyance began to form in her heart, she saw Shen Wang's brows gradually furrow while holding her wrist. Holding a segment of her snow-white wrist, Shen Wang's expression remained unaltered, as if holding a cold lotus root. He manipulated Liang Ryue's wrist, signaling, switch to the other hand. Liang Ryue pursed her lips, and after a few seconds, complied with his request. Shen Wang's frown deepened. Several members of the Liang family gathered around, anxiously inquiring, Master, is there a problem? Is it serious? Shen Wang. He was somewhat embarrassed to admit that he couldn't discern anything. Unable to diagnose through pulse reading alone, Shen Wang extended a stream of spiritual energy into Liang Ryue's body. After circulating through her meridians, he still found no issue. There's nothing wrong with her body. As he said this, withdrawing his spiritual energy, Shen Wang suddenly narrowed his eyes, inhaling sharply. He stopped mid-sentence, leaving the anxious ghost young master to urgently ask, and then. Liang Ryue felt something odd because Shen Wang's look didn't resemble that of beholding a peerless beauty, but rather like seeing something extremely troublesome. Shen Wang nodded. In the metaphysical world, people born at certain special times possess unique constitutions. Miss Liang, she possesses one of these special constitutions, the Yin Moon physique. The music physique? Does it mean she has a special talent in music? Asked the naive ghost young master. Shen Wang. Other members of the Liang family. Liang's father took a deep breath, reminding himself for the umpteenth time, she's my own flesh and blood, it's illegal to kill, she's my own, it's illegal to kill. After mentally preparing himself, Liang's father calmed down and humbly asked Shen Wang, may I ask, master, is there something wrong with the Yi Moon physique? The Yi Moon physique is an excellent type of cauldron constitution, Shen Wang sighed lightly, his gaze towards Liang Ryue growing more complex. No wonder Liang Ryue could become one of the male leads' harem. The harems of these powerful male leads either consist of deeply scheming family heiresses, exceptionally talented villainesses, or other women like red-dressed ghost queens, hidden sect female leaders, or foreign female ninjas. All these women are significant figures in the metaphysical world. Only Liang Ryue has always been just an ordinary person. And the omnipotent male lead has never considered finding a way to set Liang Ryue on the path of cultivation. It's all because of Liang Ryue's special constitution. The Yi Moon physique is a rare cauldron constitution even in the realm of cultivation. Dual cultivation with a woman possessing the Yi Moon physique refines spiritual energy, making the cultivator's aura purer, and also tames the violent and unruly energy, making it easier to absorb. This constitution itself doesn't benefit the possessor's cultivation but is immensely advantageous to others. In modern terms, the Yi Moon physique is like the best filter. As long as she is present, there's no need to worry about absorbing too much spiritual energy or dealing with the turmoil of rapidly advancing one's cultivation level. After the explanation, the Liangs fell into silence. They were not fools, they could fully imagine the consequences if those unscrupulous cultivators discovered Liang Ryue's constitution. Liang's father's expression turned extremely grim. Gripping Liang Ryue's wrist, he couldn't bear to think of the consequences if her special constitution was discovered. Even looking at Shen Wang in front of him, he couldn't help but feel wary. This was the Yi Moon physique, a prized cauldron constitution that would cause chaos even in the cultivation world. Shen Wang wondered where Ghost Young Master's inexplicable trust in him came from. Money, how vulgar, Shen Wang said, exasperated. Do you really see me as someone who's swayed by money? Ghost Young Master blinked, isn't that the case? Shen Wang rolled his eyes, explaining, perhaps it's because she's been exposed to too much yin energy recently. Her constitution is about to erupt, and soon, it won't be possible to conceal it. This might be why, in the original story, Liang Ryue was suddenly kidnapped by an evil cultivator. The male lead, Tang Jiu, accidentally saved her after she was drugged, and inevitably, they became intimate. During their brief time together, Liang Ryue, who had given her heart to her lifesaver, was heartbroken and in pain upon learning he had other women, choosing to leave. Unexpectedly, because they had been intimate, the Liang family became targets of Tang Jiu's enemies, leading to their ruin. Eventually, Liang Ryue, with nowhere else to go, sought refuge in the male lead's arms. Mulling over the plot of the original text, Shen Wang suddenly realized a point, since the male lead had already been intimate with Liang Ryue, he must have known about her special constitution from the beginning. In that case, to what extent was the downfall of the Liang family caused by the male lead? Shen Wang pondered with a growing sense of dread. Hearing Shen Wang's words, Liang's father set aside his caution, urgently asking, then, Master, how can we deal with Ryue's constitution? Is there a way to remove it? Please, we implore your help. For now, I can only control it for you, it's impossible to remove, said Shen Wang. Once I gather the necessary items, I'll remove it for you. After Shen Wang finished, everyone present was greatly disappointed. Liang's father smiled bitterly, nodding, thank you for your efforts, master. If there's anything you need our help with, our Liang family is willing to do all we can. Speaking of needing help, Shen Wang cheerfully said, then, please book me a flight back to City C. He had been busy with the Liang family's matters for nearly 2 days. Tomorrow was the entrance exam for the metaphysical community in City C. If he delayed any further, he would miss the exam. Leaving. Liang's father exclaimed in shock, Master, did we fail to host you properly? Shen Wang, no. Liang's father hastily added, if you don't mind, I can have my son accompany you around the capital. Ghost Young Master nodded eagerly at the side. Shen Wang. Under different circumstances, encountering such a generous offer of all expenses paid hospitality, he would have loved to stay indefinitely. Shen Wang reluctantly said, I have matters to attend to back home. It's the same if I return later to resolve Miss Liang's constitution. It will only take a few days at most. A few days were indeed not long, considering the many years that had already passed. Liang's father pondered and then said with a worried expression, I'll have my assistant buy the plane ticket. Could you at least stay for a meal, master? This time, Shen Wang gladly accepted. While Liang's parents were busy preparing to host him, Ghost Young Master suddenly came over, lowering his voice, Master, why don't I leave with you? I can be your bag-carrying assistant, I promise to follow your lead without getting in the way. Shen Wang was speechless, I don't need a bag-carrying assistant. Ghost Young Master persisted, then can I be your apprentice? Or an intern? I'll do any hard or dirty work, as long as I can follow you. I'll even pay you 200,000 a month as a tuition fee. Shen Wang, I really don't need it. Shen Wang didn't know what to say anymore. He could understand Li Pingping and Wang Kai vying to be his assistants, but the young master of the Liang family, from a well-known wealthy family in the country, was also eagerly wanting to be his assistant. And even offering to pay for the internship. Shen Wang was baffled and deeply shocked. Ghost Young Master was so tenaciously persistent, even resorting to monetary incentives, Shen Wang worried he couldn't resist such a degrading offer laced with the smell of money. Fortunately, a ringtone from his phone interrupted Ghost Young Master's entreaties. Excusing himself to take the call outside, Shen Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile, Dongting. No matter how many times it happened, each time Shen Wang affectionately called his name, Gu Dongting would involuntarily pause, taking a few seconds before casually greeting Shen Wang, haven't you returned to City C yet? Shen Wang had informed Gu Dongting by text when he left yesterday. Since he got off the plane, he had been too busy dealing with a house full of lost souls and hadn't had the chance to update Gu Dongting on the latest developments. My employer booked me a flight. I can board this afternoon and should arrive by evening, Shen Wang calculated the time, I'll make it in time. Gu Dongting was silent for a few seconds, then you won't have any time to rest. Shen Wang was unconcerned, I can rest on the plane. Besides, we're cultivators, not like ordinary people. Staying up a bit won't leave us with headaches and hair loss. Gu Dongting wasn't amused by Shen Wang's joke. He promptly ended the call. Wait for a moment. Shen Wang stared at his phone, utterly bewildered. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Gu Dongting called back. The first thing he said was, I've arranged a private jet for you. Shen Wang, full of confusion, asked, what did you say? Gu Dongting patiently explained, if you take a commercial flight, it will waste a lot of time. My family happens to have a small private jet available, and I've already arranged the flight path. Shen Wang was speechless, he had nothing to say. Shen Wang had always thought of Gu Dongting as a future tragic figure, betrayed by his sister and fiancé, with all his family members brutally killed, leaving him with nothing. But he forgot, the Gu family hadn't been schemed against yet, and they were still the wealthiest family in the country. Gu Dongting was not some pitiable character, with just a phone call, he could arrange a private jet. Thank you, said Shen Wang with a bitter thank you, tears of envy dripping from the corners of his mouth. Gu Dongting responded softly, no need to thank me, I'm glad to help. After hanging up, Shen Wang was still in a daze. Even when Ghost Young Master came to call him for dinner, he hadn't snapped back to reality. Liang's father respectfully said, Master Shen, the assistant has already booked your flight ticket for. Shen Wang, with a blank gaze, interrupted him, no need. Liang's father was both shocked and delighted, Master, are you willing to stay? Shen Wang expressionless and solemnly said, no, I have a private jet coming to pick me up. Liang's father gasped in surprise. Although private jets were expensive, they were not unaffordable for the wealthy. However, it was extremely difficult to get flight routes approved in the country, and most private jets just sat gathering dust. Could being frugal and money-minded really save up enough for a private jet? Ghost Young Master aspired to have a luxurious private jet too and decided to learn from Shen Wang to become a thrifty and economical person. The eldest in the family, Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu, sat in the center, with Gu Da, Gu Heir, and Gu San, the brothers, all present. In the solemn and austere study, the upright Grandpa Gu spoke first. As you all know, Dongting just called in a hurry, saying he needed our private jet for a personal matter. Gu Da, expressionless, turned to his younger brother, what's going on? Gu Heir protested loudly, I have no idea. He's my son, but just like your son, he's always busy cultivating and saving the world with you. I'm the last to know about his affairs. Gu Heir felt a deep sense of grievance as he spoke. He had no interest in metaphysics and only wanted to make money. He had built the Gu Corporation into the wealthiest in the country, but his son turned out just like his old-fashioned older brother, treating money like dirt, focused only on cultivation and upholding justice. Gu Da snorted coldly, it's the private jet you bought. Gu Heir retorted, I bought it, but have I ever used it? Isn't it always you guys using it, flying around catching ghosts and demons? Seeing that their conversation was turning into an argument, Gu San, with a hint of slyness in his eyes, smiled and intervened, big brother, second brother, calm down. Grandma Gu sipped her tea, I asked you here to discuss Dongting's matter, not to argue. Returning to the topic, Gu Da and Gu Heir fell silent, exchanging puzzled glances. Gu Dongting was known for his aloofness and self-restraint. Although kind-hearted, outsiders didn't see that. They only perceived him as cold and unapproachable. Despite many admiring him, he had very few close friends. Moreover, raised by Gu Da, Gu Dongting harbored a strange firmness in his heart, choosing to shoulder everything alone and rarely troubling others, especially his family. And now, Gu Dongting was actually using the Gu family's private jet to pick someone up. If there's no secret behind this, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Big brother, can't you figure it out? Gu Heir suddenly thought of his son possibly being smitten and became excited. He had thought his son would end up alone, please calculate it. Gu Da looked at Gu Heir disdainfully, he's my nephew and also half a disciple of mine. Gu Heir then remembered, the closer the person, the harder it is to calculate, and stubbornly said, you can't even figure this out. Gu Da ignored him. Grandma Gu thought for a moment and then showed a wistful expression, as long as Dongting finds someone he likes, it doesn't matter if the girl has cultivation abilities or not, I can accept her. Hearing this, Gu San's eyes suddenly flickered, doesn't Dongting have a fiancé? Fiancé? What fiancé? Gu Heir was clueless. Gu Da also looked puzzled. Gu San reminded, that one, the young lady from the Wei family, what's her name? Wei Jiujiu. Wei Jiujiu. Gu Heir instinctively frowned, since when did we get engaged to her? Gu Heir, being in the business world and somewhat familiar with the entertainment industry, of course knew Wei Jiujiu, a top celebrity, but... Second brother, you're not like big brother, an old-fashioned guy who thinks everyone in the entertainment industry is just an actor, are you? Gu San said, seemingly casually. Nonsense. Gu Heir was suddenly furious. Gu San was inwardly pleased with his remark, but then he heard Gu Heir scold. If you two dare to talk nonsense again. Gu Heir glanced outside the door, seeing no one, he relaxed, if my wife hears this and gets upset, I'll definitely beat you both up. Gu Da, who got dragged into this unexpectedly. Gu San's smile froze on his lips. He had forgotten that Gu Heir's wife, Dongting's mother, was once a famous actress beloved throughout the region. Even after retiring for many years, she remained a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Gu Heir, besides, when did my son get engaged? Why don't I know about it? Gu San carefully glanced at Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu, feigning grievance, back when second brother didn't have a wife, our parents made a marriage promise with the Wei family. Gu Heir's brows twitched, and after Grandpa Gu thought hard for a while, he remembered, years ago, I did casually mention something like that with old Mr. Wei. Decades had passed, and since no one had brought it up, it meant that neither side had taken it seriously. What era are we in now, still arranging child betrothals? Grandma Gu said leisurely as she sipped her tea, then spat out a tea leaf, let the young people decide for themselves. If they like each other, we have no objections. If they don't, nobody should force my grandson to marry a stranger. If anyone wants to marry, go ahead and do it yourself. Gu San's expression changed several times, and he muttered, I just suddenly remembered we had this arrangement. The topic was dropped and not brought up again, and everyone enthusiastically started discussing the airplane lady. They were excited until the pilot returned. When they inquired, they were all taken aback. The Gu family members asked the pilot in unison, why is it a man? The pilot, clueless about what had happened, replied bewilderedly, it's just a guy. But that man, he's really good looking, even better than those big stars. Gu heir, disgusted, waved his hand, no matter how handsome a man is, how handsome can he be? He can't be my daughter-in-law. Grandma Gu also sighed in disappointment, when will Dongting ever become wise? I hope he doesn't end up like his uncle, only getting married in his 30s. Guda, once again caught in the crossfire for no reason. Guda, mother, I'm going to handle some matters. Guda left expressionlessly, what's wrong with marrying at an older age? He married late, but he still got the best wife in the world. The Gu family members went their separate ways. When Gusen got home, his wife eagerly greeted him, how did it go? Did they agree? Gusen shook his head, no. Do they look down on our Wei family? Gusan's wife bit her lip in frustration, even if your Gu family is now the wealthiest and the foremost in the metaphysical world, our Wei family is not inferior. A child betrothal that was set long ago, how can they just decide it's not valid anymore? Gusan scoffed bitterly, that Gu Dongting, with the family head as his guide, his uncle and half a master, and the richest man in the country as his father. He can cultivate, but our Wei girl, no wonder Gu heir looks down on her. Even though Jiujio doesn't have cultivation abilities, she's so beautiful. Why isn't she good enough for that boy? Gusan's wife was angry, besides, Jiujio carries the Wei family's bloodline. Combining with him, it should be easy to have talented children. Gusan and his wife complained separately, not really engaging with each other's points, yet strangely in sync and harmonious. When their daughter Gu Manling walked in, Gusan and his wife simultaneously stopped their complaints and smiled satisfactorily at their daughter. Gusan asked with concern, Linger, how is your cultivation going? Gu Manling held her chin up proudly, nodding, everything is going smoothly. That's good, Gusen beamed, his face full of wrinkles, you must cultivate well and surpass the Gu Dongting soon. Everyone says he's exceptionally talented, but I think his talent is no match for yours. It's just because he's the eldest grandson, so Guda has been secretly training him. If you were on the same starting line, who knows who would be the first in the metaphysical world? Thinking of Gu Dongting, who always seemed to overshadow her, Gu Manling's eyes shifted. Gusan's wife also spoke up, this untrustworthy little rascal Gu Dongting, clearly it was a child betrothal arranged by the elders, yet he goes back on his word. How can someone with such character be worthy of being the first in the metaphysical world? Clearly, our daughter is a better fit. At the mention of the child betrothal, Gu Manling pondered. She was on good terms with Wei Jiujio, and these two were completely unrelated, yet unexpectedly they were betrothed. And Wei Jiujio, she was an utterly ordinary person. Gu Manling's eyes flickered with thought. Meanwhile, with Gu Dongting's help, Shen Wang had returned home early to rest. The next morning, he rushed to the metaphysical community's entrance examination. The exam was held at the Metaphysical Association building. Shen Wang confidently entered, familiar with the place. In the hall adorned with bright golden characters, many people had already gathered in groups. Upon Shen Wang's arrival, everyone's gaze subtly fell on him, and some impolitely sent their spiritual energy over to observe him. Shen Wang. Failing to discern anything special about Shen Wang, the crowd redirected their attention, forming small groups, engaged in enthusiastic discussions. Did you guys do the practice tests for the entrance exam? The last one was so easy, I bet ours will be much harder. Of course I did, but there's just so much to memorize. I feel like I'm going to fail again. Don't worry, young man, you're only in your teens, you can take the test a few more times. I know someone who took several tries to pass. Rumor has it that this time the exam is set by a special department, so the format might be different from before. Everyone needs to be prepared. Listening to their discussions, Shen Wang was exasperated. Why did he feel that this metaphysical examination wasn't quite what he had imagined? Just then, a hand patted Shen Wang's shoulder. Shen Wang almost kicked out in response but then heard a voice say softly, classmate, do you need the real exam questions? Not for 998, just for 288, a set of past year's real questions to take home. No need, thank you, Shen Wang replied with a cold face. He was used to swindling others for money, not the other way around. The chubby boy who spoke to Shen Wang tried to tiptoe, persuading, really, you don't want it. You look unfamiliar, probably an independent cultivator, right? Without looking at these questions, this written exam is going to be tough. Shen Wang stepped back, distancing himself from the chubby boy, making his decision clear through his actions. The chubby boy sighed in disappointment, and immediately someone nearby laughed at him, those who come here for the exam are obviously well prepared. I told you, you wouldn't be able to sell it. The chubby boy glanced at Shen Wang reluctantly and then resolutely went to tap another person on the shoulder. Watching the scene, Shen Wang found it strangely familiar, it was almost like any ordinary exam. When the time came, everyone, guided by the staff, entered the examination hall in an orderly manner. Shen Wang looked around and noticed, apart from the staff guiding them, there were several cultivators with impressive cultivation standing in the corners, obviously there to maintain order. As his gaze shifted, Shen Wang caught a glimpse of a familiar white figure. He paused. Gu Dongting was in his usual understatedly luxurious white robe, long hair tied atop his head, revealing a clean and handsome face, like a sharp and mesmerizing sword, alluring yet formidable. Neither of them spoke, just briefly met each other's gaze before indifferently looking away. An unspoken understanding. Sitting in the examination hall, Shen Wang was in a relatively good mood, but upon receiving the paper, he was baffled. The entrance exam for the metaphysical world. It wasn't about the application of techniques or methods of catching ghosts, but these strange questions. Multiple choice question. The first question, if someone is shouting about ghosts in a busy district, as a member of the metaphysical community, how would you handle it? A. Call the police. B. Call a mental hospital. C. Start catching the ghost immediately. D. Take the person to a quiet place to ask about the situation. Shen Wang's forehead twitched. After meticulous analysis, he felt that taking the person to a quiet place for questioning and discreetly catching the ghost was the best choice, but calling the police also seemed sensible. Finally, he made his decision and chose the fourth answer. Second question, when you are catching a ghost and a bystander sees you, how should you handle it? A. Tell the bystander you're filming a movie. B. Tell the bystander you're filming a short video. C. Erase the bystander's memory, pretending nothing happened. D. Take the bystander to a special department. Shen Wang. These questions are so bizarre. Shen Wang finally understood why there were past exam questions available. Especially after seeing later questions like who founded the Metaphysical Association, who proposed the organization of the special department, how many leaders the Metaphysical Association has, etc. Shen Wang had completely given up on this exam. Flipping the page emotionlessly, Shen Wang prayed for some questions about fortune-telling, ghost-catching, and demon hunting. And indeed, he saw them. Short answer question. First question, when fortune-telling for a client and you discover their spouse has a lover and their children are not their own, also considering the client is infertile and the spouse's lover is their biological father, what would you do? Friendly reminder, if not handled well, the client may come back and smash your booth. Second question, how do you balance between science and metaphysics? What are your views on science and on metaphysics? Shen Wang slowly closed the exam paper, beginning to question life itself. What kind of devilish questions are these? Modern society's unique metaphysics, so profound and terrifying. Finally finished with the exam, Shen Wang walked out of the examination hall looking pale, while his fellow students exiting with him were jubilant, evidently delighted. I didn't expect the exam to be so easy. I told you, the written test is the easiest. As long as you've gone through past papers, it's not difficult. Surely, I passed this time. Let's prepare for the practical exam this afternoon, that's the real challenge. When Gu Dongting found Shen Wang, he looked like a dejected foxtail amongst blooming flowers, utterly disheartened and emanating a gloomy aura. Gu Dongting was taken aback. Did the exam not go well? It was more than just not going well. Shen Wang was full of lament. After hearing Shen Wang's complaints, Gu Dongting couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, I forgot you've never dealt with the metaphysical community before. Gu Dongting had briefly glanced at the paper, and the question seemed very simple to him. Even without looking at past papers, anyone with a basic understanding of the metaphysical community could answer them decently. Shen Wang sighed heavily, grumbling, how am I supposed to know who founded the Metaphysical Association? Gu Dongting slowed his pace, his expression subtly changing. Following his gaze, Shen Wang saw the stone tablet in the Metaphysical Association hall shimmering, the gold characters of Metaphysical Event Handling Association, underneath which was a name. Ji Wuhan. Shen Wang's eyebrow twitched, it's him. Gu Dongting nodded. Shen Wang, who would have thought, this person has such a long life, he's still alive. He had subconsciously assumed that someone mentioned in an exam paper would have long been deceased. But on second thought, it made sense considering cultivators live longer than ordinary people. Shen Wang asked again, what about the organizer of the special department? They can't possibly be alive, right? This time, Gu Dongting was silent for longer before hesitantly speaking, that's my grandfather. Shen Wang. Damn it, he forgot that Gu Dongting was not only the son of the wealthiest men but also the heir of the leading family in the metaphysical world. Seeing Shen Wang's expression, a hint of amusement flashed in Gu Dongting's eyes. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to my grandfather. Let's talk about that later. Shen Wang waved his hand weakly, feeling that he didn't want to bring up this topic for a long time. As they talked and walked out, they didn't notice that their passage drew a 200% turnaround rate. The conversation of those discussing the exam subtly shifted. Isn't that Brother Gu? Who's that with him? I've never seen him before. Don't know him, huh? How can he be so close to Brother Gu? Ugh, I'm jealous. There's a feeling of a celestial being brought down to earth. Why is Brother Gu so nice to him? My goddess can't be taken, no. Please no. Shut up. Brother Gu can hear. At least wait until they leave before saying that. Shen Wang's eyes held a meaningful expression as they lingered on Gu Dongting's face several times, his amusement evident. Gu Dongting somewhat helplessly said, they're just messing around. After the two left, the whispered discussion suddenly grew louder, accompanied by a wailing cry from someone. Amidst the chaos, two of the examiners holding the papers looked at each other with hesitant expressions, moved to a quieter spot, and whispered, how does he know Gu Dongting? I don't know. The other person looked around warily and replied, I've never heard of him before. What do we do? Should we still go ahead? The other person's eyes shifted several times, then he gritted his teeth, we've already taken the stuff, let's do it. It might not be traceable back to us. Perhaps already biased in his mind, with just one sentence, the person made a decision. He quickly opened a stack of exam papers and started flipping through them rapidly. Not far away, the examinees gradually left, and the bustling Metaphysical Association quieted down again. The two people hidden in the corner finally found Shen Wang's exam paper after much searching. Found it. Hide it, take it out and dispose of it. The person holding the paper was about to act, but suddenly, his eyes fixed. The lookout grew anxious, why aren't you moving? The person with the paper had a strange expression. He handed the paper to the lookout, speaking vaguely, take a look. Look at what, at this time, for what? The lookout, frustrated, snatched the paper, about to put it away, but suddenly his gaze sharpened. He tilted his head, a big question mark appearing above it. After going through it from start to finish, the lookout was speechless and choked. How did he manage to score 0 out of 100? Come to think of it, is there even a need to switch this paper? Both men looked even more bewildered than the other. Normally, they would destroy any exam paper they were paid to, regardless of its content, but this particular paper, did it really need to be destroyed? How about, we put it back? After looking at each other for a few seconds, they silently stuffed the paper back into place, comforting themselves, there's no need to switch a 0-score paper. We can just say we did the job, and we won't have to worry about Gu Dongting causing trouble. The other person agreed, right, there's more room for maneuvering in this afternoon's practical exam. We just have to try a bit harder then. Judging by this guy's paper, he can't be that skilled. Let's make sure he scores 0 in the practical exam too. Chapter 70. The exam ended just in time for lunch. Shen Wang, looking at the array of restaurants on the street, pondered a significant life decision, what should I eat for lunch? Gu Dongting suggested, beef noodles. It was the quickest option. Shen Wang frowned in disdain, our first meal together, and it's something so simple. Gu Dongting then proposed, how about Western food? Western food isn't filling. Gu Dongting was silent for a few seconds. What do you want to eat? I can eat anything, Shen Wang said innocently. It depends on what you want to eat. Gu Dongting. Shen Wang asked with confusion. Why are you looking at me with that expression? This look of helplessness mixed with amusement and tolerance made him feel inexplicably pampered. Shen Wang smoothed out the goosebumps on his arm and calmed his unexpectedly quickened heartbeat. I won't tease you anymore, let's go to that restaurant. Gu Dongting looked over to see a bustling food stall. Due to it being lunchtime, the place was crowded and required queuing. Shen Wang had already walked a few steps ahead and turned back when he noticed Gu Dongting hadn't followed. What's wrong? Don't you like this place? I don't have particular likes or dislikes. Gu Dongting's desires were modest, and he had no specific preference for food, with his only preference being efficiency. But since Shen Wang liked it, queuing up wasn't an issue. Gu Dongting caught up and quietly listened to Shen Wang's endless chatter. This little restaurant looks quite spacious and clean, and the fact that so many people are eating here suggests it must be good. Based on my years of experience, this must be the best tasting place on this street. The two tall and outstanding men in the queue, especially Gu Dongting in his elegant traditional attire and his cool demeanor, stood out starkly from the surroundings, attracting countless gazes. Some even stealthily took photos of them, whispering with their friends. Gu Dongting was accustomed to such attention and paid no mind, but Shen Wang abruptly stopped talking and approached the girl taking photos, smiling. Miss, can I take a look at the photo? The girl, embarrassed and blushing, instinctively opened her phone. I'm sorry. In the photo, the handsome man with a roguish charm was smiling warmly, his whole body angled towards the person next to him. The man in white traditional clothes, with long hair and a focused gaze on the men, had a faint smile on his lips. Despite his cold appearance, he seemed indulgent. The two men, starkly different in style but standing together, didn't give off a sense of division. Instead, there was an inexplicable atmosphere that felt exclusive. Nice shot, send me one. Shen Wang opened his phone, signaling the girl to do so. The girl's eyes widened dramatically, her excitement palpable. Sending. I'll send it to you right now. As the girl exited the photo, Shen Wang keenly noticed that it was a picture she had sent to her friend, and the chat box still had her excited exclamations. Sis, I met two incredibly handsome guys. I've never seen men so good looking. Look quick. They are so perfect together. The roguishly handsome guy talks a lot, and the guy in the hanfu is so patient, always listening attentively. Woo, they are so perfect together. Shen Wang's smile froze. What's with young girls these days, so peculiar? Returning to Gu Dongting, still not over it, he shared the incident, even showing Gu Dongting the photo. Look at this picture, we look so warm and friendly, long live our friendship. Gu Dongting looked at the photo and was surprised to see the expression he had when looking at Shen Wang, something he hadn't anticipated. He found it a bit odd but couldn't pinpoint why, agreeing, indeed, it's a good shot. After showing off the photo, Shen Wang put away his phone and pushed Gu Dongting forward. Hurry, it's our turn. Gu Dongting was pushed forward, wanting Shen Wang to send him the photo too, but he rarely used his phone. Sending a photo seemed a bit strange. He never voiced this thought throughout the meal. Shen Wang, oblivious to Gu Dongting's inner turmoil, boasted proudly, I wasn't wrong, was I? The food is good. Gu Dongting reflected and agreed, finding that this restaurant was indeed better than many others he had tried, so he nodded. The practical exam in the afternoon was starting at 2 o'clock. Shen Wang and Gu Dongting found a quiet park to chat and bask in the sun, feeling time fly by, and before long, it was already 2. Shen Wang lazily draped his arm over Gu Dongting's shoulder. Time flies so fast, next time. He only got out the words, next time, before pausing, swallowing the rest of his sentence. Gu Dongting is a cultivation fanatic, the foremost in the metaphysical world, incredibly busy, even replying to messages is a matter of fate. If not for this fortuitous meeting at the entrance exam, how could they have possibly ended up eating, chatting, and sunbathing together? Next time, there probably won't be a next time. Gu Dongting waited but didn't hear the rest of Shen Wang's next time. They parted ways at the Metaphysical Association. Gu Dongting, with his usual cold expression, nodded to the cultivators also maintaining order, a form of greeting, thinking to himself, next time. What about next time? Another meal. Or sunbathing in the park. By the time Shen Wang reached the Metaphysical Association building, most of the examinees had already arrived, all chattering noisily. Gu Dongting had already informed Shen Wang that the practical exam was easy, requiring candidates to catch just one ghost by any means. Almost all candidates chose to form teams, except for Shen Wang. While everyone else found their groups, Shen Wang stood alone on the outskirts of the crowd, looking somewhat forlorn and pitiful. Suddenly, a hand slapped Shen Wang's shoulder. He jumped, turned around, and saw it was the same chubby boy who tried to sell him the exam questions in the morning. The chubby boy on tiptoes, with a sympathetic look, said, Classmate, couldn't you find a team? You can join ours. Shen Wang sized up the chubby boy and stepped back. No need, thank you. The chubby boy, thinking Shen Wang was just being shy, persisted. Our team has a geomancer, a black Miaogu master, and even a master from Luohan Temple. Don't judge by my appearance, I am actually a descendant of the mysterious diviner. Do you know Chen Tuan? He's my ancestral master. The chubby boy puffed out his chest, proud. Shen Wang. If he remembered correctly, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of diviners claiming Chen Tuan as their ancestral master. While the chubby boy was speaking, several others approached. Shen Wang glanced over briefly and saw a slender youth in a grey long coat, a boy in black ethnic clothing, and a, roughly 5 or 6-year-old little monk. Is this the master you mentioned? Shen Wang's gaze uncontrollably lingered on the little monk's bald head. The little monk, with a delicate and tender appearance, put on a serious expression, melting hearts. Amitba, I am just a humble monk from the temple, unworthy of the title, master. Adorable. Shen Wang restrained his impolite thoughts. The Miao boy standing next to the little monk couldn't hold back and circled around to pat the monk's head. When everyone looked over, he withdrew his hand, looking up at the sky, pretending nothing happened. The chubby boy was displeased. Siko. How many times have I told you not to secretly touch the master's head? The Miao boy named Siko turned his head away, showing impatience and tolerance. I know, stop nagging. The chubby boy was unhappy with his perfunctory attitude, but the little monk tugged at his clothes. It's okay, Ji Ming brother. Chubby boy. He gently patted the little monk's head. Don't worry, master, I won't let him bully you again. Shen Wang watched the chubby boy's hand lingering on the little monk's head and his eyelid twitched. Noticing Shen Wang's gaze, the chubby boy blushed and hesitantly withdrew his hand. The practical exam is difficult, you can't catch a ghost alone without a team. Shen Wang raised an eyebrow, noticing that the chubby boy's teammates showed no objection. In that case. Shen Wang nodded, accepting the invitation. Okay. The chubby boy was still earnestly persuading when he heard Shen Wang's agreement, and he hadn't even reacted yet. Don't worry about holding us back, the master's skills are effective against evil spirits. Eh? You agreed. He scratched his head, breaking into a smile. The meow boy rolled his eyes, dumb. Shen Wang. Holding an entrance exam in a crematorium was indeed. Shen Wang was at a loss for words. After getting off the bus, the team leader announced the exam rules. There are 5 ghosts scattered around this mountain. Catching one qualifies you. There's no restriction on how to catch them, and teaming up is allowed, but teams must not exceed 5 members. The exam lasts 1 day and 1 night. Everyone must leave the exam location by 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. In case of an emergency, please activate your alarm device, and staff will come to assist. After finishing, the staff member's expression was blank, his gaze heavy as he swept over everyone present, and most importantly, no attacking each other. Hearing this, Shen Wang became thoughtful, while the chubby boy next to him nervously muttered under his breath, and the other team members also looked serious. The exam starts now. The moment the staff member made the announcement, people instantly dashed out with astonishing speed. Just as Shen Wang was thinking of walking leisurely, the chubby boy had already started panting and running. Shen Go, hurry up. There are only 5 ghosts in total, if others catch them first, we'll fail the exam. The geomancer in the grey coat picked up the little monk and followed swiftly. Shen Wang had no choice but to keep up. After all the examinees had hurriedly left, a staff member watched their departing figures and let out a slow breath, asking the men who had appeared beside him at some point, is that thing ready? It's ready, already placed inside, the newcomer replied somberly, confirming, but are you sure it won't harm the others? There are several examinees with significant backgrounds. There's a descendant from Miaojiang who is fiercely protected by their elders, and that famous prodigy from Luohan Temple. Any trouble with any of them would be more than he could handle. What's done is done, why worry about it now? The two tried to suppress their unease, only hoping that Shen Wang would fall into the trap without involving others. Shen Wang and his group, following the crowd, had reached the entrance of the crematorium. The examinees were using compasses, calculating with fingers, or opening their spiritual eyes. It was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. In Shen Wang's team, the geomancer in the grey coat also held a compass, quickly pointing in a direction, this way. They all rushed over, but upon reaching the area with heavier yin energy, they found several people already there. Unwilling to leave just yet, the chubby boy approached. Did you catch any? The others shook their heads. It had already run away when we arrived. So cunning. How can we catch ghosts that keep running around? The special department is really making things difficult for us. Let's change locations. That group quickly ran off again, brushing past another team that had sensed the ghostly presence. Faint snippets of their conversation carried on the wind. Did you catch it? Not yet. Shen Wang, who had witnessed the whole process, was speechless. After being battered by the written test, Shen Wang realized the practical part of the entrance exam was also extraordinary, an eye-opening experience. Rubbing his forehead and questioning life, Shen Wang remarked, what exactly is this exam testing? It seems more like playing hide and seek than catching ghosts. The meow boy glanced at Shen Wang. What else did you expect? This is just an entrance exam, the little monk explained in his childlike voice. Just finding the hiding place of the ghost is considered stepping into the path of cultivation. There are higher level challenges, but we can't participate in those. Shen Wang understood. At the end of the day, this entrance exam was just a basic threshold, hardly challenging. Seeing Shen Wang's clueless demeanor, the meow boy looked at him curiously. What kind of ancient relic are you, not knowing anything? Even more of a bumpkin than him, a true country bumpkin. Shen Wang touched his nose. I've only started cultivating not long ago. Strictly speaking, Shen Wang's involvement with metaphysics only began in recent months, not even a full year yet. The meow boy wanted to say more, but the geomancer's compass spun around and finally stopped in one direction. He didn't bother to continue speaking and urged, let's go. Shen Wang looked in the direction the compass pointed. The yin energy there had thickened momentarily before quickly fading, indicating that the ghost hiding there had stayed only for a few minutes before moving again. Shen Wang. He suspected these little ghosts were leading them on a wild goose chase. Shen Wang's suspicion was correct. The little ghosts chosen by the Metaphysical Association and the Special Department were seasoned actors. Having participated in numerous entrance exams, some ghosts were even more familiar with the process than the examinees. One ghost cackled mischievously, throwing a clump of yin energy into a corner and then drifting away without looking back. As the examinees arrived one after another, the water ghost that had thrown the yin energy hid in the shadows, laughing at their frustrated appearances as droplets of water condensed on the ground. This time, the ghost was unlucky and got spotted by an examinee, resulting in an onslaught of magical tools hurled at it. The ghost, dodging left and right with eerie agility, avoided the bizarre assortment of magical tools and decided to reveal itself. Come catch me and you pass. Come on, come on. The ghost's unending taunts infuriated the examinees, who, despite their efforts, couldn't lay a finger on the ghost, even getting splashed with water in the process. Enraged, the examinees wiped their faces and redoubled their efforts, throwing more magical tools and reciting incantations. The water ghost wanted to continue teasing them, but suddenly felt a chill on its back. It abruptly turned around to see an exceptionally good-looking young man standing outside the bustling crowd, watching it with keen interest. Having been through countless exams, the ghost immediately sensed danger. The last person who made it feel this way was the current top figure in the metaphysical world, Gu Dongting. Not daring to mess around anymore, the water ghost swiftly fled. Too bad you can't catch me. In Shen Wang's team, the meow boy and the little monk were also among those who tried to catch the water ghost. After its disappearance, they returned dejectedly. These ghosts are too cunning, it's impossible to catch them. The little monk tiptoed and patted the meow boy's back in comfort. It's okay, Siko brother, we'll figure it out next time. The team members looked at each other and, no longer in a rush, started to search slowly for another place with strong energy. Suddenly, Shen Wang's eyes lit up. Not far away, a group was hugging and jumping for joy, ecstatic. We caught one. We finally did it. The chubby boy looked on enviously. How did they catch one so quickly? Of the 5 ghosts released, 2 are experienced from past exams, and 3 are new ghosts. The Meow boy said sourly, they were lucky to find a new ghost. Shen Wang suddenly embraced the little monk and headed in that direction. There's another ghost over there. The little monk, caught off guard and lifted up, was bewildered. When he was picked up, he felt his bald head being rubbed several times. The little monk blinked slowly and sighed heavily, another adult who liked to rub his head. Fortunately, the little monk was used to it and leaned comfortably against Shen Wang. Just as the chubby boy and others were about to follow the geomancer, they were shocked to find their little monk being kidnapped. Shen Wang, what are you doing? You can't just take someone else's stuff. Put down Xiao Huiping, he's just a child. The ghost over there has already been caught, going there is pointless now. The group that had already caught a ghost was on high alert, adopting a defensive stance. Don't come any closer, we were not afraid of you. Amidst the chaos, Shen Wang stopped right above their group, placing the little monk on the ground and casually patting his head. See that? There, attack. The little monk, adorably innocent, obediently launched an attack. The next moment, a shadow suddenly popped up from the seemingly empty ground, spinning in place as if its bottom was on fire. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It was a chubby ghost, even its energy denser than the other ghosts. Rubbing its arm pierced by the Buddha's light, it looked surprised and aggrieved. I was just sleeping here, who did I bother? Isn't the exam not over yet? What's the hurry, rushing to reincarnate? There really is a ghost. The Meow boy didn't wait to talk to Shen Wang and pounced on the chubby ghost. The geomancer and the little monk followed closely, while the chubby boy, panting heavily, joined Shen Wang. Huff, huff, how did you, huff huff. Seeing him struggling to catch his breath, Shen Wang simply said, just luck, stumbled upon it by accident. Both the chubby boy and the other team still lingering had complex expressions. The chubby ghost had burrowed underground without leaving a trace of energy. Could this really be discovered by luck? Or an accident? The chubby ghost was not weak. After the initial surprise attack, the Meow boy and others couldn't touch it. Its movements seemed slow but were actually incredibly agile. The Meow boy was gritting his teeth in anger, daring to provoke me. He couldn't catch the water ghost earlier, but he refused to believe he couldn't catch this chubby ghost. The chubby ghost was also suffering. In every exam, it would just burrow into the ground and sleep, only emerging near the end to be caught by the examinees. It had never been caught before. What kind of demon had managed to pull it out of the ground this time? The battle between them was intense, and more examinees, drawn by the commotion, kept arriving in waves. The chubby boy was getting anxious. Shen Wang, what do we do? More and more people are coming, won't we lose the ghost to them? No, we won't, Shen Wang replied. His tone was so calm that, inexplicably, the chubby boy found himself reassured. As he relaxed, he couldn't help but doubt himself. He barely knew Shen Wang, so where did this confidence come from? The team that had caught a ghost earlier hadn't left. Instead, they stood by, spectating and even commented on the contestants. So close to catching it. With so many people and just one ghost, there's not enough to go around. We can't exactly cut it into pieces. I think the little master Huiping has a better chance of winning. Haven't you seen the ghost avoiding him? Shen Wang's pupils contracted. Get back. What's happening? Aren't all the ghosts in the exam supposed to be absolutely safe? This has never happened before. Call the senior brothers over. I did, but it's no use. Hearing their cries, the evil ghost laughed heartily. Within the range of my ghostly aura, no information can be sent out. Now, can you tell me who attacked me just now? No one spoke, everyone huddled together, warily and fearfully watching the evil ghost. The ghost was in high spirits, observing the trembling students like a flock of little sheep, even forgetting the anger from being thwarted earlier. Since you won't tell me, then I'll find out one by one. As its words ended, the surrounding black aura surged, eager to probe into the crowd. Just then, a yellow talisman shot towards the ghost's face. The ghost's eyes flashed red as it hastily retreated to safety, then furiously yelled, Who is it? Who? After their initial panic, the students began to calm down upon seeing the ghost falter twice. They looked around nervously, trying to identify the person. The chubby boy and the Meow boy stared at Shen Wang, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They were closest and had seen with their own eyes how Shen Wang flicked a yellow talisman at the ghost. Shen Wang, with a cold gaze, slowly walked out of the crowd. The ghost and everyone's eyes focused on Shen Wang, who casually played with a yellow talisman in his hand. It was me. The ghost could sense the powerful force within the talisman, strong enough to harm it. It glared at Shen Wang like a beast eyeing its prey. Who are you? Shen Wang looked up. You're not worthy to know my name. The ghost's aura surged violently. Among the crowd, the Meow boy asked the chubby boy with a complex look, Where did you find this expert? The chubby boy appeared clueless, just stumbled upon him. Why is someone so powerful attending a beginner's exam? Don't know, maybe for the thrill of it. Or perhaps because I can only participate in the entrance exam, Shen Wang thought to himself, standing fearlessly against the ghost. The atmosphere tensed for a moment, then without looking back, Shen Wang shot another yellow talisman. Before the crowd could grasp what happened, the ghost retracted a strand of its black aura. The evil ghost, infuriated to the point of laughter, exclaimed, Good, very good. The chubby boy, almost hit by the attack, went weak at the knees and leaned on the Meow boy. Damn, he's using sneak attacks. Shen Wang's brows furrowed slightly. This evil ghost was already a fierce one, and judging by the density of its ghostly aura, it was a high-level fierce ghost. Shen Wang could handle this fierce ghost, but a fight would inevitably endanger the other students nearby. As he contemplated a solution, the evil ghost, already tired of the standoff, suddenly vanished from the spot. As they approached the crematorium, the closer they got, the more alarmed they became. Gu Xiong, why is the ghostly aura so strong here? The ghosts they had summoned were weak, with little attacking power. But now, the ghostly energy was so dense it far exceeded their expectations. What level of malevolent ghost could emit such dense ghostly energy? Someone couldn't help but remark. Facing a malevolent ghost that was beyond their capacity to handle, ominous thoughts crossed everyone's minds, which they then struggled to suppress. There were over 100 candidates this time, all fresh forces in the world of metaphysics, involving virtually every sect and family. If something were to happen here, not just they, who were in charge of protection, but even the combined efforts of the Metaphysical Association and the Special Department might not be able to contain the fallout. Amidst the anxiety, a calm and cool voice settled the restless minds of everyone. Don't worry, they will be fine. Gu Dongting's expression was serene, his gaze resolute. He wouldn't normally be so confident, but this entrance exam was different, it included Shen Wang. Arriving at the spot where the ghostly energy was most intense, everyone gasped in shock. The ghostly energy almost enveloped the entire lawn, obscuring what lay within. The situation was more severe than they had imagined. Gu Dongting commanded, inform the higher authorities, secure this area, and prevent anyone from going up the mountain. Also, detain all the staff. As he spoke, Gu Dongting grasped his ever-present sword. Brother Gu, the candidates are still inside, someone reminded him anxiously, fearing a reckless strike. What if it harmed the candidates? Gu Dongting cast a dismissive glance and said, find the weakest point of the ghostly energy. Yes, Brother Gu. Everyone quickly busied themselves with Gu Dongting's orders, leaving only a few to stay behind and carefully survey the situation. Gu Dongting's lips moved silently, uttering a name, Shen Wang. Within the ghostly miasma, several clear jade tokens floated above their heads, emitting a lustrous glow that kept the pervasive dark energy at bay. The candidates huddled together, looking to Shen Wang as their leader. Boss, what do we do now? When Shen Wang used yellow talismans to repel the evil ghost, everyone was both shocked and elated. As the malevolent ghost launched a sudden indiscriminate attack, Shen Wang quickly set up a simple protective formation using jade tokens, earning burning admiration from everyone's gaze. Shen Wang gazed at the jade tokens with reluctance, sighing heavily. The others immediately tensed, watching Shen Wang anxiously. Shen Wang murmured to himself, these jade tokens are quite valuable, and now they're all used up. Thinking of the hundreds of thousands spent on buying jade raw materials, Shen Wang felt immense heartache. He had intended to make these jade tokens as hidden trump cards. The chubby kid, hearing Shen Wang's words. The Miaojiang youth, also hearing. The young monk earnestly said, money is but an external possession. Brother Shen, your obsession with wealth is a fixation, it's not good, not good. Shen Wang ruffled the young monk's head hard, money isn't everything, but without it, nothing is possible. You're still young, little monk, and don't understand. Saying this, Shen Wang sighed again. The malevolent ghost hiding among the others, seeing their relaxed chatter, glared with blood-red eyes, the surrounding black aura pulsating rapidly with anger, these detestable cultivators, imprisoning and tormenting me for decades. Decades of suppressed rage and hatred could not be quelled by anything but blood. The malevolent ghost slammed against the protective formation, causing ripples to spread. The talking candidates abruptly stopped, their faces pale as they watched the ripples. Shen Wang scoffed, keep ramming, if you break through, I'll take your surname. Suddenly, Shen Wang's eyes flickered. A pale, chubby hand emerged from the ground on the ghost-enshrouded lawn, followed by the top of a head, and then a pair of eyes. It was the fat ghost that had burrowed into the ground. The fat ghost's eyes roamed, fixating on a spot in the air several times. Sensing something, Shen Wang gripped the offensive jade talisman in his hand tighter. Outside the ghostly aura, upon learning their juniors were trapped by a fierce ghost, the masters and elders of nearby sects all rushed to the scene. Leading them was a monk. What exactly is happening here? Others began to demand answers as well. What's going on with your metaphysical association? I sent my grandson here for an exam, and you let loose a malevolent ghost. How did the special department conduct their inspections? What's the situation inside the ghostly aura now? My son is still. In such a situation, even the most revered seniors couldn't maintain their composure, cursing like common ruffians. The vice president of the Metaphysical Association hurriedly arrived, facing the barrage of accusations. Knowing they were at fault, they could only accept the blame. Everyone, please rest assured, the Metaphysical Association will definitely provide an explanation to all of you. The Metaphysical Association was dealing with the members of various sects, while the special department personnel gathered outside the ghostly aura to assess the situation. Xie Qingming's expression was solemn. Brother Gu, how did such a powerful malevolent ghost appear out of nowhere? There's never been any hint of this before. Gu Dongting shook his head. I don't know either. The two exchanged glances. Xie Qingming's eyes covertly swept over the Metaphysical Association's vice president, lost in the crowd. He pursed his lips and asked, we found the weak spot in the ghostly energy, Brother Gu, why haven't you? According to Gu Dongting's usual practice, he would have already struck with his sword, a single stroke to break all magic. But now, why was he motionless? What if those trapped in the ghostly energy were in danger? Xie Qingming was worried. The sect members could still confront the Metaphysical Association only because Gu Dongting was there, a more reliable option than handling it themselves. But if something went wrong inside, Gu Dongting would be the first one they blamed. As the head of the demon exorcism department in the special department, Xie Qingming knew all too well the weight of responsibility and pressure on Gu Dongting's shoulders. Yet, this young man, even a few years younger than him, had always carried everything calmly and rationally, without any mishaps. But Xie Qingming couldn't help but worry, if something went wrong, what about Gu Dongting's reputation? Gu Dongting, unaware of Xie Qingming's concerns, said indifferently, wait a bit longer. Wait. For what? Xie Qingming knew Shen Wang was also inside, but this was a formidable malevolent ghost. Could Shen Wang break the formation? Just as he was about to speak, a burst of pure spiritual energy shot out from within the ghostly aura, like sunlight piercing through dark clouds, tearing the ghostly energy apart. Everyone, whether cursing or being cursed, froze, instinctively looking towards Gu Dongting, only to find him standing in place, his sword still sheathed. What's happening? Someone asked. The next second, the overwhelming ghostly aura shattered thunderously, revealing a ghostly figure lying half dead on the ground, with a man relentlessly punching it, again and again. Not far from them, a formation of jade tokens protected all the candidates, unscathed. Even the fat ghost that was thrown in cowered aside, fearfully watching the men brutally beating the malevolent ghost. Fat ghost, terrified, very terrified.